I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah.
Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Strutties Australian Pasifika Touch Cup. Beautiful day here at Bill Norris Oval, Beenleigh. If you've got nothing on today, get down here and watch some great touch football. Okay, I'm welcomed today by my good friend Ryan.
How are you guys?
And the man of the moment, Michael Rasmussen.
Welcome, kia ora, malo. I'm here, I'm back. I've got a game soon and I don't want any more commentating on my style of the treadmill. If I want to run that way, I'm going to run that way.
If that's where the canteen is, Michael, then you run that way, mate.
That's why I went on that angle. That's why I didn't even look where the players weren't defending me. I went straight to the canteen.
So day 2.
Poor fella took me lunch.
Day 2 here. We have our first game to kick off today. We've got the Papua New Guinea women's versus the Samoa women's.
Michael, can you fill us in about the table here? What needs to happen for one of these sides to get into the GF?
Oh, look, if Samoa can win this one this morning, they'll lock their spot in that final against Cook Islands, who locked away their spots in both the men's and the women's yesterday. So I'm sure they were texting each other last night. They were watching the PNG girls play, and I'm sure all eyes this morning are going to be on number 7 from PNG, Shatali.
And Ryan, who's your money on for this one?
Look, I'll definitely back in the PNG women's. I think coming into day 2, Shatali has been playing some great footy. She has been in good form coming in, but also can't go past number 7, the same number on the opposite side for Samoa, Jatea. She is running red hot, and as you can see now in the game, PNG have just had a ball to ground, which turns the ball over for Samoa, giving them perfect striking opportunity on PNG's line. So let's see if they can turn this into points, eh?
Michael, can you run us through a few of the Samoan women's team for the viewers at home? Who the danger?
Oh, look.
That's a great touch there.
I think same as Ryan there, number 7, Jatea, but yes, they really highlighted young Logan as well. Number 9 got the ball now. She's someone everyone better watch out for. Only young, but I think coming into a day 2 of this with all the confidence after day 1, I think here she goes here.
Now.
Oh, a good touch. But if that's what we see in the first minute and a half of this game, I'm sure Logan and Jatea, they're going to be ready for this one.
Ryan, there's a few experienced girls that we spoke about yesterday from the PNG team in Gemma and Angela.
Yeah, definitely. There's quite a bit of experience through PNG. A lot of these girls are both experienced in touch football, but also other sports. Like Gemma, I think representing PNG in a
Good call, ref. Good call.
We just got a forward pass there.
Everyone saw that one.
Now, with the commentating, you might hear a bit of a back and forth between Mike and myself, because him being a proud Samoan man and me being a proud PNG man, I'm sure it's no secret who we're going for. And so if it does get a bit rowdy up here, just let the boys play.
I'll keep you separated, boys. I'm on
just
the
let the
neutral
boys
corner
play.
here.
As long as you don't leave the mic today, Ryan. Your dad did ring me last night. So stay on the mic with me today and stay commentating for me, please. But shout out to Ryan's dad. Welcome watching back there in Port Moresby.
He loves his YouTube, doesn't he?
He does. Here the girls go, rucking down that sideline. Ooh, ref, out. Good call.
I think Michael's
Good call.
wired to the refs for every decision seems to be going Samoa's
I think
way
so.
at the
I think so. Just back on Gemma, a bit of history on her sporting outside of touch. She's represented PNG actually in 3 sporting codes. So the World Cup 2019 in the women's team.
Oh, good. Oh, go. Get rid of it.
I'll play
Gone.
it.
Oh. Young Delaney there. She'll, I reckon she won't let one of those happen again in this game.
Yeah, Delaney there, number
Opportunity
11.
gone
Just
missing.
just unlucky there with catching the ball. Back to what I was saying before, Gaz, about Gemma number 3 on PNG, representing the PNG Orchids in the rugby league team and the PNG Pallais, which is the rugby union team. So she's played actual touch rugby league and rugby union for PNG. So very experienced with a footy in her hand as number 3 there.
It's a great breeding ground, isn't it, touch football?
It
for
definitely
these girls
is,
to tone their skills.
It definitely is, 100%. And PNG, they love their footy, whether it's rugby, rugby union, rugby league, or yeah.
Nice. Good eyes up there from Jataya. Rather than take the easy dump and get off the field, looking for a few more metres there. Getting them on the line a little sooner here.
Now, conditions do seem like it's going to be another hot day out today. What do you think
Oh,
would be
ball.
the key? And that is a
Oh.
great pill.
Now, that one wasn't Delaney's, but her sister throwing that pill to her, Caitlin.
Just needed a bit more air, and it would have got there, and we would have had an early try here for Samoa. But unfortunately, the ball's gone to ground, and PNG live to fight another day.
It does seem like PNG are doing a bit more defence in this opening half. Then attack, they haven't got a
Oh,
real
ref.
red-hot crack at their...
It's interesting.
You're allowed one forward pass per
Mate,
set.
I've seen 5 today already. We're 5 minutes in.
Nice little
Oh,
show
off
and
she
go
goes,
there.
off she goes.
Nice little show and go there from
Ella Watkins
Kaya.
chasing, but I don't think she's going to
Good
get
work
there.
from
What a
Kaya
great
there.
try.
Little bit of a show and go, and the PNG fans are up and about.
Any flags today, Ryan?
I don't see a flag down there, Gaz. No, I don't. But this is
Look at that.
This
Just
is one of
created
those-
something from nothing there.
definitely, and this is one of those plays where you don't really practice for, and you do get a bit of luck going your way, but you capitalise on that luck with a bit of foot speed and just pinning your ears back and going
they've-
through. And Samoa quick to reply here, coming down the sideline.
Could be one of the longest range tries we've seen so far in this tournament.
Well, do you know what? It's the first longest range try, and so it definitely is the longest
straight
that we've
away,
seen
the
today.
Samoans have hit back.
And that is a very good reply there from...
Now, that's what you want to see. When you get a negative against you got to grab the positive.
And I think, yeah, that is that Logan or Isabella there that just went through? I think
It's
that is
Isabella.
Isabella just poking through. Set up by Logan, that number 9 that you were speaking about earlier, Michael.
Yeah. She's come to play. She's come to play.
Great vision there shown by Logan to put Isabella through that hoop. And now we're all tied up. Now, with PNG scoring first, if it does go down to a draw, they will take the win because they were the opening opening team to score.
It hurt you, but it's having the drop off before having a drop off.
Yeah, definitely.
You don't want to. You don't want to let the first try.
And I think your men's team, Michael, has succumbed to that yesterday versus. You went to a draw against Cook Island, but they actually scored first.
Correct.
So it means that they took the win. So it does make it a bit hard for you for the rest of the day. And seeing that you will go down to PNG later on today, That could be
Oh, look,
that could be costly.
I think it's exciting too. Without, not having a semi-final here, the 4 teams, you got to come to every game ready to play.
100%.
If you're not ready, and I think we were ready. I think Cook Islands just got the better of us, and they've locked their spot in the final. And now we've got to play PNG in the death match to make the final. So
100%.
And Michael, do you think the Cook Islands are setting the benchmark not only with the results, but the effort and the organisation that they've put in to this tournament so far?
yeah, I mean, I think they're the benchmark, and I think the other 3 nations will take something away from this. They'll take a lot away from this event, but one of them will be that if you want to be in this event, you bring your best. And everyone out here is the best we've got, but there's going to be players coming hungry to be in this exact jersey next year at this event.
So here we go, PNG on the attack. 6 touches they have up their sleeve.
That was interesting. I don't think they had anything set there.
Dangerous going from half that
half
early in the
on
touch
second.
count. And that relieves a little bit of pressure there, Ryan, for the Samoans.
Definitely does there, guys.
Are you still wide to Robert, the coach? Maybe you can have a chat to him.
Yeah, I think he turned off his mic to me about 30 seconds in because.
Now, I wonder who they got mic'd up this game. If you didn't see it, follow Cam Berger and Shatali on Instagram. Listen to them mic'd up on the field yesterday.
It's absolutely brilliant.
Outstanding.
It's absolutely brilliant here.
Muted if you're Catholic or go to church on a Sunday. You don't want to hear Cam Berger's first 4 seconds, but definitely listen to the rest.
As you see PNG now coming over, finding their box. Ooh, a little bit of a trip there. Getting more troops on as they're coming into 4th. As they're coming into 5th and last now, just trying to find Gemma there, trying to find a good drive so she could take off, try to create something. Just over half. Oh, Darts can't find a way, and she's caught in half. The ball turned over here just under 6 minutes to go.
That time's gone fast, hasn't it,
It
Ryan?
definitely has. Now, what would you do in this situation? You've just held the team out. Gaz, would you be subbing like this, or would you choose to go the whole way down?
Sorry, Ryan, can you say that one more time for me, mate?
With an opportunity like Samoa just had, would you try and find the sub box there? They've just stopped them over halfway. Would you try and find the sub box there, or would you aim to just pin it straight down to PNG's line and try and find a score?
I guess it depends how fresh the players are there, but the thing with the sub box is a lot of people and a lot of crowding around the sub box, and that makes it even more chance of an error, in my opinion. Whereas if you're just going straight up the middle and finding a dummy half, I kind of think there's less room for error, to be honest. So I think the arrows and the going direct. I mean, I watched some of these far links. They run 60 metres to get off, where they could just walk up the field and get their breath back that way. But like we said before, that's a bit of the trend of the game.
Yep, finding
and
the sub
everyone's
box.
doing it. Maybe it's time to go back old school, Rhino.
Maybe it is. Maybe you should put on the coaching hat, guys.
Well, I've tried it once, but
You reckon I better hit the treadmill before the competition next time?
I think that's one of the things is maybe the box is the easy option for those people who have haven't done their homework before coming to events like this. So, Michael, just a little bit.
She's through. Oh, 6 to go.
Here just finds a way
6 to go.
straight through.
Carrying
cutting the
that
defence
5
up.
or 10 kilos extra makes everything that little bit harder.
3 to 5.
3 to 5, sorry.
3 to 5.
And Ryan, the guys accompanying us this weekend.
Yeah, the Stand Stream team.
The Stout Stream team.
Stout, sorry.
Yeah.
My apologies, the Stout.
They're doing a fantastic job.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely. They're providing all the
we've
live
got a try here for Samoa.
Oh, Delaney. Best out. She had 3 opportunities. She scored on her third.
You
Third
keep
time
going,
lucky.
man.
Here we
Third time
go.
lucky.
Yeah, so the coverage we've got this weekend is unbelievable. I had a chance to watch it last night when I got home, and the pictures that are coming across the screen to the viewers, especially back in the Pacific nations, is second to none, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think now with streaming and YouTube being a great platform to showcase some of these sports that aren't on TV or aren't on your big platforms, you have, companies like the Star Stream team that are able to come down and put on such a great showcase of touch, and also do it in such a high quality. I mean, I think back to you, Gaz, when I say that they're watching it back on YouTube, the picture quality is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And gone are the days, Ryan, where your dad would go with his camcorder and stand behind the try line.
I think
and film
gone are the
it.
days of my dad, Gaz.
Yeah, I think the joining with them and partnering with the Stow stream team is all about making sure the people back home in the motherlands get it, like watching an NRL game. Cool.
Yeah, correct.
So,
And that was all part of this tournament, Michael, was to showcase the players, and that's definitely happening.
yeah, I think yesterday we saw players we probably didn't hear about at the NTLs and that, and it's nothing down on that, but this is a platform where it puts all the Pacific teams on the same level, and it expects better when we come to these events now. So
100%. And the man behind everything, he probably doesn't get the credit that he deserves, but old Regan from the stream team.
Hasn't he got that commentator's voice?
Oh,
when
he definitely does. I'm sure for the viewers at home, we'll be able to hear someone announcing it, and that's Regan's voice now. He's the voice that you'll love to hear, but you probably never get to see his face. So we'll
Which
make
is
sure
probably
that,
a good thing. Isn't it, mate?
yeah, So big thank you to Regan and the team over the boys over at the stream.
Just
team.
remember, viewers, get onto the Struddies page, like and share it, and you'll get to capture all the highlights of the.
she's through
throughout the
again.
event.
Number 5's through again. Oh,
Nakia fighting, and that was a great drive there from Letitia, providing that great platform for Nakia to pick up there and just catch PNG on the back foot. So great work there. I think that's the key here. As you're coming into the line, you want to be able to provide a great platform for your ball runners to be able to scoot through and fight players. They're just unlucky.
I think fatigue's
PNG.
kicking in a little bit here.
Especially
a
in
minute. They need to hold him out here.
Ryan, in the women's game, obviously to be able to throw those double cutouts is a little bit more difficult for the girls. So the easiest way to the try line is a good clean strike dump and get someone with pace out of half and just burn them with foot speed.
Yeah, definitely, guys.
And I think we'll see that this afternoon. We got Ash Quinlan joining us here in the exhibition match. I'm sure she's going to come in red hot.
Oh,
and,
yeah. Speaking of that, Mike, as we're approaching half-time here, do you want to speak a little bit about the exhibition match that we have coming up later on today with the showcase?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got the Indigenous versus the Maoris. The women's at 12:45 today. Both star-studded lineups. Both come here to play. They definitely come here to play. There's a lot of banter. I've got them in the same group chat, so I'm having them banter against each other. But it also lifted them to, the first ever event. It's sort of an unknown event to both those teams, and they're only coming here for the one game, the exhibition. So, just getting them in bantering and making sure both teams are keeping each other honest. It's about making sure the best players come out. I think there's the Indigenous women's had a few late pullouts. A lot of their girls attached to the BMD tournament. Girls like Andy Law and Killy Silver played in the All-Stars game, couldn't make it up for this event just due to other commitments. But I'm sure next year the Mai and the Andy Laws and that will be able to make it.
Definitely. And that's the hope that this kicks off something where it starts to become the tournament that takes precedent over every other tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's not to discredit anything else. I think it's more just to provide that platform. We see the mixed All-Stars game, which is a very hyped game before the All-Stars Rugby League. But I think just giving the women's and the men's their own game, you're going to see real fire this afternoon.
And what was your theory behind inviting those two teams, Michael? Was it to lift the profile of this event, or was it so that the Pacific nations get to see some of their stars as well?
I think both. We had Princey around the field yesterday. shout out to Princey. The man's finished rugby league a long time ago, but still is known for what he did in the game of rugby league, and now what he does in touch football. You know, he's got. I think he might have just as many medals in his trophy cabinet from touch as he does back then. But did the Broncos win some grand finals back then? I can't remember. I support the Warriors.
Yeah, 94, 95.
Okay.
95, 96.
No, but
does
like,
remind me that he is a Clive Churchill medalist.
yeah, correct. And that maybe that's why they're taking the photo with him. But he's not a bad-looking bloke either. Sorry, Carly. If the women want a photo, you're going to have to let him have the photo. But, you know, just the Pacific people, they're very starstruck. Drummy's walking around the field. Remus is walking around the field. Ash Quinlan will be walking around the field today. Princey's walking around. And these young
Tony
kids watch him.
Let's not forget Tony.
Look, I can't be biased.
I've
And
asked
it
for
is
a photo.
Rasmussen. It's not Wells anymore, so I locked her away. So shout out to the boys. Sorry, she's gone. But, you know, I think having them as a part of this and watching these two games later this afternoon, it's going to be cracker. And I think this crowd will stick around to make sure they don't miss a moment of it.
Definitely, and I think that is the thing that lights everyone's eyes up when they do see those two teams facing off each other later this afternoon, and just seeing the team list that they have. I think everyone that knows touch and knows the names that are involved in touch will definitely their eyes will start to.
And I guess the theory of this comp is that in 5 years' time, there's kids looking up to these players that are on the field and wanting to get photos with them.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what it is, because a lot of the Pacific Islanders that are watching.
Got them.
Oh, good shot by Sally there on the wing.
Great defense.
Oh,
there,
I thought she rolled the ball the wrong way there for a
She
sec.
thought it was the last, and the refs just asked her to pick it up and play again. So last touch here for PNG.
Shatali. Oh,
It's good defence from Samoa.
Sorry, as I was saying earlier, a lot of the players that do play touch in the Pacific Islands, they know a lot of these big names, and they don't get opportunities to see them play very often. So it's great that they could be able to see them on a platform here provided on this YouTube stream. And yeah, I'm happy to be able to commentate it as well.
I mean, I said it in my opening ceremony, and I do hope it comes true. And shout out to all the nations back home and the official governing bodies of the touch nations, that we do hope to see a lot of players from here join you for the World Cup and the South Pacific Games in the Solomon Islands in November. It's going to be a cracker. I heard Solomon, well, they've had the opportunity another 12 months to build that venue out. And, you know, if it's anything like Port Moresby back in 15 and even Samoa in 19, I'm sure Solomons are going to set another benchmark for the South Pacific Games.
100%. As we see Samoa there with Nikita, who's actually been the most dangerous woman, I'd say, at their number 5 for Samoa. Every time she's got the ball, she's kept PNG on their toes. She's threatened their defensive line a couple of times, poking her nose through and getting behind the defensive line. So she's definitely one that's in good form coming into this game.
Yeah, for sure. Just watching what they're doing here around the box. I thought someone put a little kick there on that ball. But I said to the ref, let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, let the girls
I just
play.
had to jump off the mic and let him.
Yeah, let the girls play.
Taking off here.
You still got that...
So sorry Ryan, just to jump in. See here, they got caught on their side of the box, so they never made the centre of the field. So when the number 4 goes to scoop there's actually nowhere for it to go. So they got to try and find the centre of the field. So they got 2 options. They can either go left or right there on that scoop.
Agree there, guys. And that's... Fatigue could be playing a factor.
Oh, they're coming on late here.
See this young girl here? I think she's with the Palm Beach Touch Club, young Ella. And she scored a great try yesterday in one of the games we were watching.
Jataya takes off here. She'll
She's
go through.
Let's see if she can link up with someone. Here they come.
Oh,
was that touch early?
Yeah, it looked a little bit like it, but
that
the ref
touch
was
early?
right on the
she
spot.
had to keep running. It's a 50-50. You can't give the ball to your player when there's someone creeping right on that player.
Definitely. But you know what, PG, we'll take that. It's great defense there. Great to recover. Whenever Jataya's got the ball in hand, she is dangerous. So they did well to stop that try.
But again, Ryan, like we said earlier, the scoop in the women's game is the most deadliest play.
Definitely.
They can find a good platform for the speedsters to get out of half. That's how I'm trying to score if I was coaching this team.
And speaking of speedsters,
Boom.
we got
Here we
Shatali
go.
there with ball in hand. One of the speedsters for PG.
Oh,
Good defence.
And it is great defence there on that.
Samoa's done
Open
well
side.
here. They've cut them out only 10 metres into their own territory.
Yeah, they are. They did apply a bit of pressure there on that defense coming off.
Shoot up.
And as we see,
Shatali clever there, very
shooting up.
clever. Putting some pressure, putting them under pressure. But Logan will
And Ange doing the same,
6 to
and
go.
unlucky to get that 6 again. See, that's what kills momentum for a defensive team.
Yeah,
if you're
they just-
putting great pressure on the attack, coming in, and when you get to the later touches like 4 to 50, you either give away a penalty or a 6 again. It just deflates you. So you got to now switch the mindset into your line of defense and back yourself on that line, which PNG do, and they come up with a third touch.
So let's see if they can get one here, Samoa. I tell you what, if they get one here, Ryan, it's going to be an uphill battle for PNG.
It definitely will. I think momentum has been Samoa this whole half. Getting one here will definitely deflate the PNG
And
women.
a sweeper play. That's
And
great
that's great defense from Shatali there.
Ten minutes left here. We're at a bit of a slug-a-thon here, Ryan. There's not much happening. They're just punching it away in the grind, they like to call it.
Yeah, that's it. As we
It's
see,
really slowed this box set down, haven't they?
yeah, they are starting to find the center of the field, which is good. And as you see Gemma there picking up from half, and she's running through. Ooh, great touch there. Great touch there from Logan. But they did well to get down to the other end.
Yeah.
I think this is the first set in maybe 4 or 5 where they've actually seen Samoa's
good
line.
hands.
Oh, and that's
Oh,
great
great
footy.
hands.
You love to see that from
That's
the Samoa
Margaret on the
women's.
wing there, I think.
Oh, just doing well to keep the ball in. And as we see Samoa there coming close to their attacking line, let's see if they can create something here with Letitia with ball in hand. As she whips one out to the wing, and
That
it
was
just
definitely on.
it definitely was. It just the ball could not find.
Just a few words
The
about
mark there.
Margaret. She tried to join us in the commentary box yesterday. Unfortunately, her son got injured and she had to go and help him. He had a bit of a head clash and
Yeah.
ended up with 5 stitches in his chin.
Yeah, it was. Well, I did get to see. Did get to see the scar was actually quite big, and the way it was. The way they were going about it was only a small cut. You know, they don't like to say that, it wasn't big, but no, it was massive. So I hope he's doing well.
He's back today.
Is he?
Saw him there, yeah. He's taped up. He's got the big chin strap going, but he's
Has he got
proud
the-
to represent his country, and a couple of stitches isn't going to stop him.
Has he got the old Piggy Riddell face tape around from the bottom and top when that one Dragons game?
I'm not too sure about that, but we'll see him when he comes out later on. So Margaret's a big driver of the Samoan game here, especially the Queensland Samoa Touch Association, and she's put a lot of time in to help Michael get the Samoan contingent ready for this event.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. It's always good to have someone like Margaret part of your organisation, someone who is very respected, but also good with the little things like organising and getting your team ready. As we see Samoa there, just trying to create something on the right-hand side of the field there, but brilliantly defended by PNG. Now, PNG really need to get down the other end and set up a fifth and last play. As we see, they're starting to pick up the
yards.
tempo a bit. Yep. And coming into the third touch.
I thought this game might open up a little bit more in the second half, but it's just end-to-end action at the moment.
Yeah,
They're not
it
getting
definitely
many
is.
repeat sets or anything.
PNG do have their speed rod, Shatali with ball in hand.
She's got to get out of half here.
She really does. It's fifth and last comes, and I think she will and find the link.
I'd give a
Oh.
penalty there. She's definitely obstructed her, Ryan.
Yeah. With the rule change, with the new rule change, what is the rule now with mirroring a player coming out of as you're scooting from half?
Well, apparently now you are able to change directions as long as you're not impeding the attacker. Now, I would ask, how can you not impede the attacker if you're changing directions? But that's the new rule. Edition 8.
And, you know, these refs do really well to update themselves on the new rules and police it out there. I think in yesterday's game we saw them coming down hard on with the 7 on. And that was really good to watch and to see because, you know, like we were saying earlier, with teams running a lot of their subsets, they rely on just getting numbers on the field. And sometimes you get caught out, and it's teams that don't do it and don't pay attention to it, they actually get the advantage because they get a head start on getting players out there. So it's good to have refs out there being onto it and penalising teams that do have 7 on, because you do have to get it right. It doesn't matter how it doesn't matter how efficient you try to run that play. You do have to get that bit right.
And a big shout out to the refs. I mean, we're playing on a weekend here. They're volunteers. They've given up their time, and they're doing a fantastic job. And I know from speaking with a few of the players, they're really appreciative that they've got high quality refs doing this event to make it much easier for the players.
That's exactly right, guys. All the feedback of the quality of refs have been great, so that's good to see. As we see, speaking of the ref, just giving away a penalty there for not moving forward off the line. So Samoa have a chance now to extend the lead. Oh, and Letitia with the big swan dive.
I think if you swan dive, you've got to make sure no one's in front of you.
Well, look,
Here's
the
a
attempt was
chance.
there, and they've just put it when they've just spread it
They've
wide.
scored in the corner. That puts them up 3-1 with just less than 5 minutes to go now, Ryan. This is trouble for PNG.
It definitely is. And you know what? I dare say that swan dive was part of the play, because it distracted that link. It distracted Tani, if you watch the replay here, and getting back on side, which then allowed Samoa to capitalise on that.
It's like 10-pin bowling, wasn't it? She took out the 10 pins and left them unmarked on the wing.
100%. So if that was a play, good on Samoa. And the swan dive works.
Yeah.
And if it's not the flag flying high, it's the player.
Oh, big head clash there. It's knocked her cap off.
You know what? Gemma has taken a few head clashes. She went down. She took a falcon to the head yesterday in one of the games. She must have one of those.
She might need to wear headgear for the next game.
You definitely know she's from PNG, because she's still standing after that head clash. Oh, and they've just snuck through. Great defensive touch there by Nakia.
There's a bit of questioning. We don't call it arguing, Ryan. We call it questioning of the referee's decision there. Gemma obviously wasn't happy about getting a cap knocked off and felt that she should have got a penalty.
Yes.
And I think she'll give away one here. Samoa doing exactly the right thing here, going forward and
they're not going to their sub box, guys, which is
look at the
interesting and
reward.
good to see. And Nakia there would just pass it, doesn't find the target.
But a great set. They've turned it over on PNG's line, and when you lead 3-1, that's where you want to end your sets.
Definitely. As we see PNG there working it off their line. And Samoa quick to get off their defensive line to apply a bit of pressure.
PNG on their haunches in the box, and someone needs to find something here, Ryan. Maybe one of our sponsors, Red Bull, can get down there and give them some wings for the last couple of minutes.
Yes, and shout out to our 2024 sponsors, Red Bull, also joining Jetstar there as our premium sponsors. We'd like to thank you to Red Bull for sponsoring them.
Yep.
Red Bull does give you wings.
And they're going to need it here, but if they can jag 2 tries, they were the first try scorers, weren't they, Ryan?
Yeah, so all they need to do is a draw to lock that win in place. Always a bit of a show and go there.
Here we go. This is the play right here.
Now they do have
Rooster. Come on, let's
Ange
get a
on there in the
Rooster
number
going.
6.
Here it comes.
Ange there commanding the troops with a big long ball. Doesn't quite find the target on that short side.
She was a little bit late on that play, Ryan. She needed to be a little bit closer to the dummy half, so there was less downtime. And it would have given her a bit more time to ball play then. But unfortunately for PNG, another chance goes begging. And with the clock ticking away, that might be their last chance.
I think you're right, guys. And look at Samoa coming through here. By the third touch, they've already just
Catch
stuck
pass.
Oh. And I think that was Jataya just darting across field there.
It's probably worth a crack, but wasn't it?
Definitely was. And they had PNG on the back foot. They definitely did. They defended well, and they came trucking up the field with a bit of purpose. As you see Shitali there taking the ball forward. And Shitali there just replying with a bit of that pace.
Someone needs to dish for her and get her out of half.
And I think, and unfortunately, she couldn't get the...
Wonder what she would have said if she was mic'd up then, right?
Yeah, well, I think Lita would have dropped a couple F-bombs there.
So a minute to go now. Samoa will just try and ice this by chewing the clock, I think. Or will they go for one more late one?
Now, Gaz, with a minute to go, is that enough time to score 2 tries?
No. Sorry. I just got to be honest with you, Ryan.
No, and I love a bit of honesty here, Gaz. Have you seen someone in the back play down for PNG? I think that is number 9, Loata. Something must have gone wrong there. So they technically can have just one player run on because she's exited the field through the back. As PNG are finding the sideline with just 30 seconds to go.
Can they get one just to close the gap here, Ryan?
I think they can. I think they can, Gaz, as long as they provide that good platform and someone just scooting out of half as we come into 5th and last. Look for numbers. And Samoa's just intercepted it.
I don't think they're going to catch her.
No, they won't. And Caitlin's just taken off.
Hang on. We've got chase from number 5. It's
We got Kaya coming through and a dive touch. And has Caitlin got there?
Yeah. Hang
Oh,
on.
no, she's caught a late touch.
Yeah, and I thought she did get it from up here.
Oh, wow. It did definitely look like a touch. And she might have got there. What a chase. And being down in the scores as time's wrapping up, what a chase there from... Wow, what a chase there from young Kaya. That is very impressive. As we just see
in the background.
The hooter go.
What a gutsy
that's the last
effort
play.
to
That is a
chase.
very gutsy effort. To be down by 2 points and still come up with a chase like that with less than 10 seconds to go. That's just great show of effort there from PNG. Should be happy with that. But unfortunately, it was just a little too late. And Samoa's come away with that 3-1 win.
And that may seal Samoa's spot in the final. Is that what Michael was saying earlier?
I think it will. I think this win will seal their spot in the final. As we ourselves will go on to a break, and we will join you back for the next game in day 2 of the Strutties Australia Pasifika Touch Cup.
Since 1975, Strutties has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strutties is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball. Rugby league. AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strutties has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah.
back, viewers. This promises to be another great game between Niue and PNG. Niue definitely need a win here to keep their hopes alive. And PNG, who have played very well on the first day, looking to give themselves a chance to still be alive for their last game against Samoa this afternoon.
That's right, Gary. And Niue have definitely shown some growth throughout this this tournament. Always getting better every game. So it'd be good to see what they can come up with for this PNG match.
So we've got a few young stars out there. Number 2, Naku Perry, plays for the Gold Coast.
Yeah, definitely. And this number 5 with ball in hand, old Joel, he has come into some form this tournament, which is good to see. And he's not afraid to have a few cracks, even though he does have the likes of Naku and Darnell on the team. He has stepped up and set up a few tries, which is good to see. As PNG done well to defend that attacking set.
Pretty good box set too they've come out with here. Let's see if they can get a good strike dump on the end of it.
Definitely. As we see number 13 here, young Hayden Wong, darting off, setting up for his brother. Oh, and they've just got the the count wrong. I caught that little play on words that you did there, Gaz. I kind of like that. Getting the count Wong. I don't know if he'll have something to say about that. And we've got Christy Dela Cruz from the PNG Pies joining us up in commentary here as well for this game. So, welcome on board, Christy.
Thank you.
Good to see you. So now, were you involved in the last women's game that was just up here? Were you in the box there?
No,
helping out?
No coaching for me.
No coaching. Too many hats to wear.
So, can you fill us in just of your involvement with PNG?
Yeah. So. We have a committee of 10 of us. I'm the nation head, and yeah, I pretty much do all the organisation of it.
And is that just in Queensland or Australia, or is that PNG worldwide?
No, we're just Queensland. We're just Brisbane based. Yeah.
And we spoke to the Cook Islands before, so they pretty much told us that they have the Cook Islands Australia, the Cook Islands New Zealand, and the Cook Islands in the Cook Islands. How does the PNG set up?
At the moment, and there's a try there.
There is a try there for Niue, old Trey.
Trey is a product of, plays a lot of his touchdown in Palm Beach.
Yep.
And a good young kid with a big long ball, but this time he's played the short game. And
yeah, that's Naku.
Perry, late switch. Hard to stop the late switch, Ryan.
Yeah, it definitely is. It, especially if the chase is chasing hard. You can't really do anything, but just trust that an inside man will be there to cover you for that late switch.
Okay, so sorry about that. We'll go back. So they had the 3 affiliates. How about you guys? Do you have a New South Wales PNG, or is there also a PNG tournament over in PNG? How does that all work for the people like me who don't know too much of the background of PNG touch?
Yeah, sure. So we're Brisbane-based primarily, and we all are affiliates of Touch Football Papua New Guinea. So we have to affiliate every year with Touch Football Papua New Guinea, and then we go up to nationals each year and compete there for World Cup selection.
And speaking of nationals, you're actually taking a mixed team across, I believe, or
men's, women's, and then they're going to make up a mixed team as well.
So you're taking a men's and women's, and then make up a mixed team. Great. When do you go across for that one?
4th of April.
Oh,
a week and a half.
Yeah, a week and a half. And how's the organisation been for that? Has it been?
As
I asked that, Cyrus has just run through again and
boy.
found our boy Cohen with the afro. Score there, Cohen. Give us a wave, son, if you could hear me. No, you can't hear me. You know why I can't? Because the afro.
Back to back with number 2.
So, Chrissy, you saying how was the planning for that PNG for the trip on the 4th?
Yeah. Look, we're getting there. There's logistic issues.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, slowly but surely we're getting there. Majority of our men's playing today are coming across, and same with our women's.
And so can I ask you a quick question? With the World Cup being next year in England, obviously that's going to be a very expensive process for you guys. What are your plans, and how many teams are you looking to take there?
That would be the Touch Football Papua New Guinea body. It's gone ahead.
Oh wow! And speaking of that, PNG have just crossed there with a beautiful second phase play, which is great to see. Great to see the second phase coming through, isn't it, guys?
This is great play.
Yeah, Kai
Link's
just
always up in the channel, and then it's hard for him to recover from there.
Definitely bringing the scores to 2-1.
Okay, so back to the World Cup. What's your plans
so
there?
Touch Football Papua New Guinea organised that. We go up and participate in nationals, and then from there, hopefully, we get some selections out of our Brisbane-based team, and then we will head back. I think they're talking about May for training squads.
And are you going to try and take the 3 teams, the similar teams, the men's, women's, and mixed, over to England?
That would be all up to Touch Football Papua New Guinea. I'm pretty sure they're looking at seniors as well, so the master divisions.
Oh,
hopefully,
wow.
yeah, fingers crossed.
That'll be good. That'll be good to take a masters team in there, or seniors. As we see Camboga driving here with some purpose. It's good to see Camboga still out there playing, isn't it, Christy? He's been
stalwart.
Yeah, one of the stalwart members of this PNG touch team. I know that he's regarded as has been regarded as the captain for the team a lot of the times, which is good. It's good to see him out there leading a couple of the young boys. We do have a lot of young boys in this men's open team. Speaking of young boys, your son's actually playing and making would this be like a men's open debut-ish for him?
Yeah.
Would it be?
Yeah. I have both my son and my nephew just running off the field now, Carney.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, so...
and which one's older out of the two?
Javan is.
Yeah, Javan.
Yeah, so Javan's the older. But yeah, both making their debut in a Opens division. Javan played mixed open in Nations. But yeah, this is a completely different level.
And then you'll be hard not to miss Javan out there. He's rocking the now I don't know what colour this is. Is it pink?
It's
the pink
pink.
cap, or is it salmon? Salmon, guys. Now you're a man of that understands his colours and is and there's a.
The refs just said that he was off balance then, so the touch wasn't too hard.
Lucky this wasn't rugby league, because Nate would get 10 weeks for that.
It was brave. He scooped on the third touch there, and he's thrown the ball away. And Lee Rosso, he won't miss that one.
That was a good touch there by Azariah. Azariah's a twin. His brother Edward had his shoulder pop out yesterday, so he was the injured one. Yeah.
In one
Is
of
that
the
him
backfields.
in the box there, number 3?
That's correct. Yeah.
That's unfortunate, isn't it?
And they've got.
And was he planning to go away next week
He
as
is.
well?
Yeah.
Oh
he
wow!
is.
So how would that affect his chances in there? I'm sure the experience would still be good to go away there.
Maybe there's a guy in the commentary box that could fill his spot.
Maybe.
Oh, we went over.
Oh, and we have crossed over again.
And you know why, Ryan? If you have a look in the box, the flag has appeared in the box right when the PNG have scored. It's
Absolutely.
no
And if we look at the Strutty's replay here, it's just a nice quickie play here for Rovan, and
Javan.
And just caught them offside. And yeah, the man of the hour, Javan, we were talking about rocking the salmon cap, was the one fortunate enough to set him up for that try.
So what a great game we've got here.
Definitely. Barnett just starting out a half, finding the in goal there, and can PNG square up on their play as well?
Yes, Cammy Boga.
I think that ball was dropped, but I have a bad view, and they're saying all clear
The refs
there.
are going to give it. Now, he's done well to gather that ball, because
Let's have a look
for all
on
money
the
here.
Strutty's replay. Throws the dummy and burns him short side. Electric speed.
Now, Naku Perry does a fantastic job of gathering in one hand.
I'm sorry, I cannot award that.
I cannot award that either, Ryan.
The
Sorry.
new rule is that you must have control of it, not just put downward pressure. But we're all about tries.
And that's why the refs are the refs, because they have to make a difficult decision. And that time,
and we want the
they've
crowds to
awarded
see
the try.
tries. So we'll let them go with that one. Straight
And
back.
that's a great try there by Hayden. Now, a lot of the tries coming running in this direction have caught the defensive line not knowing where the line is a lot of the times. And just here, as Hayden's just run this cheeky little punish play, the defender's not really noticed where the line is, and he's...
Should we go down with some more liquid paper, Ryan?
I think... I think that's just something to mention to the team. If you are defending on that line, be wary of it, because a couple of teams have been caught out there just not being able to find the line.
Or maybe you need a bit more chat from the wingers calling how far out they are.
Definitely. As we see Niue here just making their way to the line. Now, have you been involved with the men's much,
Sweeper
Christy?
plays in big trouble. Oh, he was in trouble there, number 10. But the ball was lost by Niue.
No, I haven't. The coaching staff look after the two teams. So no, I've just been coordinating with Ras and the team.
And with your son, is it wearing the salmon hat?
Yeah.
How are you covering yourself up from the sun if he's borrowed your hat?
Oh, and that's a great
Pasifika.
pill there from Nate.
What a
That's
try.
a great pill there from Nate Wood.
The
And
old
it's just
stager, Cam, has crashed
And
over.
if you can catch, I don't know if you viewers at home, if you can catch the energy from the sub box, but they're just up here with a beautiful pass there from Nate Wood, and Cam just getting that big body of his across the line there to find the try line.
What a cracking game this is.
It definitely
try for try, and PNG
have just taken the lead, and
They've
now PNG
trailed the whole game, and now boom.
And
4 minutes to
PNG
go, they're back.
do need to win this game to be able to go through.
Yep.
They need to win this game to win this game, if this makes sense. They cannot draw because Niue actually scored first.
Correct.
As you see Niue there just moving the ball around.
Here's a danger group here. Naku Perry at half.
and
Rooster
Darnell
wrap.
Bennett.
Feed the wrap. Oh.
And he's just
He
been caught
scored.
isolated one-on-one.
On the
there,
flick,
Old Raven.
did you notice the flick pass back to halfway? You're
I
a
did.
big fan of it, aren't you?
I did. Well, I'm a big fan of doing whatever you want after you score. I feel like if you've done the hard work to score, if you want to flick it, kick it, back flip it, do whatever you like.
You've
mate.
earned that right.
You've earned that right. And what's just there is just that's just your middles not staying together tight enough there, and Raven there unfortunately not pulling his corner hard enough in that middle spot and just getting isolated one-on-one. And when you're isolated with a player like Ainga, you might come up short.
Yep, so PNG on the attack. Let's see if they can hit the lead once again.
With young Hayden here.
Second
Second
phase.
phase.
And they love running this second phase. Oh, and he's just lost his footing. They can keep going out wide. They choose to stay in the middle there. And Hayden striking from half, taking it short and finding, what a beautiful ball, finding
Look at the
Daniel there on the
crowd.
wing.
The crowd has gone berserk in the background.
And that was a Hayden Wong finding a Daniel Wong on the wing.
All happening here in game number 2 of the Australia Pacifica Touch Cup. PNG go over the line again, taking the lead back.
They did quite well there because the play before, when he went to take off from half, there was someone caught in the ruck. I was thinking penalty, the ref said advantage, and the refs got it right because PNG have crashed over again to take the lead, 5-4.
I like it how you said the refs got it right because you haven't been a big fan of them this whole opening game, haven't you guys?
Come on, I've given them plenty of raps, Ryan.
As we see Niue there just...
Oh, the dive pop. He's got 6 again out of it.
I think he has. I think either
Cam got his hand in there.
Cam got a hand in there.
So 2 minutes to go before half time. And can Niue hit back? Running a punish play.
As Joel there just finding the line. That
He's
might be
gonna give
close
that
to get
down.
it. Yes, and that's the man of the hour I was just talking about, old Joel.
Quite sharp on his foot
He
there,
is.
with that
He's
big
found
left
some.
footstep.
He has found some form coming into this tournament, old Joel. So it's good to see him there, just showing a bit of that foot skill, but also the speed to get the ball down is key here because the step will always beat the touch, the person making the touch, because they are just pulling one direction to get on side. So it's a
Good band too, aren't they? One Direction.
They are a good band.
Okay,
is that the chosen band you listen to in the shower, guys?
Oh, 100%.
No, that is.
Harry Styles for me. Okay, 5-5. What a great first half we've seen.
As we see Nate Wood there directing traffic, and Cam and Nate
the
link up.
rooster.
Let's see what they can do. And Nate fires that link ball again. Unfortunately, just couldn't make its way to the wing.
One. So here we have Niue working their way off the line. They'd want a complete set here to force PNG to go the full length of the field. Can they get a strike dump out of this? It's not done at rocket speed, but...
Fifth and last, a touch and pass. Now, I also think for this PNG team, one of the weapons that they could utilise that we haven't really seen is that number 10, Lexi. He's actually real sharp on his feet and good ball play. So it'd be interesting to see if PNG can because I think they do have their strike players on the field and they do have their weapons that is noticeable. But I think a key in
Last
getting
play of the game of the half, this should be.
a
Will
key
the
might
Hooter
be
beat 'em?
unlocking that number 10.
Yeah, they need to use the ball wider.
See, this could be the last play, as you say, Gaz.
There's the Hooter in the background.
Oh, and Hayden's
He's let
just
him
started
play. He's
out.
let the kids play. He's through. This could be big in the scheme of the game.
Oh, and as the refs come
Same,
together
same.
to deliberate whether that is a try or a touch, and they've awarded the touch. That is great defense.
Let's
That's
see the
great
replay. Will we get
defense
to
from
see a
Niue.
replay on that? Let's just
And
see.
PNG aren't
Of course
happy.
you will. Look at the fantastic footage we're getting here. Live, I thought he may have got it down.
Yes.
Oh, but they were sitting on him, so maybe the touch.
Look,
was
the
made.
refs were in the best position to make that call, and they have made the call. And as you can see, the captain there is Cam.
And the flag flying proudly in the background for Niue. That may have been the difference why that was called a touch there.
It probably was, guys. But we do have the PNG flag here,
And that's
as
why
well.
the scores are level.
And that's why the scores are level, because the flags are out.
All right, we'll be back for the second half in just a minute. Okay, we're back, and just before we take the tap off, we'll just get a bit more insight into the real struggles of putting these PNG teams together financially wise. If you can just let us know how you guys come up with the funding and the struggles that you go through to get these teams on the park.
Yeah, look, it is a bit of a struggle. The cost of flights and the domestic flights within Papua New Guinea are there's a fumble there by Nate. The cost of domestic flights are quite expensive as well. So we had one fundraiser, but the rest of the money is coming out of everyone's pocket. So yeah, we're struggling a bit to get there.
And as far as fundraisers go, what sort of things do you do to raise funds?
So we had a supper plate and a number board that we raised money on, and a portion of that was offset. Oh.
Wow.
That is a great
Good
play
ball.
there. Just sorry to cut you off there, because there's a great play, great footwork there by Anga to get behind the PNG defense here as
Big left foot step, and then a beautiful cutout ball catching the winger out.
100%. Now he could have gone himself, couldn't he, Gaz? He created a bit of space there with that footwork.
Sorry, back to the fundraiser. Did a numbers board?
We did numbers board, yeah. So a board of 100, and it goes through like a programmed number picker, yeah, and then you win money from there. So those two events raised us a little bit of money and helped with the costs.
And as far as PNG goes, is there any big companies over there that might be able to help you guys out in raising some funds or sponsorship for you guys?
I think they help the locals first and foremost, and then we have tried to seek some sponsorship, but unfortunately due to the time frames it's really short turnaround.
And what about for World Cup? But if you started raising funds now, I'm thinking the tournament's in June, July, and so that gives you guys over a year to start raising funds. Is it something you can start doing now, or it's not really because the teams aren't picked yet, or how does that work?
We'd have to wait and see what Touch Football Papua New Guinea have in place, see if they can get some funding, and go from there. Last World Cup, Touch Football Papua New Guinea, it was fully funded. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Wow, and how do they come up with the money? Through affiliations?
No, so that was through the Papua New Guinea government.
Oh, wow, that's
that's
fantastic.
awesome.
Yeah.
And it'd be great if the Papua New Guinea government can come on board again, because obviously all these international events helps put the country on the map.
Definitely.
And shout out to the PNG government. If you can just slip a little bit of funding in that bank account, that would be fantastic for these young kids.
Also shout out to any PNG viewers that we might have.
Definitely.
I know that they love touch football up there. So shout out to them if you're
Here's
watching.
a chance here.
And that's a
ball
great
to the
pass there and a
Well
great
from
shutdown touch there from, I think that is Daniel
Wong.
Yeah, on the wing.
So yeah, funding is definitely going to help these kids, isn't it? Because then it gives you the opportunity to get the best players on the field, not just the families that can afford it.
Yeah. Majority of the players are local players, but I think we had about 11 Brisbane-based players in the last World Cup. So,
and you'd have to think that just with the touch they're exposed to, the Brisbane-based players would be very strong players in those teams, or is the competition quite good in PNG as well?
the competition is really good in Papua New Guinea, and as you can see, we play a more structured style down here. Javan, unlucky.
It's that bloody salmon hat, Ryan.
Oh, Javan. Has Javan scored? Sorry, has he scored this tournament yet?
I don't think so.
No, he hasn't. Oh, so he's just missed out on the opportunity to get some numbers on the board for him.
Yeah.
Young
He
fella.
hurt himself in the first game and didn't play the rest of the day yesterday. So.
Oh, okay. Be good to see Javan cross with his salmon cap. But yeah, sorry, Chris, back to what you were saying.
Yeah,
about
look,
the
skill
level.
set up in Papua New Guinea is amazing, and they run. The running game that they play is outstanding. Oh, unlucky. We really need to adapt to their style to an extent, because it's hard to defend.
Yeah, well, I played against PNG in the World Masters Games in Sydney probably 10 or so years ago. And, wow, they had this little move where 6 of them swept to the wing. And we had the great John Shembry on the wing, the phone, and they just bombarded him. We ended up calling it the spear, we called it. And they would just sweep on him, and the next guy would sweep on him, and he just couldn't get onside.
Yeah,
and
they love their sweepers, PNG, but the amount of raw talent there is just unreal.
It's unreal.
It's and when they start to get a bit of structure behind their plays, it just turns into something that's almost impossible to defend.
And how much involvement do you have in picking those sides? Or
Absolutely none.
Okay, so it's just you
Absolutely
take the
none.
Queensland guys over, present them to the PNG Touch Association,
Correct.
and they pick the sides from there.
Yeah. Yep. I think we just need to regain some composure in this game at the moment. I think they're
Definitely.
they're rushing a little.
Definitely, I think big key is their go forward, especially after a great defense set like we just saw. Getting it forward, getting it direct. As we see Luke Schaefer there bringing the ball up.
You know the thing I noticed about the subset, Ryan? Very hard to get yourself a penalty. Where the arrows, when you're going direct at the same 2 people, you're finding the same 2 people getting caught in the ruck, and you get a lot of penalties, and then that's when you can sub off. But again, when we spoke about the subset, because there's people flying in from every
And bodies in motion.
cause it's very easy to make a mistake.
Definitely,
and
as we
PNG
just
have
saw
turned it over
PNG
now.
turn the ball over, and that does look like a ball down.
He's given that a try, and he's
Yeah.
really stepped up in this game, Trey. That's his second try. The boy we spoke to before from the Palm Beach Stingrays, see him down there quite a bit, showcasing his talent, and he's really putting on a display here in this game.
And with just over 8 minutes left in this half, there's still plenty of time. PNG they're still sniffing around for points here, so there's definitely a lot of opportunity to level things up.
They need to spread the ball out wider. They need to get it out there.
Get in a bit of a foot race, you reckon?
Oh, look.
6 again.
Just spread them out, make them work for it.
And you've got the luxury of having someone like Camboga who's got a really, really great pass both ways on him. So just utilising that, spreading the ball out, setting up good platform for him might be key here. I haven't seen Niue get up in too many of the link channels. I know Joel just got up there to shut down their short side play.
He goes your man right now.
He goes Cam, firing off this pass, and can he finish it on the wing?
Go, Daniel.
Yes, he can. What looks like a great...
down to me.
That does look like a good
back.
try.
So
and
Ryan,
you see the PNGs getting up in arms here, then they're definitely...
So just as you spoke about, Ryan, finding Cam, using his pass, he creates an instant 4-on-3, and the defence just couldn't adjust to it. He was claiming the touch there, but the referees were right on the spot, and they said the ball was down first. So we've got a game on our hands once again.
Yep, it's back to 1, guys. And, yeah, like I said, PNG is still in it. They're still fighting, and it just makes for a cracker of a game.
Oh, if anyone knows a PNG, we don't give up. we fight to the end.
Let's see what Niue can produce on the line here. They do have a few of their weapons here with Naku Perry.
Going for the punish play.
And that's
He's got him.
And the refs just favour the attack there, just claiming that he wasn't onside.
He did get squared up a little here, Ryan. He should have just protected when he was the link, should have just pulled corner, forced him to have to go to the other side of the field. See how he just got caught square on the line there? And that was enough to give Niue the try.
And a lot of the times that actually looks bad for the link, but if you're a link defending that and you can't hear anything from your inside man saying that he's got you covered on the inside, you tend not to trust him, and you tend to square up and sort of take things on board and try to defend them one-on-one. But if you hear your middle saying that, he's there to help you, it gives you confidence there on the...
I guess the thing is there, on the early touches, they're always going to go the quickie play. They never want to...
It's a low-risk play, for the early
so
touches.
you really just got to pull your corner, do your job, and if the middle's not there supporting you in the inside, well, then the coach will pull him up on that. But anyway, we move on. Niue 8, PNG 6 with 5.5 to go.
They've managed to keep PNG scoreless in their attack, so...
See the young fella at link for PNG, number 1. How old is he?
Yeah, that's my nephew. That's Carney. He's 14.
Wow.
Yeah,
what an experience.
It is a big experience, and he stepped up to the plate at trials and he earned his spot in this team.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he was selected by the selectors to play, so it's a big learning curve for him, and hope he's enjoying it.
That's awesome. I'm sure he'd be having the time of his life. Always, it's brilliantly shut down there by Tobias.
He's just a specialised winger, Tobias. He knows what he needs to do to keep those tries
He is
out.
he has been in this Ben's Open squad for a bit, coming through All Nations and a lot of those. So he'd be one of the more experienced players out there, Tobias. As we see Niue through Anga, and Anga is very sharp, and that's a great effort there by the wing, but also met with great defence there too.
Can you tell us how this tournament now stands in the PNG calendar? Like, what does it mean to these players to get selected for this tournament?
Yeah, look, we're hoping, to grow from here, and this being the play on. Yeah, play the ref. We're hoping this will be the first of many. Go, Hayden.
And they've done that cheeky little play down the side, but unfortunately that was a forward pass. We saw it from up here, and the refs are just onto it that time as well.
That channel play starting to work all over the place, isn't it?
It is.
Cam's not happy. He gives the sideline ref a bit of lip, and it cost him 10 metres.
And if you know Cam, he does know how to spray, so I'm sure he'd be getting 20 metres for his trouble.
So this is going to be a big set, Ryan. I think a try here and it's game over.
I think so too, Gaz. If they do manage to defend here, PNG, they'll be looking to find the ball.
Oh, wow.
And they have, and they've been lucky to get that that penalty go their way. Now the aim here is just to find the sub box if you're going to sub, get some players on, and get it down the other end of the park.
Doesn't want to slow it down too much, Ryan. The clock's ticking.
And he's managed to get his team a penalty though, which is good. So tapping it and going forward. See, now here, going forward and finding the line would be the key, because you're racing against the scoreboard, but you're also racing against the clock, so you want to be able to put on points as soon as you can.
Go, Carney!
Oh, he just needed to attack that line straight away.
Oh, and the young fella almost crossed. As we see Cam and Nate there, combining with Kai.
Winger. Boom.
And they've just got up in the channel, so PNG will take that. We'll take the 6 again.
We needed Nate to stay on there, Ryan.
Yeah, maybe.
I think we're pretty strong across the board, especially with our younger boys. They've played a lot of NTLs, NYC.
There's the punish play.
Carney again.
Play. What I'd love to see is this Lexi get on and show a bit of his footwork, and the boys should just unlock him.
Yeah,
a bit on that attack. I think he'd be great to team up with.
Slow it up here. We've got a sub coming on. They need to just.
Daniel.
Has he got him there? Yep, he's called the touch.
They've got a penalty. But yeah, like you were saying.
I think we're sitting on 2 penalties on the line now.
I think you might be right there, Chrissy.
This clock is ticking at a rate, Ryan. They need a try, and a try quickly. Second phase, feed the link.
And that's a great ball there. And Tobias, can he finish it?
He's called him offside here, I think.
He has called the winger offside, and that's great awareness there from Tobias to hear that call and also play through for the ref.
So we're still alive. 1:20 left on the clock.
Well, the key is defence now. Hold them out.
Do you think that there's time in it, Gaz? Do you think that there's time to get a defensive set?
Who scored first?
PNG did.
There's still time. They'll get one more crack each here. What a great game, Ryan. 15 tries so far.
15. Quick math there, Gaz. A bit of Rain Man stuff.
Calculator on the phones these days.
Oh, yeah. Saves your lives.
Good defence by Javon and Lexi there.
One touch there. Great defence there.
They are chewing the clock here. Look for 13 here.
Okay, get on the ball. They need to get on the ball.
Afro's always going to get in your eyes there.
They definitely will. Now, they need to find the other end of the park as quick as they can.
Yep.
And this is when your more experienced players need to step up and just take control.
Well, there's 2 things that can happen here. They're either going to get a penalty or they need a scooper.
Good jump.
And now Nate Woods just needs to take control.
This is the last shot at the title. For the victory. Still playing on.
And
there we have it.
Shut down there by the Niue team. And
what a great game, Ryan.
What a great game. What a great game. A fight back till the end, but unfortunately just a little too late.
Yeah, but both sides should be extremely proud of their efforts then. A great game. It showcased the brilliant attack, and we also saw some great defence there. So I'd be waving the flag proudly if I was both countries there.
100%, Gaz. Christy, thank you for joining us up at commentary.
Thanks for having me.
We too will go for a break. And
there's a great insight into the struggles of the Pacific Nation and the work that all their great volunteers are doing behind the scenes. We wish you well for next week's event, and also getting some of these Queensland PNG boys in the World Cup team. So thanks very much.
No, thank you. And a big shout out to to our PIA committee. They work tirelessly as volunteers and put a lot of time into that. So yeah, big shout out to the guys.
Awesome. We'll see the viewers very soon for our next game.
Since 1975, Stratis has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Stratis is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball.
Rugby league.
AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Stratis has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah.
Rightio guys, here we go. Samoa versus Niue. Second game of the day for both these teams, Ryan, I would suspect.
Yes, I believe that is right, Gaz. We saw Samoa against PNG earlier on today, snagging a quick win there. So that'd be good for them as they meet this Niue team. They'll have a lot of confidence.
And I bet you the players are happy. There's a big cloud over the top now, so that's probably going to cool conditions down a little.
Yep, I know. I'm happy sitting in this commentary box.
They're calling it the sweat box, Ryan.
They definitely are calling it the sweat box because
here we go, sweeper from Jatali. Oh, she just didn't get the ball down then and ruined a certain opportunity.
It says we've got this quick little punish play, and she's just caught her napping on that link there.
So straight off the tap off, the Samoans have taken the lead.
Yep, and we've got that. I think that was 9, Logan.
Let's have a look. 9.
Yeah, that was 9, Logan. Yeah, and she was one of their informed players in the last game against PNG. Logan and Jatea there taking control of Samoa's attack, so hopefully we can see a bit more of that in this game here.
So Ryan, a lot of the teams are coming up with this punish on the link. So 2 ways to stop that is get the link to pull their corner way harder and have the middle who's not making the touch help them out on the inside. Or if it's early touches, maybe the link can actually the middle can actually make the touch, forcing the other teams to go into a 4-on-3 platform and taking away that early touch attempted at a punish.
Now, from an attacking perspective, when you're running a punish, what are the key? Do you run to score? I know it might sound like a silly question, but do you run to score do you run that play to score, or do you just do that to sort of condition the defense as well as is it a bit of both?
Well, obviously, if you can jag a cheap try out of it, that's obviously a number one option, but like you said, Ryan, it's just about setting him up. It's like a boxer throwing a few jabs first before he goes for the knockout blow. And if you can get the link to keep pulling their corner, the middle might start coming and helping them out, and that's when you can start throwing the 32 plays and opening them up that way.
So one of those low risk, high reward sort of plays.
Exactly.
Definitely. There's Margaret takes the tap off as Samoa get a penalty, just working towards their sub box, and they've got all their subs on. So fresh set of 6 with fresh legs. Finding Niue's line here. Now they've scored early, Samoa, so you'd think that they'd have a bit of confidence. And from Eden Yandel going down the wing there, almost had her. Shaked her all Eden. Eden's one of the girls that played in that 2015 World Cup that I was a part of. And so she's got a bit of experience. And they spread it wide and they come through, and just unlucky. They've had a bit of bodies roll over each other there as well on that link. I wonder if Louise is okay for Niue. She's just...
Kaya Campbell had time to measure that pass then, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. And see, Louise took a fall, and the first thing that she checked is if her hat was okay. And I love to see that. You don't just... you're not worried about the body, you're worried about the cap. Yes. Make sure the cap is...
And the looks. It is on live stream.
Definitely,
so you've got to be looking good out there.
And you're not just representing yourself, you're also representing your family, so you want to make sure you do look good. As Niue are just finding their way into the middle of the field now.
Are they missing today, the two sisters?
And we see Renee's there coming up.
Maybe missing Brooke out there today.
I think they are missing Brooke out there today, so it might just be one of the Holomatatutama sisters out there, Jamie. So let's see if one half of the sisters can still produce a bit of magic. As we see Renee's there trying to run that rooster play.
It's great defence here from Samoa.
It is great defence.
Long ball.
Ooh, and just...
that's a tackle 0 now, or touch 0 now when you take an intercept.
Oh, right? That is. And as you're saying that, Gaz, we've just had Ella just spilling the beans there, trying to hold on to the ball. So giving Niue a perfect opportunity to score again. And they've just been brilliantly defended by Samoa.
They do need an organiser out there at the moment, Niue, don't they?
They do,
look a little bit rattled.
Cometh the hour, cometh the woman. We've got Jamie running out there trying to see if she can organise her girls and get a bit of direction on there. And unfortunately, they've just given a not square penalty and turned the ball over. See Samoa there working towards their box. Coming through. Inyandel at half. Finding Letitia there, just driving in, coming into their 5th and last touch as they're spreading it wide, and they've found Margaret, and I think they might be getting a 6 again here.
Smart play then from Margaret, wasn't it?
It definitely was, and we've seen Jamie come across from the left side of the field all the way to the right side of the field for that cover defence and getting a hand in the passing channel, which created that 6 to go. And speaking of those punished plays, we see Letitia having a crack at the line. And great defence there from Niue.
She really burrowed away in there, didn't she?
Yeah, she definitely did. I think part of the secret with the punish is how low and how quick you can find that line, isn't it, Gaz?
Yeah. I don't know, but they tell me it is.
As we see Jate.
Oh, she's in the corner here.
Wow.
Jate gets the pass away to Margaret, and she's crashed over in the corner. And Samoa takes a 2-0 lead.
They do, indeed.
Across the line again, they take the lead 2-0 over Niue. About 8.5 minutes to play.
Now, Gaz, while it's just us up in the commentary, I'd love to take a dive into your touch history. You're one of those players that's seen it all, played it all, and been everywhere. take us through a quick rundown of the amount of tournaments, not the amount, but the different tournaments that you played in your life on a first we'll start with a state level. So you've obviously, coming from Sydney, you've played in the New South Wales State Cup and the Warden Cup and things like that. What are some of the clubs that you've played for?
Well, I'm not a club hopper, Ryan, but I have played for a few clubs, and that's only because of the time frame I've played for. So I started off with Cronulla Touch, and then I went from Cronulla to Souths, but that was because the Cronulla men's team folded, so I went to Souths. Then we won a comp there in the State Cup, and then Souths, the affiliate, folded due to just because of financial reasons. They decided to go to what was then known as Natra, an unaffiliated comp. So we all went over to the Roosters, and that's where I spent a fair share of my career.
Now with the name the Rooster, that's a very common play that's in touch, and rumor would have it that it was actually started by yourself over at the Roosters. The Rooster play being the classic pop and get around, play close to the line. Now, is that rumor true? How true is a rumor like that? Because I remember hearing, when I learnt to play the Rooster, hearing that it was started by a player named Gary Sonner. This was obviously before I met you, and then I did meet you, and I had actually have never asked you if the rumors were true. So dispel those for us, Gary. Is that true? Did you in fact invent the play the Rooster?
Well, the Rooster is named after myself. Whether I invented it or I just perfected it, I'm not too sure. But yeah, you do still hear plenty of people calling it. And yeah, so that's a little bit of a nice thing to have against your name, that there's a play named after you. And yeah, there were good times at the Roosters. We actually just went on a cruise for our 25-year reunion, and 12 of us from the winning State Cup team from the Souths and East days went on the cruise.
And how many titles under your belt over at Roosters?
So,
and as we say that, Louise has just snuck through and happened to find Jamie there on as we see on the replay here. Louise done a fantastic job. She did a fantastic job to just find the Samoan team just napping there as she had a little show and go. And just finding Jamie there to...
That's great to see Niue hit back, Ryan, and 2-1 on the Strutty scoreboard.
Definitely, Gaz.
So with the titles for the Roosters, I won 3 Vorton Cups. I was player coach of those teams. And then a little bit later on in my career, I backed up with the likes of Terry Deegan and Topi and Kane Rangi and Dean Williams, and jagged another one there. And we also won a State Cup. So those titles aren't as easy to win as you think. From the Roosters, I went across to Canterbury for a few years, where we made 6 grand finals, or 3 Vorton Cup and 3 State Cup finals in a row, winning 1 of each in 2007. And then at the back end of my career, I teamed up with Tony Trad and went to West for a few years, where we made we're lucky enough to win 2 Vorton Cup finals, and I think we made the State Cup final 2 or 3 years in a row, only to fall short on each occasion in them. So pretty good times. 7 Vorton Cup titles was not a bad way to end the career. 7
Vorton Cup titles. Well, you've heard it here. So between the commentating team, I think between us, we've got about 7. So that's some experience. 7 titles between us, which is good. But if we talk about State Cup titles, I think I've got 1 up there. So we've got a couple State Cup titles between us. So it's good. A lot of experience here. I'm speaking on behalf of you now, Gaz. A lot of experience in this commentary team this weekend, which is always good to have.
Yeah, and I'm lucky enough that it's a bit of a privilege for me to be up here actually to see these Pacific nations and all the time and effort and the work the volunteers put in, and obviously being part of the Australian touch setup. We're probably a little bit luckier than these guys, where we get looked after a little more, probably both financially and with the base we have. So it's great to see that these kids are now being showcased like the Australian teams are. Oh, wow, he's going to award that.
Wow, and that was a very,
sharp.
very great play there. And we've got Renese crossing, showing some bit of footwork, catching this on the outside. If we look at the Strutty's replay here, just showing that right foot and just squeezing in between the two Samoa defence there to even up the score.
She's been a star for Niue, hasn't she?
She definitely has. Her and her sister Tay has just, if you remember Tay from yesterday's game, throwing in that beautiful flick pass there.
And one thing we'll notice as the camera pans across is the Niue flag.
The Niue flag is up and about. And you know what? Since we saw the Niue flag up and about.
Just as we speak, Samoa's gone in.
And they have. And I think it is... Was that Logan that crossed across there? No, that was number 13. That's Cody.
Good dive, great finish, and that punish play again.
That punish play, punish play, yeah. A lot of links have been caught out on that punish play there. You'd think that, as they say, a touch, go to the well until the well runs dry. And if the punish play is working, don't stop running it.
But I think from a coaching perspective, they really need to get their links to either not make those touches on the early ones or make sure they're getting out of the 5 metre and really protecting that corner again to force them to go to the harder option, which is the 4-on-3.
That is right. And I think we're going to be joined up here in commentary very shortly by our very own Michael Rasmussen. And here he is. Michael, how are you?
Not bad, not bad. What have you been doing up here? You haven't been looking at me walk around the fields and bagging me or anything, have you?
No, we haven't, actually. We just had a quick rundown on Gary Saunders' touch history over in Sydney there. Couple Warden Cups, couple State Cup titles. That he's got 7 Warden Cups, actually, which is 7 more than both of us put together.
Away, Jataya.
And here we go, Jataya just needs to team up with someone, and she's teamed up with Caitlin.
Nice. Yeah. And only a
to
minute
now
to
make
go,
it 4-2.
It's a great time to score and extend that lead by 2 for Samoa.
It definitely is. And you can just see by the body language of how the Niue's are coming onto the field now. The body language has sort of dropped a bit, but I don't think that they're out of this game completely because they're still hanging in there and they're still creating when they get to the line. They've just had a bit of they've just been unlucky with their defence moving off the line because the fast pace of the Samoan team have...
Michael, as far as the scoreboard goes, a win here, will that seal a place in the final for Samoa?
That sure will. We can get this win. We're booked our first spot, then it's relying on our men's to knock off PNG, which, Brian, I saw Niue topped them by 1 there in that last game. It was a bit of an upset.
Yeah.
Or Niue just put a clinic.
No, it was a very close game. It was actually very entertaining. But yeah, no, Niue were very clinical at parts and yeah, just ended up getting it over PNG by that 1 try, as you said. So it does make things a bit interesting for PNG's game against yours.
And it keeps Niue's hopes alive. They can still make this final. They go face Cook Islands as well after us. So if we can get the win, we seal it. If we go down, it goes into a 3-way stat problem.
And how does that work, Michael? Is it just a simple for and against?
Yeah, simple for and against. Whoever's for and against looks better. If that does happen, then happy days.
Okay, we'll just have a quick break while we go into half-time, and we'll be back shortly. Rightio, welcome back. About 20 seconds until we get underway again. And Samoa 4-2 looking to book their spot in the final this afternoon in the inaugural Strutties Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. That's a mouthful, isn't it, Ryan?
It is a mouthful, Gaz, but I think as we're just having a bit of trouble here figuring out.
Have you got me?
Yes.
Yes.
And we're all set there.
The name, Ryan, it's a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a mouthful, but like all things that are mouthfuls, there's a joke in there somewhere.
And what about that Niue flag? What do you reckon, Ryan? No afro in the girls' team?
No afro in the girls' team.
But the flag is there.
But like we've said, if the flag's high in the sky, something try.
Do you think, Michael, come finals time, there will be a bit of more national pride and we will see a few more flags come out?
Oh, I think we did send the message out to the Tour Samoa page to put them on your car again, bring back the World Cup spirits and drive on into Bill Norris Oval, Beenleigh.
Now, Mike, I've got an idea for, you know, at some of these comps, they have a flick pass comp and they've got a, sometimes they've got like a relay race. For a comp like this, can we have a Chehu contest to see which nation could give the loudest Chehu?
Oh, mate, if Samoa lost that, there'd be a...
There'd be a riot?
Yeah, I think so. Like,
I believe...
We actually go to bed saying Chehu. And that's straight after our prayer, Chehu, go to sleep. And if we say it too loud, our mum and dad walk in and Chehu our head. So...
Well, I think that's... that when you are...
We'll think about it, but we'll think about putting it to the agenda.
Definitely. So a lot of things on board for 2024 with Red Bull and Jetstar coming on as official sponsors. Shout out to Red Bull and Jetstar. And also Jetstar, if you are listening, I am still waiting for that refund on the missing baggage.
And later on in the next men's game, Ryan, we will be calling in the legend of rugby league and touch football, Scott Prince.
Oh, yes,
now,
we will.
There's a man that can get a sponsor.
There is a man that can get a sponsor, but also just, and it'd be awesome for the listeners at home because Scott Prince is obviously had an illustrious rugby league career, but the things that he's doing in touch football at the moment is just out of this world with the amount of comps that he does play and the amount of competitions that he does wins. And as I'm saying there is an injury in back play.
Let's hope she's all right.
Yeah, let's hope. But yeah, no, it'd be great to have him on the commentary team for the next men's game.
We've got to make sure the aunties, the medics will come out and sort that.
Yep, here come all the doctors now.
And I think it does look like an ankle injury. And now, they're not the qualified doctors, but they are the what we know as the island doctors, and
and the flags coming out.
And the flags coming out as well. And I know that the island doctors, it's just hey, you okay? And then they just wait for the thumbs up, and then that's medically signed off to play on.
And then those doctors also become the stretcher.
That's 100%. Now, along with the doctor, that's also the team physio, and also your team manager as well. So a lot of hats there.
They'll go to the medic now.
Anyway, it's good to see her. She's been carried off the back, but we're hoping that she's okay.
Definitely.
So just back to our man, Scott Prince. I think he's 43 years old now, still playing in the National Mix Open Comp. He's very fit. He's proudly sponsored by BSC, F45, Ringers Western, Strutties.
And as you're saying that, sorry guys to cut you off, but there's a try, and at what play did they run? The punish play, and that has just been a favourite for teams coming in this comp.
And they haven't adapted Niue, have they? They've leaked 3 of them and they haven't adapted.
They haven't. But it's also, on the Samoa side, it's good to recognise that what's worked and they keep going back to it.
What about, Ryan, how are you going to go when Princey comes and joins you? I got a video sent from you on the other night when Katoni Staggs did a little runaway. The Broncos won their 4 in a row. He's an ex-Broncos player. You got your Broncos jersey out ready for him to sign it?
I think I've had all my memorabilia. I think he's actually signed parts of my body when I've seen the first time I saw Princey around there. So I've had my fanfare. Now he's just one of the boys you just see around the touch comp. But like most players, he has aged down with every comp that he plays and the amount of comps that he plays. I think he's 16, pushing on 17 years old, if I'm fair.
young blood still, young blood.
And Ryan, before he comes into the box, we can pay him out a little bit. How many times has he told you that he's a Clive Churchill medalist?
I think 17 times, and 17 is the amount of dollars that he owes me as well. So I'll be sure to hit him up about that. I remember at a steak up, I shouted him a meal, and he said, "I'll pay you back." I still haven't seen it. Yeah, so I'll be sure to hit him up. Now, it started off as 78 cents, but it just accrued interest over time. So you can just imagine how much time.
So you're another one of his sponsors then.
Yeah, I guess you could call that.
Anyway, he's a great ambassador for the game. Spends a lot of time going around the fields, talking to all the young kids that look up to him. And I do notice he gets a cheeky photo with a few of the mothers as well, Ryan.
Shout out to Carly watching this as well.
And when you've got a body like that, why wouldn't you?
So not my treadmill body? No. Doesn't compare.
I think you need to see Scott and see if he can get you signed up for the F45 with the BSC shred package.
Be sure to invite me for the next game to commentate then. I'll hit him up on live stream.
And what we've just seen there is just Niue turning over the ball, and on the restart there for Samoa, they've actually just lost it, giving Niue the attacking opportunity again on Samoa's line. So let's see if they can come up with some...
good
with
touch.
A try, and that's just great cover defence there coming through by Nikia. Just coming through from that link.
Batesy, the danger that we spoke about yesterday.
Yes, that is Tay Bate. And a great pass here, and it's just a touch and pass. So a try goal missing. As we see Batesy limping in the background, I hope she's okay now. But yeah, no, wait till you see a flick pass from Tay. Remember yesterday we were blessed with one of those ones. She's definitely got that skill.
At 5-2 down, now's the time to bring it out, right?
Oh, definitely. And I think Logan there almost poking her way through.
Since you've mentioned her name as one of the players to look out for, Ryan, she's really stepped up her game.
Yeah, well, it was actually Michael that told us about Logan, one of the stars that are coming through the Samoa system.
Yeah, very young girl, and like I said, I've been around Samoa touch for a long time.
Oh, Caitlin's just snuck through, and can she find someone? And she finds Margaret on the wing there.
All that work that she's doing as a volunteer, Michael, and she now gets a reward on the live stream.
And Caitlin doing a fantastic job here, just poking her way through in between the in goal there to find Margaret on the sideline there.
And shout out to our very good colleagues, the stream team. Margaret, you'll be able to watch yourself back scoring that try with our friends, the stream team. We in the commentary box are the dream team, and they are the stream team.
And of course, the man behind everything, Regan here, up at the stream team. Go through to their Instagram page at the stream team AU. And be sure to, if you have any questions for any streaming or anything like that, be sure to hit Regan up.
Shout out to Solomon Islands South Pacific Games. I hope you're watching. Regan's ready to come and join the event in Solomon Islands. All you got to do is give him a call and he'll be there. Touch World Cup, England, if you're watching, Regan's ready.
Give the men a crack.
And the 5% commission we're working on, Ryan, would come in handy if we can sign him up for those two events.
We're always looking for that commission, Gaz.
The KO Sports didn't call you last night, Gaz. I saw you tagged Fox Sports in your personal Instagram post.
No calls yet.
No calls?
It's just a scheduling issue for me, Michael. That's all it is. Just a scheduling issue.
Well, 6.5 minutes to go. Samoa 6, Niue 2. And let's hope that Niue can find a little bit of energy for this last 6 minutes, because they have been fantastic for this event to have them on board. And we want to see them go down swinging right to the very end and doing their country proud.
And I think they will, Gaz. Now, with just over 6 minutes ago, is there enough time for Niue to turn this over? Being down by 4 tries.
I would think that the energy levels being a little bit down after a hard few games may see the clock beat them, but I just hope they can put in a good performance where they can be proud of themselves, their families can be proud, and of course their flag waver can be proud.
Yes, and speaking of flag waver, I think she is missing from the field, and so we do not have a flag flying, guys. And I don't think I've seen a flag fly once for Samoa, Michael. So are you able to...
No, they're still attached to our cars from the World Cup. But we have told them if we're going to the finals, go detach them from your car, attach them to the side of the field, and let everyone know Samoa is still in Logan.
Oh, there we go, the flick.
Batesy.
There we go.
I knew it was coming. And she's got a penalty
And she's got a penalty for it, and that's all
the ref's
Tay Bates with
rewarding
that flick.
good quality footy.
100%, and that's what you want. Tan, if you could whip another one out, why not? With just 5 minutes to go as Niue take the tap on the 5 metre line and try to see if they can create something.
14's the danger girl here. Let a counties play here, Ryan.
All from the link. And she was live with that.
Great play, but a great touch there.
And that is a great touch there from the number 6, Talia. As Tay Bates is commanding the troops around. Oh, and unlucky there with the play of the ball, which...
Not allowed to kick it until the last. That must be remembered.
As Samoa get the turnover just on their 5 metre line, and they'll work to still keep the pressure here. So now, Mike, being from Samoa, how good would it be if you could see a Samoa men's and women's in the final?
Oh, I think it'll be outstanding. I think, although I'm wearing two hats here, I think Samoa with pride and passion, but also, you know, I wouldn't mind if a PNG or Niue side did end up making it, and I saw the men's kept their hopes alive. So
yeah, no, I definitely think the PNG men's will make it. I was just merely asking the question just to show a bit of support for the Samoan nation.
Well, we will find out in about 11 minutes' time.
We definitely will.
How we come out to the field. About 40 minutes later, we'll know who won it. But I did have a cheeky go at Camboga down there. I said, mate, you wouldn't believe it. I told my team after listening to you mic'd up yesterday, if we just run at you, your breath will run out. And so, game plan, go to Boga.
Well, I must say, Camboga has been one of their best attacking weapons for PNG. We saw him throw a few double cutout passes in that last game, Ryan. And his experience will be a big factor in this next game.
Definitely, definitely. And Cam does have a lot of experience. Just speaking on him real quick. He is a Queensland NYC player. So he does come with a lot of that experience.
Few injuries, the lad.
Yeah,
come off the back of pretty big injuries.
But yeah, he does have that good pedigree behind him of being well drilled in touch. So
it looks like with only 2 minutes 40 left on the clock, Samoa have secured their place in the big one.
It does look that way, Gary.
Choo-hoo. Choo-hoo to all the supporters
Oh,
watching.
and as we say that, Samoa might be crossing again with Logan.
There goes Logan again.
The flag should... You remember... Now, Princey, ask him about when Buck used to run around the field at the Broncos. Maybe we can set that up for the finals, that every time the nation scores, they got to send aunties around the field holding the flags high.
I think that's a great idea.
There's your relay, auntie versus auntie.
I think we'll have a bit of trouble with a couple of things. One is finding a flag for each nation, and the second is finding an auntie willing to run in for each nation.
Maybe we can have 4 aunties from each team as per a relay so that they don't get exhausted, because I'm predicting a big scoreline in those games, maybe a 13 plus.
So as we approach the 1 minute and a half mark left in this game.
I'm going to leave yous now, guys. I'm going to go and do a quick little warm-up. So Boga's the one to look out for.
So good luck.
Any other tips for me, Ryan, before I get out there?
Yeah, just lose.
Okay. We'll see what we can do.
Good luck, Michael.
No worries. Good luck, Michael. Hope you play well.
See yous.
Okay, we've got a minute 18 on the clock.
As we say goodbye to Michael there to go prepare for his knockoff game against Papua New Guinea. Obviously wishing him well, but as Gary and I are both proud PNG men, we're going to back PNG here, aren't we, Gary?
Well, if he decides to give me a pay rise during the day, I might go for Samoa, but otherwise I'm definitely cheering on the PNG crew. And shout out to Struddies and Ross, who will be doing my assessment pretty shortly after this tournament for the pay rise.
Well, shout out to them too.
Okay, here we go. 6 again here to Niue. Let's hope they can get one try here, Ryan, to end their tournament in style.
Yeah, it would be good to see, just if not to lose morale totally, and just to keep having fun out there. The Niue girls, they keep creating, as we see Tay Bates just running in the field. Hopefully we can see another flick pass. Oh, she's snuck her way through.
Maybe she was
There,
trying that
Janika.
swan dive from the last game.
Oh, maybe. Taking a bit out of Letitia's page.
Here's a punish.
Oh, great pass there on that short
Tell
side.
you what, they've defended well on the wings, Samoa, haven't they?
They have.
There's the
As
hooter
we
in the
see
background.
the hooter in the
Innocent.
background going, oh, and that's...
What a great game.
What a great game.
And the Samoan girls are through to the grand final. And we say a big thank you to Niue for their participation in this event.
And that rings in the final siren.
And we will take a break here before we come back with the great man, Scott Prince, for the game, the next men's game on board. We'll see you very shortly.
Not a problem.
Since 1975, Strategies has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strategies is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The massive clash here between Samoa and PNG. Whoever wins this is going to be a big chance of making the final dance. Samoa win, they're definitely in, and if PNG win, it'll go on for and against. So it's going to be a cracker. Rasmussen, straight from the tap-off, tries something. And I've got the dream team back in here again with my mate Ryan, and we're lucky enough to welcome special guest Scott Prince.
Scott Prince, welcome to the commentary team, mate. How are you?
Thank you very much, boys. It's been outstanding commentary. I've been loving it. Tuning in, live streaming here.
And Samoa, as we talk, score straight off the tap-off from the likes of Jesse again. He's been the standout player in this tournament so far, Ryan.
He definitely has. I think going off form yesterday, he's involved in every single try the Samoan team had, and I think we might be seeing something similar today with him giving the first long ball for their first try.
And Scott, can you just fill us in? You've just come back from a successful NTL campaign where you guys, he's bombed it, where you guys were crowned national champions. And Jesse was in your team, and he was the clutch man every time the Sharks side needed a try.
Yeah, he was certainly the one to go to, especially in our attacking pod. And, very successful campaign. And, worked very hard. I have to say that everyone did their job, did their role, but it was Jesse who stood up when we needed a try. So he's in outstanding form at the moment, and as you can see here in the early part of this match, he's the one to go to early.
And who else was in his pod down there that carved up with him?
You have Ashton, and also we've got Darnell as well. So, all three boys were outstanding. As Samoa scores another try, making it 2-0.
And great little late switch there back with Caden. Just to bring the scores up to 2-0.
The switch, Scott, it's still a very, very big play in the game that's underused, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, especially when you've got defensive teams who want a man on. That's when it becomes the play to go to. And as you can see here, it looks like the PNG have the younger legs out of PNG and Samoa, so they back their chances to go man on, but you're certainly isolated if there's a late switch back.
And with the Samoan side, they've obviously got the experience, so those guys are going to be able to read pretty early in the game how they are defending, and if that is man on, and they're going to be able to adjust to that.
Yeah, that's right. And as you see again, PNG run their same play. They've got a bit of an ML platform, so middle dump with the link chiming in and looking to be a bit of a passive. So at the back with the Samoan winger making the right choice there defensively.
And they've earned themselves a penalty here to get out of their own half quite easily. Scott, we'll just bring you in, mate. Obviously, you had a very successful rugby league career, over 300 games, Queensland State of Origin player, and an Australian representative.
As you see, Michael Rasmussen there finding Wes on that M2 play. And Wes again being that.
It's all about the salmon cap, isn't it?
Yeah, being that other strike player there, setting it up for Michael, and he's just dishing it off to Wes and saying, "Here, mate, you deliver that last pass," and Wes has.
And they've really come out swinging, Samoa.
They definitely have, with Jamor finishing that try. I think that's his second try for the day.
So, Scott, as we were saying, represented Australia in rugby league, had a very successful career, premiership with the Tigers, and also a man of the match, Clive Churchill, winning performance in that game. Something that you'll always be able to claim, which is fantastic. And since you've retired, you've come back to touch football, which you've told me before that going through your schoolboy days was a very important part of your progress as a rugby league player. And you seem to be everywhere in touch football, so you must really love the sport.
Yeah, I love the sport. I mean, it's played a massive role in my development, as you said, coming through as a young kid. And he sort of gave me the skills, which you can utilise in the game of rugby league. And certainly one of those areas that I wasn't really fond of is the contact. But, I mean, you sort of get used to it as you get involved in the game of league. But as far as spatial awareness, footwork, and the chance to throw the footy, as we see here, Samoa putting on a bit of a clinic.
And they are just having some fun with it, aren't they, Scott? You can see there that that's just all skills just coming off the back of quick footwork, as we can see in this Struddy's replay there, Tommy Tapu, and Wes with the late switch.
What they're doing very well, Samoa, is they're driving forward very hard, and that's giving them chances on the back end of things where the PNG boys are going backwards and they're not being able to team up as a defend as a team, and it's all individual, and they're, like Scott said before, they get caught chasing in, and Samoa putting on a few late switches.
And it's just adjustments as well, hey, guys, because that is not what we've seen Samoa do, that go forward. And it has been a bit of an adjustment that they've made to come into this game. And off the back of that platform, you can see the brilliance that we have seen, which is given them a 4-0 lead in this opening 5 minutes.
So, Scott, just fill us in with coming back to touch football, the teams you've played in and the levels you've got to, if you can.
Yeah, I guess when I first come back into touch, I wanted to learn the game. I know it changed so much, in the time that I had off playing league, and it went from 7-on-7, now it's 6-on-6, and you got all these policies and plays that you have to adjust to. But yeah, I played a number of competitions right from the get-go. I think it was 4 or 5 nights a week trying to adjust to the structure and the plays of the new age touch football, policies and so forth. So sort of went through the 30 systems, and then now got the opportunity to play in the mixed open, which I'm very grateful for, and really enjoying the strategic part of mixed touch football. Oh, nice try.
Try there. I would have thought that number
is
5
a try.
made it, but it's good for the game. It's good for the game, Ryan. The gap closes, and Samoa now lead 4-1.
And
so
you know which play they went to, Gaz?
The punish.
The punish.
Yeah, so Scott, obviously going to the Opens game, you've had to spend a lot of time away from the field with your fitness to keep up with all these young guys.
Yep.
You're very big on fitness and recovery and all that. Can you just fill the viewers in at home on what sort of things you do? Because obviously all these Pacific nations people, if they do want to get to the top level, that's going to have to become a policy of theirs to do the homework.
Yeah, exactly. And I think at the end of the day, as the game is changing and fitness levels are obviously increasing, and as you know, Gazzy, we're not getting any younger, so you have to sort of work out each and every day, just trying to stay, I guess, ahead of the game. So as you get older, you want to be challenged more, and that's sort of the frame of mind I'm in at the minute, and really enjoying the mental challenge, but also the physical challenge. And the only way to get that work done is to obviously do something each and every day and look after your body. So, as a young kid, you just think that you don't have to warm up and, stretch down. So it's very important. It's vital, especially when you're playing 3 or 4 day tournament.
And just going on that, your job, 9 to 5 job during the week is with Beyond Broncos. And so obviously that job, if you can just fill us in, entails you to go around to schools and promote a healthy lifestyle to the young Indigenous kids.
Yeah, I guess essentially the program itself is to inspire and I guess get our young kids, especially our young women, attending school. So it's based on school attendance, and when they're able to hit 90% attendance, good behaviour and positive participation. So being engaged in the classwork and in what needs to get done as far as their education is concerned, they get rewarded through that. Little sneaky play down the short side there for the PNG team.
They're unlucky there. Scott to get that forward pass.
Pretty well read, but from Samoa.
Very well read. Very well read.
Yeah, but I mean, we sort of, there's not only myself as an ambassador facilitator of the program, but we're also joined by Hodjo. We've got Ali Brigginshaw, Beryl Friday, Alex Glenn, Darius Boyd, and Sam Thaiday, and also joining the ranks for the facilitators is also Ryan James as well. So we've got a star-studded mentoring crew there, and really enjoying it. Been doing that now for the last 8 or 9 years.
Amazing.
Yeah, nice. The kids must really love that. Rasmussen with a no look, and Samoa starting to streak away here, Ryan.
They are. And it honestly just looks like Samoa just out there having fun. They're doing all their hard work early, getting up the field, getting to PNG's trial line, and they could just have fun, throw the footy around, promote the ball a bit. And that razzle-dazzle stuff just comes naturally for the Samoan team. So Jamor there crosses over for the...
Is Thomas number 12?
Yes. So
I tell you what, I think he's going to be the man to watch out for at the after party tonight, because his feet are electric out there. So I can only imagine him on the dance floor.
They definitely are electric.
There is an after party?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Now, Scott,
Yes.
just what you were saying on all those Bronco... Oh, great try there. The old stager works with the young guy.
And, we have Luke Schaefer there crossing over. Sorry to cut you off there, Scott, but we got Nate teaming up with Luke Schaefer there. Luke just giving him that 4-on-3, faking the punish, giving the 4-on-3 setup, and Nate coming back against traffic, just catching the Samoa team, not staying a bit tight there on the link. Which gets them 2 points now, and the score is now 5-2. Is there
4.5 minutes to go before halftime? They'll be looking to definitely get a stop here, and Samoa have put on their dangerous attackers here, so they'll be looking to get one back. Scott, just back on the crew that the Broncos have put together there for your work. That must be, the kids must be starstruck once all you guys walk into a room.
Yeah, they are. They certainly, get inspired by, I guess the quality and calibre of the player, but also the retired and experience that they've had on and off the field. But so it's really important that it's all about the kids, getting them at school, and how important it is to get an education just opens up their doors as far as, life and work as they move into their adult life.
And do you get to, say you've gone to a school and let's say 2021, do you get to go back to that school? So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, have you seen kids that you first saw that were struggling, and then a couple of years later they've come good due to the fact that you guys have gone out there and inspired them?
Yeah, the program itself, I mean, it changes people's lives. It's not necessarily about the program. It's opening up the doors, and essentially that's what it's there for. So I've seen some of the students that have been in grade 7, so their first year in high school, go all the way through, struggle early, gain that confidence just from the program itself, and also, the help of some wonderful staff at each and every school. And then they graduate and onto university or finding jobs straight out of school, which is awesome. That's exactly what we do it for.
And we need more programs like that, hey Scott, because sport is a great vehicle, but also people coming from sport like yourself and the team that you have behind you. Some of these kids look up to you as their idols, and when you're relaying those positive feedback and affirmation to these kids, is exactly what they need sometimes. As we see Nate here. Darting at a half and just giving a good link ball, but
See
just shut
see
down.
the number
good.
one out there, Scott, at the link for PNG. He's only 14 years old.
Wow, that's just a great experience for him. He's holding his own too, the young fella.
Yeah,
Look at him
young
go.
Carney, yeah. Good on him. So how old were you, Scott, when you first started playing touch?
I was introduced to the game of touch footy at the age of 13. So I was playing cricket with my mate, best mate. I didn't even know there was a touch competition back home in Mount Isa where I grew up, and I was introduced to touch footy back then, and played right up until under 15s, and then I got signed up on a scholarship with the North Queensland Cowboys in 96, which is showing my age a little bit here, but I moved across to Townsville, and that's when I still played touch, and then had to make a decision whether to stick with touch footy or obviously play league.
Oh, wow. And then never went back to cricket?
Never went back to cricket. Mate, that ball is so hard. Wow. That is hard, that ball. I'd rather get tackled by Willie Mason and worry about catching a red, hard cricket ball.
Just don't let Willie Mason bite you with those new teeth, mate.
Oh,
so Scott,
smile.
obviously a proud Indigenous man, and that's something that you do in your daily job as well. Can you just tell us how Deadly Choices ties in with the Broncos stuff? Because I do see you do a few promotional shots in the Deadly Choices uniforms.
Yeah, so Deadly Choices obviously have their own, respected program, and it's all about, raising awareness on health and, life outcomes, with our mob, and, teaming up with the Broncos, using the Broncos as a vehicle to drive these messages. Very similar about using players and, ambassadors and mentors in that area, just to, as you know, rugby league's a big part of our community, both Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and it's just about giving it the profile that it deserves. So, I'm one of many ambassadors that help, drive that message with our mob and community. So, that's probably where you see these deadly shirts that get around. They do their 715 health check, and when they're able to do that, we encourage prevention's better than cure, to find out if they've got any form of illness and so forth, to get to it early. So once you get that health check done, you'll get those deadly shirts which are floating around the communities.
Mm-hmm. And that just this will be the last play here of the half as the hooter sounds in the background. So if Samoa are going to do anything like they have, I reckon they might throw it around here.
I think you'll find they will. The late switch.
Brilliant if they do.
Forward.
And
I
think that was
here, so we're going to go one more touch, Ryan, for PNG.
And I think that was Tom Brady-esque, that pass. So,
Scott, just while we'll watch this last touch, and then we might just continue talking to you, if that's all right, during the break for a second.
Yeah, I suppose.
There we go, half time. Actually, no, we will take a break. We'll finish our chicken burger, and then we'll come back in the second half to keep chatting to you, if that's cool. We'll see you soon, guys. are back underway in this second half of the all-important game between Samoa and PNG. Samoa have a 5-2 lead at half-time, looking to cement themselves a spot in the big dance. There's your boy, Cam, throwing bombs. Great defence there by Samoa. So, Scott, we'll let this set go through and we'll ask you a few more quick questions, if that's okay.
That is perfectly fine.
So, as far as touch football goes, you've played 2 World Cups for Australia. In 2015, we teamed up to win the World Cup in the over-30s division.
Yeah, we were the defensive unit.
Yes,
Yep.
we never got to see the ball, but we got the victory, and that's all that matters.
Exactly.
And then you went on to play with the senior mixed in the 2019 World Cup. There's your boy again, Jesse Lativai, setting up a magnificent ball, and Samoa march on 6-2.
Have a look at the speed in which this ball comes out of Jesse's hands here. It's just an absolute rocket. Absolute rocket there to find to find Caden to cross over there for that try.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how he just shows the punish, just to drag that other defender across. Takes 2 steps, throws a ball before the defensive link gets in the passing lane.
100%.
It's all wrist too, isn't it?
All wristies, that's it.
And you know, if there's a silent joke in there somewhere, folks, when it comes to a play like that, the link actually makes the right decision, but the speed of the pass beats him to the place. It doesn't matter what he's doing. So that also is all in the wrist.
Yep, it's just passing early. Instead of engaging the line, like taking the 4 steps, he takes the 2.
Oh. And as PNG try to snag one over on that last, but it's well defended.
I'm wondering if the coach for PNG was able to get him up during the halftime break. Obviously would have been looking for the first try, Ryan, but they haven't got that, and now 4 tries down. Will they be able to find anything in the tank to come back from this?
Yeah, that is the question. Will they be able to change a bit of their tactics with their go forward to get near the line? Because they do have plenty of striking ability, but they just need to find Samoa's line in order to execute.
So, Scott, 2 World Cups, as we said. You're a proud Indigenous man, obviously, and this afternoon you get to play in the exhibition match between the Indigenous and the Maoris. And can you just tell us what that means to you to have both those proud teams being able to be included in an event such as this?
Yeah, it's outstanding. I guess first and foremost is to represent our mob, and I think you can speak on behalf of the Māoris as well. It's you don't give it too many opportunities to do that throughout the touch sort of calendar year, and when you do, you really take that opportunity. And as you see here, nice little play by PNG.
Ooh, and that's just that's good awareness there from the young fella to see the backside of Michael Rasmussen there, actually. And as he was just unable to get to the player there to stay tight.
Is he waving to the crowd there, Ryan, or is he saying, sorry, I wasn't
I think
there?
he was signalling to us as saying, go easy, boys, go easy.
Yeah.
I'll be better next time.
So let's let that slide. He has helped us get a closer game at 6-3 now to Samoa, and he's let PNG back into the contest a little bit, but we won't mention anything about his
we won't,
defense.
because he understands it's about viewership. The closer the game, the more the viewers.
I was going to say, boys, he's been PNG's best player.
And here's Jesse again, bombs away. Good read from the winger. Oh, he did pretty well there, the winger. He was in a lot of trouble and he recovered well.
Definitely did, Tobias.
Can they go forward, PNG, just like Samoa did in that first half?
And the aim is, back to halftime speeches before we continue with talking about the World Cup there. Guys, are you an animated halftime speaker?
Oh, it's all hands. All hands going everywhere.
What about you, Scott? How do you give a half? Are you more or do you like to stay calm and collected with your direction during the halftime? Or are you more animated? Do you like to get real animated when you're telling the boys?
Well, it really depends on how the game's sort of panning out.
Or how the pre-workout
is. Sometimes it gets taken over. It gets taken over by something that you cannot control. But I'd like to give a little bit of a spray if we need it, and I sort of include myself in that if I'm not doing the role that's required to get the win. But in particular, if there are a couple of messages that need to be said that hasn't been covered by the coach, you normally keep it as simple as possible. But, as Gaz said, if the pre-workout's kicking in, she's all over. She's 100% all emotion.
And a big shout out to our sponsors, BSC. Well, your sponsor, they've dumped me, but I am still willing to join the ambassador market for them with a little bit of hydro shred.
And a little bit of something.
And on the on talking of pre-workouts, shout out to 2024 sponsors Red Bull.
Yes.
Who came on yesterday, actually. Who'll come on next year. Red Bull and Jetstar. And again, Jetstar, if you're hearing, I would still like my refund for that baggage that went missing.
Speaking of
Tobias
Jetstar, Scott,
throwing a bit of a long ball in.
You're a bit of a traveller with your work. It seems every time I see you on the gram, you're always going to a new part of Australia.
Of Australia, yeah. It's great to see the land that we're living on, and it's proud country and unbelievable country too. But yeah, normally on the flights, it's where I get my rest. Download a couple of movies and away I go. But very busy, Gary. Very, very busy.
Oh yes, always on the go. And who is your preferred flyer or air carrier?
Well, normally I normally give it a few away, but are we sponsored by Jetstar on here yet? I don't want to.
We're about to
ruin
sign.
that.
We're about to
keep them in the background.
Yeah, ideally love flying the big red kangaroo too. The Qantas have always been a very good airline that I travel with. Very safe, great lounges.
And a good friend of ours, John the Phone Shambry,
Yes.
does the maintenance for the Qantas airplane, so you know that safety is the key.
100%, Big Johnny. He looked after me with a pair of those Qantas PJs, the
Yes.
grey ones. Unbelievable. Very good to sleep
And that is the first thing John's ever given anything, Scott, so you should be very proud of that.
Love you, Johnny.
Okay, let's go back to the game for a minute. We're 6-3 here to Samoa. We'll start calling the game a little bit because this game here is to get us through to the grand final. At the moment, Samoa are looking pretty comfortable, but they have slowed the speed of the drive down, Ryan.
Yeah, I was just about to say, have you noticed a bit of the tempo change with their go forward coming off their line? I think it has. And that normally does happen when you are ahead by a comfortable lead, but you can also get caught up in that and then find yourself tired.
Oh,
and
wow.
I've said that as
Get
they
there.
do cross.
Oh, that's beautiful use of the body. Did you see the way he contorted himself there, Ryan?
Contort is a very good word. I do like that word.
Contorted. Yeah.
Contorted. Yeah, no, that's a
very good English.
Yeah, very good choice of
They
words.
told me that I can make up any word as I am from the Pacific Nations.
Play on.
Play on, sir. And
what do they call me? An honorary member?
Yes, Your Honour member. One of those words.
Oh, man down.
As we see.
The ref's giving him a sympathy penalty there.
And that's our boy there, Aaron. A jet lag Aaron. Aaron's actually, for viewers that are listening, the number 9 there for Samoa is actually phoned from the motherland, from Samoa.
Oh, nice.
He's actually come here directly from Samoa to partake in this comp, so that's excellent to see that we've got one straight from the motherland there. Or as PNG try a little trick play.
Rasmussen, they can't trick him in defence.
You know what
he has
said?
been as solid as a rock in this
And
game.
he's just said, fool me once, shame on me, but fool me twice, shame on you.
Very good read by the old man.
Oh, and we see Hayden there trying a bit of footwork, getting through the line.
Oh,
there he is! He's a buckle away! Oh, and the treadmill's just not working, and he gives the boys up in the commentary box a bit of a thumbs up because he knows exactly what we'd be saying. Good on
Let's
you,
give
Michael.
him some credit here. Give him some credit.
Yeah,
he
he
stopped
would-
the try. He was defending there, and he stopped the try.
He definitely
Yeah.
did, and I have never seen anyone move slower for him getting off now to find troops to come on, so good on you, Mike.
He would have made it to halfway.
He definitely would.
No, he's played quite well. In all fairness, let's be honest, he's had a lot on his plate this weekend in the organisation. Running the event, he's a bit like the Rain Man, isn't he, Ryan? The times he was
is.
giving us this morning, this going to start at 11:23,
He
and
is.
2 minutes later it's 11:25, and a little bit of that ADHD potentially coming out.
You know what he does? He does remember a lot, except for some of his mates' birthdays. So just to say that. No, he's really good. He's really good with that.
I think
never
also
forgets a
what
date.
he's missing is a few early morning training sessions.
Yeah, no, bless him, Mike.
Okay, here we go, Ryan. Proud PNG boy. How do we get him home? How do we get him across the line for a few tries here to bring themselves back into this game?
Oh, I honestly think it has to be trickled from the top down. So the older boys on the team they need to set the momentum. They need to come out. They need to fire up the boys and get it, because there is a big contrast here in age and experience from the oldest to the youngest in the team. And a lot of these older boys have played a lot of touch against these Samoa boys. So if they set the tempo, it will trickle down to the younger players on that PNG team. So I think that's the key now. If the PNG men have a chance in this game, the tone has to be set now.
There's
from
the
older
dancing
boys.
feet of the after party king.
Thomas Tapu there.
Okay, what I would do, Ryan, if I was one of the senior players in this team, I'd be demanding that the young players take us forward and provide a platform for the likes of Nathan and Cam to put on the finishing touches on the back of some flowing football.
I 100% agree with you there, Gaz. And I would also, if I am one of the older players as well and understand the platform that needs to be set, I wouldn't be shy to set the platform myself as well. Because if it's a good enough platform, it doesn't matter the skills necessary that the person picking up from half. If you set a good enough platform, you can create options off the back of that. So I think
put anyone in the right spot that gives them a chance.
100%. And I think the older boys on this PNG team just need to step up here and lead the way for the young ones.
Let's see if Michael can get a strike dump here. He wants to take off from half potentially.
Oh, he does.
Here he goes. Here. Oh, he should have run then. Oh, snap.
And that is very impressive there by Ethan, the number 13. Ethan there to get that. That's brilliant footwork there, just to beat his link and then the middle that was staying tight.
Maybe there could be a dance-off between Ethan and Thomas.
They could be. And this actual left foot is very Scott Prince-like, I believe. Yeah. What do you think? How do you score that one?
I don't know. Thomas has got some fancy footwork there, but I just thought it opened up for Ras. Obviously, he didn't want to take the opportunity and handed it over to Thomas and said, "Brother, you do all the work."
And do the work he did. And now Samoa. It's game over, Ryan. Samoa will be represented in the men's final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, you like to think that, but I still think there's time for us boys to come back in.
Are you looking for an 8-point try?
There it is. Here we go, Nate.
Nice.
And I think Lukey Schaefer has got that. He's got a cheeky grin on his face, which is good to see.
It's a great setup.
Not all hope. And that's just from one of the oldest in the team, dishing it back to one of the youngest.
Ooh.
Nate Wood there fighting Luke Schaefer to get the ball down quick. And see more of that, and obviously...
And the veteran, Tazi Courts, couldn't quite get there to recover after that
couldn't.
big left foot step from Nathan Wood. And great to see PNG continuing all the way to the very last whistle here.
Definitely, Gaz. And they do have the ability to score. They just need to, like you were saying earlier, use the young legs that they have to get them up the field.
So, Scott, we've had a couple of the tour leaders. Oh, here's a chance.
Oh, what a flick pass from Oscar to get that ball out to the link. That was pretty flash. Hopefully we can see that on the Struddies replay.
Yeah, Scott, we've had a few of the volunteers up here, and just the work that they have to put in to get these teams together is incredible. And maybe sometimes as Australian players we take it for granted what goes on behind the scenes, but the struggle is real for these developing countries, and it's just fantastic that they're getting the opportunity in this event to showcase themselves.
Yeah, I think you'll find that there's a lot that go unnoticed behind the scenes, and you speak of those volunteers who obviously, have family involved, but they do it for the love of it, and just to give everyone the opportunity. Nice little play there, duck and under.
And Scott, I'm going to take the blame here, but I actually missed one of your sponsors. Speaking about volunteers, how could we forget the Bristol Paints Volunteer of the Month?
Yes. Shout out to the volunteers behind the scenes and Bristol Paints as well.
And
Get your house painted today, Scotty Prince.
One of my great friends.
Your house.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Scott. I just thought you had some of that. It was just hard to...
One of my great friends, Craig, from the Maxville Falcons, was a recipient of the Volunteer of the Year last year, and I think you went down to actually roll a few layers of paint on his walls.
Yeah, I did. He got me out there on the deck just doing these bit of paint work. I think he's Noodles, is it?
Noodles,
there
that's
you go,
his nickname,
Noodles, mate. He's a good man too. I was able to share a coffee with him as well, so... Yeah, Speaking
of good people, he ran the Northern Eagles and Maxville, and their pretty well spread apart, and the job that he did to just keep that affiliation open was unbelievable. Then now I think he's stepped down now that his house is painted, and he's let someone else take over. But the Eagles were flying when it came to NTL this year, and they had more teams than ever, and they got some juniors coming through. So you guys had a tough quarter final against their mixed and saw the young talent coming through.
Yeah, they're a team to watch in the future. Here we go. All wrapped up, boys.
All wrapped up, Princey.
We've got the Samoans going through to the big dance, Ryan.
Yeah, that's right. So we actually have both Samoa men's and it looks like Samoa women's going through to the final. So that's very good for the Samoan people there. Samoa men's obviously just getting it over the PNG men's here.
And Ryan, can you tell us how proud you are of the PNG boys for putting up such a great fight today?
Oh, super proud. Just proud of the effort all around. You know, they haven't given up. But I'm also proud that we can have such young men coming through, you know, with the likes of Carney there being obviously, 14 and having a chance to play against, and he's playing against the likes of, Michael, Oscar,
Tazi, Wes,
exactly.
Jesse.
All these players that have played at the highest level of touch. So it's good experience for them. And, just super proud of the boys.
Okay, guys, thanks very much, Scott. Hopefully we can see you a bit later on in the afternoon, but thanks for joining us and giving us an insight into your wonderful career and the great work you're doing for the Broncos.
Thank you very much, and don't forget to tune in for those who are listening. 3:30 this afternoon. We can't wait to take on the Māoris.
You beauty. All right, guys, we'll take a short break and we'll be back very soon.
And we're back, guys, for the last men's open fixture of today with Cook Island taking on Niue. This should be a cracker of a match, this one. I think, did we see them play yesterday, guys?
Yes, we did, and the Cook Islands were very impressive yesterday. We saw them against Samoa, ended in a draw, but as we know, the rules for this comp is if it's a draw, the team that scores first takes out the game. So very important winning the tap-off, and hopefully if you put on your tap-off play and score, that keeps you in good stead for the rest of the game.
It definitely does, guys, and you always want to have it as to build up a good habit to always score off a tap-off.
Okay, guys, we're going to be joined once again by Scott Prince, but very shortly we're going to have a special guest with us. We've got Aaron Jones, a member of the FIT, the Federation of International Touch Board, and we're going to be asking Aaron a few questions about what he thinks of this concept that the Pacific Island nations have created, and we'll also chat to him about next year's World Cup and a little bit of info about that. And we'll also probably let him know the struggles of these Pacific Islands to get teams to those events and see what FIT has in place to help out so that we make sure at the World Cup we have as many nations as possible and as many players as possible getting to showcase their skills on the big stage. As we see Niue take an intercept here.
And that's Joel there taking that intercept.
He's been your favourite from Niue, hasn't he, Joel?
He has. With Joel, he doesn't really stand out as one of the strike players, but during this comp, he has just come out of his shell a bit and taken all the chances that he's been given and really stepped up to the plate there and helped Barnell share the load of this attacking, as well as the number 2 there.
And I've noticed your other favourite player, Cohen, with the afro.
With the afro, you can't go past the afro.
Here he goes. What has he got, Ryan?
As they go with that second phase play.
A little bit close to the line. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you've all been waiting for this. AJ, Aaron Jones is stepping into the studio now. Welcome, Aaron.
Hey, guys. Nice to be here and been invited up this morning, bright and early. I was up doing what I normally do on a Sunday morning, running a ridiculous amount of kilometres along the Southport Broadwater Parklands. So
how many Ks did you get in this morning?
17.5 today.
Wow.
It's running season now that touch football has ended for myself.
17.5 Ks, that's about what I've done in the last 3 years.
Yeah, normally. Just walking around the touch fields here.
Yeah.
For 3 days.
AJ, can you just fill us in firstly about your role as part of the FIT board?
Yeah, so I'm just on the board of directors of FIT. We've got about 5 of us that sit on the board at the moment. My role is predominantly in the finance division, given my background in accountancy. But ultimately,
plug for your accountants.
Yeah, Spectrum Accountants, Gold Coast there, mate, Southport.
Any tax returns
come and see us if you need
come
it.
and see them.
If you love to live in the grey, come and see us.
I might hit you up. Got a few money owing to me, actually, from the bloke sitting to my left, the old Princey. Maybe you could help him pay back that $17 he owes me.
Yeah, mate, he would have the best accountant in the business, that bloke. So, but yeah, ultimately my job is, the board a couple of years ago was changed, so to speak, with a few new faces coming on board, a couple of guys from Europe and that, to just, I guess, give a bit of diversity in terms of the representation. And so, and we've got Topi from Asia, who sits on the board as well. So we've got a good mix now.
Can you share the names of the members of the board with us, Aaron?
Yeah, so you got Mark Croston, he's the CEO, for lack of a better term. Then you got myself and Peter Top, based in Australia. And you got Topi Zhu, who's based in China, and Michael Arbro, who's Swiss-based. So they're the 5 members of the board.
Has Michael come out here for the NTLs?
He was at State Cup in December. He was helping with Wes.
Wes, yes.
Yeah.
Right, got you.
Yep.
That's good. So that is a bit more expansive than it used to be. It would have been predominantly just run by Australia and possibly New Zealand.
Yeah, New Zealand haven't had a lot of representation on the board. They get involved in the committees and the commissions and that, but before that it was mostly Australian-based with, President who was based in France.
Okay, nice. And can you... Aker, was that his...
Yeah, Eric.
Eric Aker, good bloke. I've met him a few times. A really, really nice guy. So just quickly, this event isn't actually sanctioned, by FIT, but it is endorsed by FIT. They've given the green light for this to go ahead, and obviously I'd be guessing the reason it isn't sanctioned or classed as a test match is it's because it's only Australian-based teams, not actually international based. So I think that was the reason we couldn't class it as an official test match. But you guys obviously must be impressed with the way this event's been put together, and to see some of these Pacific nations doing really well in the sport of touch.
Yeah, I think it's important for all nations that want to grow in the sport to utilise the strengths of the countries that are predominantly advanced in the sport, like Australia and New Zealand are the two main ones. England are coming along and are certainly well advanced in the European, as we saw a try there. Lovely. Looked like a bit of a punish there. So.
Oh, the punish, isn't it? It's everywhere, right?
It definitely is. It's one of your favourite moves, isn't it, to run, Princey? You're a bit of a punish, they'd say. You're a bit of a punish for the punish.
On and off the field. But it's the simplest play in the book, and that's when to win big games, it's not the flashy plays that win your games, it's defence and the simple plays.
And that's Trey Harpenny, I think it's pronounced. Again, we spoke about him in the last game, a young kid from Palm Beach. I thought he was pretty quiet in the first day, but today he's really come out and putting on a show and showing all our viewers what a great player he is.
And you know what they say, it's not about being flashy, it's about being flashy when it counts.
Yes. He had a good NTLs, Trey, for the Sharks 20s from the games I watched.
And they got the win, didn't they?
They did. They tried to lose it. 40 seconds to go, and you rush up to do a no touch. When you're just trying to milk the game. They didn't watch their coach ice the men's 40s game a half hour earlier with 40 seconds to go. So they should have seen how you play out the last 40 seconds of a game when you're up by one.
And just let everyone know who was their coach, just for the viewers.
That would be my brother, Nathan Jones, former men's opens captain.
What a coach.
Someone that we all aspire to as a player growing up.
Normally known as AJ's brother.
No, I'm known as his brother, most definitely.
And what a great player Nathan is, one of the best we've seen of all time at all levels. I used to think when we used to play against him, I think his favourite event was NTL. He had a fantastic record with the Sharks, and him and Drummy were definitely the two dominant players. And he did end up captaining Australia, didn't he, to World Cup success?
2011 he did the captain there.
And am I right in saying that they went down to 5 on the field, and Nathan was actually the one that pretty much saved the day, defending 2 players at a time?
Yeah, back then he takes control of the situation. We see a nice little try there.
Yep, great try to the Cook Islands, levelling the scores.
Using pace, which as you get older you get less of. But that final they were 6-5 down, and Jonesy, as he did most of the time, he puts himself in middle when it gets like that, when there's 5 on 6, and just used his superior fitness that he had on most players back in that day.
Yeah, he locked up that attack. He also had the pleasure of locking me up at one stage of my life. So,
being the policeman that he is.
Being a policeman that he is. Shout out to old Jonesy.
Okay, and AJ, we'll just get back to the FIT board. So we were talking about their involvement, or their, let's just call it enjoyment, that these tournaments are starting to take place to help grow the game.
Well, we need them for sure. I mean, and there's a lot of competition for dollars in sport these days, and people's discretional spending and a lot of different variety of sports. So, we need, as the touch community, to promote tournaments like this. And you're right, Gaz, it can't be an official test match because it's not the NTO itself that's represented here, but rather a sub-affiliate of the NTO, for lack of a better term. But I read this week, just to get familiarised myself with the what was going on, and how a lot of these sub-affiliates are using it as player identification for the World Cup, so that they can discuss with their boards back in their home countries, players that are here that might be able to mix in with players that are playing over in those different countries, because we've got the Pacific Cup this year, which is an event that is very popular amongst the Pacific nations.
And is that being played where?
Solomon Islands.
Nice.
Is this year. So
do you need an ambassador? No, okay, no.
I'll give you Bill Kerr's number and he can hook you up for that.
So. Unfortunately, Scott, you already have 27 sponsors.
Do you need another?
No.
So it is good that FIT recognise this. Now, again, I'm not asking this question based on facts, but I'd say that the big growth area is the European countries, the England, the Ireland, the Wales, the Scotland. Just from what I see in the social media world, those countries are starting to grow and become more competitive and probably have a lot more participants than they used to. And I think like rugby league, the Rugby League World Cup, it's the Pacific nations that have got to be FIT's next target to increase the numbers in for these World Cups.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't have as much exposure to what goes on in Europe other than the fact England are really big and strong. Some of those nations took a real hit. Oh, that's lovely. Nice little pop back. But, yeah, some of those nations took a real hit in COVID, and it's taken them, because they lost like 2 years of playing effectively. So, and they only play in summer over there, so it makes it hard. South Africa really copped it during COVID, and it's going to take them a lot longer to get back to where they were. But we're still working with them. We work with all the nations as best we can, providing whatever, support we can beyond financial, because it's up to the nations to sort of manage that side of things. But in terms of
they're in straight hit back 2-2 Niue,
and that's that man again, Darnell Bennett, just directing traffic, moving towards Cook Island's line there as he drifts across to that link, setting up that punish, coming back on the open side, and just getting that ball away just in time.
So AJ, obviously FIT doesn't have an endless supply of money, so it's hard to help everyone financially, but I do notice a few things going on around the trap where they're getting coaches from Australia and New Zealand to go and help out the, let's call them the developing nations, and that's probably a way for you guys to help more so than being able to supply funds that I'm guessing FIT probably don't have too much of.
So a lot of the NTOs to get government recognition need to be affiliated with an international body. So one of FIT's roles is to act as that body to allow them then to source government funding for their own local comps. Toppy was good in getting a program up with the Defence Force in Australia to work on development in Fiji. So late last year we sent Tony Trad over
to told me about that,
to do some coaching and development, and
told me you gave him some reef oil for around the pool as well, so he came back with a nice
mate,
tan
I had to question Traddy's expense bill, that's for sure, when he logged that one in. Sent us through late invoices in, but
was it room service?
There's a little bit of room service and a couple of questionable expenses.
A couple of lazy cocktails by the pool.
Oh, the late night movies.
Here we go.
Thought
Put was through there, but the touch is called.
He's a guy that's been playing for 25 years.
Yeah, what a great ambassador for the Cook Islands he is.
Yeah.
This whole Cook Islands team is just has just surprised everyone, I think, this tournament, just with the way their old heads have taken control of the team and the way the structures are run. They've been very, very impressive. And that punish play.
Oh, yeah, that's down, I think.
And that's the man, Darnell Bennett. He can do it on both ends of the field.
Do
he
you
can set
think
it up.
that Cook Islands would be... Obviously, they're wanting to win this match, but there's got to be an element about saving their petrol as well here, because obviously they got the final against Samoa, and Samoa get half an hour extra to recover, so they don't want to be spending too much energy here. There's that choke and bake.
Terry
Joe, 45 years old,
Still
and
got
putting
it.
on a clinic.
Come back to 40s, Terry. You went to 45s too early.
I think he scored 4 tries in the final.
Oh, he would have loved it.
Well, nervous about the punish again, just through the dummy and just opens up on the open side. Great ball, left to right.
That is a great pill.
Mate, he'd be loving it.
And just finished off by Devon.
It's obviously at 45 Scorpions, you're playing with the great Tony El-Tashi, so you may not get the opportunity to get a few long balls away.
Maybe he was just catching them.
Yeah.
Okay, so we said that we sent Tony Trader over to Fiji to work on his tan. And what else, what other people are getting around the traps? I know Peter Bell had a bit of involvement in England in the last, or maybe it was the last World Cup, I think it was, in Malaysia.
Yeah, so there's obviously you got Tristan Manor and Dave Parker helping out the US. Chris Johnson, he helps out with Ireland. So there are people always looking to get involved with these developing nations that are based
Scott,
over
where
here.
do you think we should get a free trip to help? What country should we help? Switzerland?
I was thinking maybe Brazil.
Well, Scott, you're you love the mixed game.
Boys have just crossed again. Sorry to interrupt, lads, but
Niue, the flag
you
is
see
flying.
here, I believe this is the number 11, Ainga, who's just
He has
taken him
got
on the
good
short
feet, hasn't he?
He definitely has, and he's sharp. And just on the play before, he almost just snagged a quick little try there, showing some quick feet. So, Cook Island have just tied the scores up.
Niue have tied the scores
Niue
up.
have just tied the scores up, sorry.
Well, Cook Islands have because they let the try in as well. So
That's
get where
exactly
you're
what I
coming
meant,
from.
yep.
A very casual ML there.
Yeah, keep going, Jonesy. Keep
Oh,
filling us in. We've
No,
got
so
half time
half-time coming up. So, yeah, maybe Princey for his mix. Looking at Germany,
Wow, the wingers left his
Germany.
player.
Holland, or the Netherlands, depending on which way you want to talk about. Yeah.
That's me.
So there's plenty of countries there that I think would love to utilise your services, and any other persons that you may want to take on tour with you.
Gary. Let's go.
They'd take Gaz.
Yes. Yes, I think a trip over there, Scott. Just
Maybe Gary can go help Luxembourg, considering what you did to him at the 2011 World Cup.
Luxembourg. I think it was 21-0 against the
Oh, I think it was 31-0. You missed the record by a try.
Put on a show.
Wasn't it the game you did your hammy too?
Yes, first game, second minute, threw a dummy, crashed over for my one and only try, and
World Cup over.
It was actually a back spasm we found out in the end, but anyway. All right, so AJ, big things. Let's talk about the World Cup now. You obviously mentioned that COVID has really slowed down the overseas countries.
Well, the World Cup should be this year. It was a 4-year event, so we had to delay it a year, and I think it's going to move to that 4-year cycle permanently now, so then we will be 2028.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of putting the 2023 World Cup on your shirt when you're playing in 2024. If you miss a year, then unlucky.
It is quite confusing, yes.
Well, we did that with State of Origin, didn't we?
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, so
yeah.
Are you predicting that you'll get the numbers that you want, or do you think a few countries are still going to be down?
Well, we're having a meeting on Thursday night where we're really going to start ramping up what we need to advertise out. Like, we've got to get an idea of what the cost is going to be, get the information to England in terms of, what we can and can't do, because we want to obviously promote a first-class event, but at the same time, you can't be running 8 live stream games and whatever else without some sort of funding behind you. Otherwise, every team has to fork out that cost.
Well, if you speak to our friends at the Stream team, maybe they can organise a little bit of a discount. Not too much of a discount, because that would eat into Ryan and I's commission. But, the Stream team, look at the fantastic job they're doing here, and they'd love a trip to England. You boys.
They might have to subcontract to 24/7, which is the mob I think we use over there for the English events.
We'll
but
let 'em go
they can have a discussion. But if their price is right, you never know. You never know.
And so, back to that. Do you think you will get a lot of countries?
Look, when you run a World Cup in Europe, you get a lot more European representation to Pacific Islander representation. When you run a World Cup in Asia, you get a lot more Asian representation than you do European representation. It's the nature of the beast.
And that's all due to being self-funded.
Exactly. Touch is a user-pay sport, as we all know.
Yep. And it hasn't been... So 2011, it was in Scotland, and now they get a chance. And to reward that based on the numbers that are coming out of Europe at the moment? Is that how it determines who gets the next
we put
World
in
Cup?
a advertisement for tenders for the World Cup for 2024. There were 2 applicants.
Which were?
England and New Zealand. And England were awarded the event. So, based on the criteria that...
I do love playing in New Zealand. I think the support and the spectator level is really unreal for touch football. England will be a great event. I, as I said, I'm not saying this from any great research, but it looks like they still have a lot of...
Let's try again.
Making sure that the... it's a fun-filled event, a little bit like a ramped-up, more serious uni game, so to speak.
Yeah,
and so I think they will put on an excellent event. Has it ever come into the one place that I'm kind of surprised it hasn't been yet, is the USA. I went to ESPN Fields on a holiday once, and their setup was second to none. Do they apply the USA? Or?
Seems to be the rumour every 4 years that the USA is holding the next World Cup, isn't it? So, look, we're in discussions with them for a future event.
Yep.
They didn't want this one. They said they weren't ready.
Yep.
And so they didn't naturally apply.
So we had Trey go over to level the scores up again, and we've got a penalty here. I'm guessing that's for holding once they broke through from dummy half. So we'll just stick to the play for a sec. Here's the punish again.
You got that down.
From the bunker's saying try, Scott. What are you saying?
I'm going to go TRY. That is a try. Ooh. She's a close one.
Yeah, it was 50-50, but in fairness to the referees.
Yeah,
I'll go with the attacking
I think
team
his
on that.
feet were a little short.
AJ, would you be getting the middle to make this touch a little bit more?
Well,
Because the punish is the play that everyone's scoring on, because they are getting the link isolated a bit.
If they're not making it, they've got to be tighter for this step back.
Step back, yeah.
Oh, they're just not tight enough.
And therefore the link's not pulling his corner as hard as he should.
So the link's worried about getting beat on the short, on the open, and he's not pulling short, and then that leads the guy with the ball, who all these guys can step. He can go either way on him.
And Niue's got a little bit of help in the box for a player that you know very well. Remus Gentles is the assistant coach of this team.
Big Ree, eh? Yeah, I heard he was coaching, barking out instructions there. I hope they understand him, because we don't.
Yeah, well, he had...
you ever been on one of his chats?
He was
Holy
very
jeez.
animated in the box yesterday at halftime, and we did...
He's animated now, look at him.
We did ask him to come into the commentary box, but he said that unfortunately hadn't brought his translator with him today, so he knocked us back.
Old Remus. He wanted to play NTL this year and texted me in late January, said, am I in the team? I said, you didn't come to the trials in November, mate. Oh, get me in the team. Mate, we've got 16.
Get me to the final.
If you want a 2-day player, he's great for a 4-day tournament, Ree.
But still pretty dynamic, isn't
mate.
He certainly is.
Mate, that game in November there that you guys were involved in, once he found out it was him and Drum against each other, it was on for young and old, wasn't it? Like, it was...
yeah.
That was a great game to be part of.
For those that don't know, we're talking about the Pan Packs. We thought we'd put in a little casual team of old friends to have a nice couple of beers and a run around, and we turned up in the final, and there was AJ, Remus, Nathan Jones, and it was the Skinners, and it was a bit of a who's who of the old days, wasn't it?
Oh, mate, I was just so happy to be a part of it on the field with those legends.
How about your side of the fence? Drummy, Pollock, Benny Robbo, Princey, Faz. Like there was Gaz.
Gary.
Gaz and the greatest player of all time on Leon Skinner.
Ryan,
the show and go.
It's just a shame that wasn't televised, wasn't it? Because you're not going to get that many old school legends on one field at any one time.
Exactly.
And
But
I think the score was 8-7, or I think
it was close
by one.
Yeah, it was a casual game turned into an NTL game.
It did actually. It was harder than the NTL play, even though
that's a long looping ball. I think it travelled forward, but was it out of the hands backwards?
No, of course that's backwards. Every long ball is backwards, mate.
And
you know that.
Levels the scores up.
Gary,
5-5.
We're all passers in this setup right now. We never throw one forward.
And always run through to the dead ball line so you can pretend that's where you passed it from. That's a great put down from the winger there.
Yeah.
Ate a little bit of grass, but he still got the end result.
So these two can't make the final, I hear.
Niue
can't make
I think they're going to just miss out.
So it'll be Samoa and the Cookies, maybe.
Although they're not playing like they can't make the final, so maybe we need to double check.
Yeah, double check. Another punish, but
is a
open
chance.
side, step back.
The winger. He's
I haven't
just
seen a lot of sweeping plays in the two games that I've watched here, guys.
No, it's more of a quickie or a 4-on-3 platform they're working on. Geez, they didn't need that turnover, the Cook Islands. 9 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock.
Put doing what every good 40-year-old player does, get the hell out of there.
He is a great defender, but Put.
Yeah.
And when he played with the Hornsby side, he was one of their stoppers.
Oh, him and his brother. They were just...
Bennett.
That's nice. That's in.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's down.
And Niue hit the lead once more.
Good to see Darnell back carving it up.
So can you tell us a bit about him? Have you had much to do with him?
As a youngster, I did. Yeah. There's
Gold
a 19,
Coast
20,
boy.
21 Gold Coast boy coming through. I think he played maybe, he was going to play with us in mixed one year, but then he had to pull out with work or something like that. But freakish talent, and I think he I think he moved to WA, didn't he? Do some work over there.
Yeah. So he's not playing that quality of touch week in, week out.
No.
You see here in the southeast Queensland.
There were the two Darnells, and I think Darnell played with you at NTL, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Had an
Mate,
outstanding
he
tournament.
absolutely destroyed it.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. He the last the quarter-final and the semi-final and the final, his group were the pod together with Jesse, and I think in the quarter-final they trailed, and I think that pod may have put 8 or 9 out of the 9 on, and there was a couple of them where it was a minute to go and they had to score to draw it, and they came up with a clutch play, and then they jagged a victory. It was didn't go to a drop-off, did it? It was the last play of the day. The ref force-subbed someone, and they scored 6 on 5 as we see a try to the Cook Islands, and the scores are tied once again. Now, for all our footy tab punters out there who have picked 13 plus, they're looking quite good here.
Is that total tries, is it?
Yeah, total tries. Yeah, AJ, anything else about Fit while we've got you up here that they're doing?
Look, our role is predominantly to run tournaments now, so we're trying to get up in Asia. There's an Asian Cup this year, later in the year in Malaysia. We've got the youth event coming up in May in Brisbane.
Yeah, can you fill us in about that? Because I spoke to the Samoan delegate,
Yeah.
and they were like, we want to get sides, but we think we've left our run a little bit late to be able to
No, you can
organise
still
it. Only-
nominate.
Well, I think the 6 to 8 weeks lead time may
Oh,
be a bit
okay.
short for them, but
Yeah.
you know, they're a country that may be worth looking at because it's in their home.
Yeah.
It's only at Brisbane, so maybe they could, at bare minimum, get the Brisbane-based players to put a competitive team in.
Well-
How many sides are you expecting to get there?
Yeah, at the moment, Gaz, we're not 100% sure because it was sort of an event that we knew the Youth World Cup was not going to be able to be run because it was meant to be in England this year, but cost prohibited a lot of sides, especially from this part of the world, attending. So it was just going to be a Euros.
Yep.
So what we decided to do was try and get a junior tournament for both sort of regions, for lack of a better term.
And is that southern and northern hemisphere? Is that how they split it?
More sort of geographic along the lines of Europe, Africa, and then obviously Asia Pacific and the Americas can choose whichever one they wanted to go to.
Yep.
So the Cayman Islands have recently come on board as a fully affiliated member, are going to the Atlantic one.
And that's the country, Scott, I think we should do some development
I think that's
in.
just come straight on the
Well, you're
places to be.
there 3 months a year, aren't you, Scott, managing your accounts?
Oh, I'd love to get there again. I went there on a little boat cruise. Beautiful spot. Cheap rates in it, no
Yeah,
tax
you
or
don't
something.
pay a lot of tax in
No,
the Caymans,
yes.
no. You just got to
Right
have
up
someone
our
there you know.
alley, Gary. Right up our alley.
Okay, so Cayman Islands have come on, and
Yeah.
where will they be playing at?
They're going to the Europe one, so what
Yep.
we're calling the Atlantic Cup.
Ooh, there's a try, and he's happy with that. There's your boy right on cue, Darnell Bennett. And Niue. I'd really love to see the leaderboard, Scott, to see if this is a live game or not. Because if it is, we could have a new contender.
Well, certainly one of the teams that are improving over the last couple of days and few games. So Cook Islands were the favourites, I believe, ahead of this game. But Niue are putting it to them.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game. So we've got Cayman Islands. Who else have we got?
Lebanon are coming on board.
Yeah, nice.
So they've just come on board as what we call observer member last year, but they want to go fully
And they
fledged.
love a flag too, don't they, Scott?
Yes, they do. Love
they'll have some
flags.
flags on the
Yep.
sideline.
So they've obviously got two of our mates, Stano and Mickey Musa, are doing a lot of development work. They're about to go over in April. They've got about 300 players over
wow.
there.
And how does it work with the eligibility? Obviously, we've got a lot of, well, I'm only talking from New South Wales experience, a lot of New South Wales Lebanese players.
Yep.
Do they actually have to play in Lebanon
No.
because that's a hard thing to qualify for?
If-
Or is it just parent-based, so if they're playing somewhere in the world, does that qualify them?
No, so we've changed the eligibility rules only recently. So in December this year, we brought out a new eligibility criteria, which is on the FIT website, internationaltouch.org. You can anyone can go there and have a look at the eligibility rules. We expanded it to grandparents. It used to be just parents.
Which I think it should be, shouldn't it?
Yep. We also encompassed the changes to the stand-down rule, which basically meant that you can't play for one country and then jump across the next year and play for another country. But we've expanded a little bit. Like, we've really only limited that to Australia, New Zealand, and England. So a tier, what we call, we've separated those countries into what we call tier 1, and the remaining countries are and the remaining countries are tier 2. So give an example. Scott Prince represents Australia at the next World Cup in the Opens division, because there's changes in different criteria. But then the next season he wants to go play Euros for Switzerland because he's married a Swiss bride. And
that was from our training.
That was from your training camps that you went to earlier.
Just crystal balling, that's all.
It's crystal balling. So, because Switzerland are a tier 2 nation, and if Scott is not picked in any Australian team for that year, he can then go and help out that tier 2 nation without impacting on his his 2-year rule.
Because I did speak to someone this morning, and I don't think they'll mind mentioning their name. It was Harry Berryman, whose son Tylan is a great young player coming through. So they hope that as a father-son combination, they can go over to the World Cup next year and represent Cook Islands. But they still want the son to be eligible for Australia when he's ready. So they don't want, to have his Australian career tarnished by the fact that he's
so tier 2 to tier 1, there's no stand down.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to tell him I made up that rule because I said that I'd fight for him.
And there's different rules. So the juniors is different to your Opens division too. So once you exit juniors, once you're under 18, you basically don't have a stand down, for lack of a better term. But once you exit, then 18s you then reset, and then once you go into seniors, you reset again.
Okay, we'll just watch this last minute. 50 seconds, Aaron, but I do want to delve into that a bit more, because I think that is really going to be very important for these Pacific nations that are happy to see their players make it at the top level, but they also want them representing the country where their grandparents or parents are from. So we'll go back to that.
That's all right.
Here we go. Long ball. Oh.
It's one of my favourite plays, the old
They're looking for 6 again, but they haven't got it. And we have a minute 20 on the clock for the Cook Islands to go the length to level the scores.
Trey doing what he does best indeed, getting off.
The game's gone a little bit gridiron, hasn't it, where we do have some players that just attack and some
certainly
players
in the
that
open divisions
just defend, and probably not a bad thing, is it, playing to your strengths?
Gaz, you and I are a bit old school. I like to do both ends of the field, so to speak.
All court player.
Yeah, you don't like to be pigeonholed into one particular thing, so I just feel that, I'm a bit like that. I also don't like the fact that every team in New South Wales, runs the same rucking pattern. That's pretty easy to defend these days.
That's a bit of a head door of mine. We discussed that in the
if you use the word latch in any team that I'm involved in, you're automatically suspended for 3 games.
Yep, the hood gets latched closed and you're not allowed out of the booth.
Yeah, I think sometimes we overcomplicate a very simple game, but anyway. That's my personal opinion.
I was about to say, as long as they don't throw an intercept here, they win.
Yeah.
And here goes the Cook Islands.
Now they've given them a chance, haven't they?
I know we like to talk about the Pacific flair there, but I would have just iced the game and got touched twice and taken the 1-try win. But now the Cook Islands, there goes the Hooter. And Niue have got up, and look at that flag, Scott. Look at the flag in the background. Isn't it? They're extremely happy with that. I wonder what that means.
Where's Coach Gentles? Is he just sitting back in the box there, is he?
The Cook Islands don't seem too deterred, so I think they, as we predicted, were already through. And AJ, we might just quickly speak for 1 minute before we close down. So the eligibility rule, I'm going to turn it into the common sense rule. So it's obviously that, we're a user-paid sport. There is, in today's society, people that have different nationality backgrounds with their parents, their grandparents, whatever, and obviously the Pacific nations, and we've all got a flavour somewhere in the background, and I just think it's great that FID have recognised that. It's one thing to have a rule, but it's another thing to realise when they need to be updated to suit the current climate. So congratulations to you guys for making that change, and I hope that means that now we do see a lot more of these Pacific Islands players being able to represent both Australia and their country. And with a stand-down rule, there's not that much international touch being played.
No,
so
that's
when we
right.
say, oh, you got to stand down for 4 years, that's one World Cup. That could be the only World Cup certain people get to play with lifestyle, with injury, with, you know, even if it's a lady with having babies. Like, if you knock her back for that one World Cup, that might be the end of her career.
We've made it so now you basically miss one major tournament. So, and it's only going to be really if a player, let's take, say, drum played for New Zealand, and then 2 years later he wanted to play for Australia.
Yep.
He'd probably have to miss the Trans-Tasman if it's the next one, or the World Cup, depending on what time period. So the rule's sort of designed so that you do have to miss a major tournament, but then you're sweet.
So it's
not 4 years.
to stop the people doing the wrong thing, not to stop all
Yeah,
the people
exactly right.
who are legitimate about it.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
All right, mate.
So-
Well, we really appreciate your time and an insight into what Fit's doing for our sport for the next couple of years, and exciting times for you with the World Cup coming up next year. And we hope to see a lot of these countries that are here playing this weekend at your event.
Yeah, we do, and we hope to see a lot of them in May at the junior event. I noticed that there are a lot of under 20 kids rolling around out here, so hopefully they get in contact with us if they need to, or go through their NTO and say, "Oh, we want to compete. How do we do it?" And I'll certainly put you in the right
definitely
direction as to how to do that.
Yeah, and it would be great to see these kids here. And as we said, it's only in Brisbane, so that might make it financially easier for a lot of these kids.
Yeah.
And it'd be great to see them challenge themselves against the best in Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah. Well, Australian Touch, it was going to be a Trans-Tasman, and thanks to Australia and New Zealand, they've expanded it and insisted us, and they're making it very, what's the right word? It's not cost prohibitive, for lack of a better term. So it's making it very affordable for nations to hopefully put some teams in. I know the Philippines are keen to put a team in.
Yeah, nice.
Certainly in the mixed area. John Beasley's doing some good work there. And hopefully, some of these Pacific Island teams out of this, or they're already sort of putting together some squads, and I think Japan are going to bring a couple over, and hopefully we see a good mix of nations.
And it does have to be better for the Australian and New Zealand players to be getting to play against all countries, not just each other as well.
They're going to get the high quality game against the New Zealand, but they also get to experience, PNG touch, which is a lot of flair. And then if they're playing against some of these competitive Pacific Islander-based nations, then it's good for the sport, because then they take what they learn back and develop, and that's what we want. You don't want a sport which is constantly dominated by one or two countries.
Yeah, exactly. All right, mate. Well, we really appreciate your time and coming up to talk to us about all the good things that are going on in the touch world, and we will speak to you very soon.
Hey, welcome, guys. Thanks, guys.
Rugby league. AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Studies has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now.
Since 1975, Strutties has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strutties is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball. Rugby league. AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strutties has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future, so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah.
Since 1975, Strutties has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strutties is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball. Rugby league. AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strutties has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future, so bright. And I
Since 1975, Stratis has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Stratis is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball. Rugby league. AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Stratis has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
I go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now.
Since 1975, Stratis has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Stratis is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball. Rugby league. AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Stratis has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
I go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now.
Since 1975, Stratis has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Stratis is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball.
Rugby league.
AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Stratis has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future, so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah.
Since 1975, Stratis has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Stratis is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball.
Rugby league.
AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Stratis has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the moment you've all been waiting for. We are kicking off with our main events here at the Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. And we're kicking off the festivities with our first showcase game of the afternoon. It is our Indigenous versus Maori women's match. First, can you please help me in welcoming the referees for the women's exhibition game? First of all, we have Darren Quinlan, Tura Masters, and Joel Masters. Please welcome our also here. And now, your teams for the women's exhibition invitational match. The Indigenous and Maori women's teams have been
That is as far as I can punch in. Yeah.
Around the shit.
Well, welcome back, viewers. This promises to be a cracker. The invitational match between the Indigenous women and the Maori women. And we have a star-studded lineup of international superstars. I'm joined in commentary by my great friend Ryan and the one and only legend, Scott Prince.
Gaz, g'day. Scott, how are you?
Good afternoon, people. Ooh.
Off the... Oh, wow. Is there no such thing as advantage?
No, it wasn't.
Fast start there from the Maoris.
And what a star-studded cast we have on both teams here for the Indigenous and the Maori's women. Right now in attack, we just have...
The early punish, Ryan.
And that punish, Gaz, it's just been a staple of today's attack, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. It must be the new go-to move.
With Tony Rasmussen in there, the newly Rasmussen.
She loves a sweeper. Come back the open side. Numbers.
Oh, we have the captain
try.
there, Marama Thompson. Just Thomas, apologies, Mom. They're just delivering a perfect left to right there with the wing cutting in.
And Talon crashes over in the corner.
Yeah, it was a great play there by the Maldives and the women's here. Just showing the dummy down the short side, ripping their left to right back.
So just there, Scott, it's the winger's job to protect the corner, and she did that. Unfortunately, the link couldn't recover for the Indigenous team.
Yep, let's see what they can conjure up here in their attack, the Indigenous team.
And there's Bo Dela Cruz there in the number 7. You could probably speak on...
Here she goes on the sweep play.
And there's Renee Nona there, just giving that thing. And again, on that side, guys, not knowing where that line is. And I think they've just caught the Māoris napping there.
Yep, and the scores are level. 1 try apiece.
Beautiful setup here with the sweeper. And Renee cutting back short side there to give Rani that easy put-down try.
Yeah, they sent Bo Dela Cruz on a sweeper, and she demands attention defensively. And Renee just throws the dummy and opens up on the short side. A little bit nervous start for both teams, I reckon, defensively.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And it's a big crowd out there, so maybe the nerves of the big stage have kicked in early, and they have been sitting around for a while waiting for this big clash.
Do you think
Here goes Quinlan. Link.
And Quinlan from half. Oh, what a good ball, and unfortunately it just could not find its mark. Gaz, do you think there's a bit of bragging rights in this game as well between the two?
100%.
I just had a word to the coach, the Indigenous coach, Johnny Brown. He said he wanted his girls' defending really close together, making the Māoris pass. So at the moment, that defensive little policy there for and plan for the Indigenous, it seems to be working.
Johnny Brown, a member of the Struddies crew as well. One of the best delivery drivers we've got, Ryan.
Good on Johnny. He's very skilled himself. Also featured in the men's team as well, so it'd be good to see him not only coaching, but you're having a ray himself.
Not sure if you saw that pass, Scott. It went about 3 metres forward in the ruck just at the halfway there. But we always say, Ryan, let the kids play.
Let the kids play, Gaz.
And here we go, the Maoris working it upfield.
Finding Fee Quinlan there on the wing, and that's both Quinlan sisters of play. We got Fee Quinlan there on the wing, and of course the star Ash Quinlan there in number 1 jersey. As the Māoris are coming through to attack the line here with Tony Rasmussen. Shaping in for the inside, and she looks out wide. What a beautiful pass that is by Tony Rasmussen.
Look inside, play outside.
That's the old head fake. Showing the ball inside, little trail. Beautiful play.
I didn't expect to see that, but that was a fantastic ball. It must be good to be the best player in your household for Tony.
Oh, it definitely pays off, you know, especially when you got the second best player in your household is your son. That must be a good feeling as well. And Tony there combining with Shani just to provide a bit of brilliance.
And the finish provided by Fee Quinlan there. So 2-1 to the Maoris early on. Johnny Brown's defensive policy didn't work then, Ryan?
Yeah, I could hear him from the sideline screaming. I'm not sure if it was the girls yelling or just Johnny Brown's voice, you know. So
sweeper again. Here we go.
Renee
just holding it up.
I'd
Perfect.
back myself there. She's always going to go herself from half. Oh, Dela Cruz.
That's
with
beautiful work
the
there.
shake and bake there.
And that's the same setup there, isn't it? Isn't it, Princey? The same exact setup with the same half. And again, Bodella demanding a lot of attention on her, and then she's just cutting back.
Beautiful setup there by Renee Nona. Just holding it up, wanting that right middle for the Māoris to make the touch, allowing Bo to just sweep, and she picked up and late switch the old girl. Very
She
good.
did pretty well to elude that defender then too, Scott.
Very nice.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, guys.
Chance here, big numbers. Down, rip to the winger.
And that is just great play, guys.
Great
That's
touch.
A good effort. I'm going to play. Oh, wow. What a great effort.
Wow, that is
there
a
from
very,
the
very,
Indigenous defender.
very good effort there from number 11, Caitlin Costello. They're coming across.
She nearly got there, but...
She definitely did, and she did well to get back onside and then come across that line to make that touch. And it could have been a 50-50 call, and the ref was right there.
And there was a bit of hesitation there from Robinson Bartlett, but she eventually got the ball down in time.
Definitely, and it's just been a try fest here.
Yes, and as we said before, Ryan, hopefully you've tipped the 13 plus on your footy tab.
Yes, that is right, guys, and I put the house on that, so hopefully we're going to Sizzler after this. Let's just see as what the Indigenous can create. As we have Tracy Hill there darting out of half.
For a bit of second phase play then. And Katie Costello with the ball. The brother of the great Justin Costello. Australian representative from the NT.
It's fifth and last.
It's going to be hard to do something here. I'd say take off between the two middles, Ryan, and see if they chase.
Definitely, and she's almost just got away from her defender there, but that's good defense. And the game will start to open up now with a defensive stop coming from the Māoris. So let's see if they can work it good towards their sub box. We've got 4 touch there, just coming just behind halfway.
Good feet there.
As we're rolling into the fifth and last, let's see if we can, see if they can create this good platform for maybe Tony Rasmussen to dart out of half.
Adams, here it is. She can ball play too.
Nice interception, and she's put a brilliant footwork.
It's good defence there. That's probably our first stop of the game.
It is for the Indigenous, so they're turning defence into attack, getting on the ball real quick, trucking it up the field.
Who do they look for here?
Renee, I think when you got the likes of Renee and Bo Dela Cruz on the field, you've scored every time, so hopefully they can connect for some other points there. As Renee drives it in.
It's a good touch there.
And that is a good defensive effort there from Skylar. As we're 3-2 with just over 6.5 minutes left in this half.
See what Shani can do if she can get him forward here.
Great drive there.
Someone will look to go out of half here.
And that's a good touch there by...
Might have been better play, Scott, to find the middle platform them and let Shani go out of half.
Yeah, it's not too bad. The positive is they finished their rucking pattern and crossed halfway, so leaving it up to Indigenous now to bring the ball up the field. It's really important that each team starts to complete and they'll get their chances late in the half.
So what would you be looking for a setup like here right now as you're rolling into the fifth and last and you sort of got your defending team on their back foot? What's the best sort of play? Are you looking to go wide for, say, a 4-on-3 or straight through the middle?
No, I'll potentially go straight to the middle. And as we see here, had an opportunity to hit the winger.
I actually think the Maori side may have a little bit more foot speed, so I think maybe the 4-on-3 is going to be the option here.
And as you just saw Georgia Pearce dart through, the sister of Lockie Pearce, one of the greats in the game that we have at the moment, coming off good form as well.
Georgia Pearce. actually played with her father, the late, great Craig Pearce.
Yeah?
What a competitor he was.
That's good to see, isn't it, Gaz? Just the old greats having their kids come through the ranks, and you just be able to notice their some of the last names and.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
Yeah, and just remember the stories.
The Pearces, the Notleys, they're all coming back. The Matters.
What's the Matters?
Here we go. It's important now and imperative that Indigenous ruck the ball up the field. Have a little question mark on the strike dump.
Is it coming in the fifth and last on halfway? They'll be looking
Someone
for
needs to dish and scoop.
Here we go. Let's see what Renee can do.
Good ball, good option. They were going to get isolated there. They found the middle of the field.
As Renee, he just tries to use his foot speed.
Play on.
Oh,
6 to go.
There, and they've just been rewarded with a bit of direct play to get that 6 to go, so they can
put that down to Walsh. He got isolated in the corner and managed to offload back into the middle, which gave him a strike dump for
Renee.
He's certainly the go-to at the moment, boys.
It's all about the boots, Scott. If you just look for those boots, that's where you need the strike dump to be.
Here she goes.
She's teaming up with Rani here.
Rani on the quickie.
Get their team another penalty. Now, is this would this would be regarded as the first penalty box? So there's
because the other one was 6 again. It's good defence there.
Good defence there from Sabrina coming in to shut that play down.
Yes, very nice try. Running the same play in the quickie platform. Indigenous now levelling the scores up.
That's good.
3-3.
And the Indigenous side go across the line for a try. They line it up at 3 apiece.
Molders on the attack now. Let's see what Skylar Adams has up her sleeve.
Did you expect it to be this close, Scott, coming into half-time?
No, not really. Although the JB must be happy with the defensive unit.
Rasmussen back to Thomas.
Oh,
and
no.
right
And
on
that's
cue.
Rasmussen to the captain, Marma Thomas.
And that gives them a 4-3 lead with just 2 minutes 20 left on the clock.
They just need to stop there defensively. Stay nice and tight. Tracy just missing her assignment there on the little trail.
Foot speed's hard to stop, but Ryan.
No, it definitely is hard to stop. But you know, if you're in good pre-touch position, you should be able to make up for the difference in foot speed. So, little adjustment, and they should be fine.
I heard you telling me before that you bought the Rasmussens a treadmill for their wedding present, and it appears from watching the live stream that there's only one member of the family that's been using it since the honeymoon.
Definitely is, and I think the other pair of that couple has used the kids' skates that I got for his birthday. So you could definitely know that the gifts are being used just by the wrong people. As Bodella rips one out from the hip, and just a great defense there to cover that touch.
Good hands from the winger there. That ball dipped rapidly, and she did very well to hang on to it.
And that's great defense there for the Maori women's here as Ash Quinlan takes them off. And they're doing an away set and coming back to the middle. Nice hard touch there. They're applying a bit of pressure here. Princey, the Indigenous girls.
Yeah, well, they sort of have to. The Māori seem to have all the momentum at the moment. A little fumble in the ruck.
Yeah, and that's what the building up of that pressure, you know, gets the nerves, and you start to get flustered and create little mistakes like that. So that's good to see that
so
it pays off.
One last shot here to level the scores up before half time. Can you fill us in, Scott, a bit about Rani, the number 3 for the Indigenous side? Looks very fast.
Very, very fast. Outstanding junior coming through the ranks. Was involved in the Indigenous All-Stars at the start of the year as well, so She is certainly one to watch.
Is she a member of the Storm Club in Brisbane?
Yes, she is, mate. Yeah, she plays for the Storm. Brisbane Metro Comp.
Watched her a couple of times. She's definitely the go-to, and I think she was the go-to player for the Cobras. Oh, and they tried to get a sneaky one right on half-time, and with the hooter going in the background, we have a penalty here to the Indigenous side for one last crack.
What do you think they do here? Gaz, you reckon they throw it around?
I think they might just take the tap.
Okay.
That's a very good call.
There we go, guys. Half-time in a thrilling first half with the Maoris leading 4-3. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with you in just a moment. And we are back for the start of this second half of this clash between the Maoris and the Indigenous, with the Maoris currently leading 4-3. And Scott, you have been down to the sidelines and spoken with both coaches. Can you tell us what you heard down there?
Yeah, from the Indigenous, Johnny Brown was pretty happy with his team's effort in that first half, especially the wonderful work and teaming up with Renee and Nona, using that sweeper play to sort out the Māori's defence, but he just wants them to complete coming out of their end, and that'll set them up for a very good second half. And out of the Māori's camp, Marama Thomas was doing most of the talking. Again, we just need more intensity with our rucking coming off the line, and just give me the footy. That's all she said.
And that's fair enough too. If I was the Maori coach, I would be saying, let's get in a foot race. Let's up the intensity.
Exactly.
Let's lift the speed of the game and really take it to the more experienced Indigenous team. We've just seen a mistake there as the Maori side comes off their try line. And this should give the Indigenous side a opportunity on the line.
Yeah, well, they have 3 of their strike weapons out there. Rani, Renee, and also our girl, Bo Dila. Let's see what she can conjure up.
Feeds out. That's smart. Oh. Forward. Great play. I really think Bo needs to use the sweeper there, Scott, especially on those early touches.
Yeah, just give Rani an opportunity there. Like, she has the foot speed to get outside her defender. Just playing patient, that's all they need to do.
And it was an early touch too, it's probably only the 3rd touch, so just feed the sweeper and let's see what she can do, and then Bo come back on the 4th and 5th and ball play.
They call those low percentages, high rewards.
Oh, here's a chance.
Oh, and Ash Quinlan just happens to thread that needle over the
bridge
top.
pass there, Ryan, but that's all clear.
Looked like defensively they had him there, plenty of numbers. Winger comes in, Link was there, just make the touch.
Didn't need to shut down, I didn't think they're the winger, but she has, and it's happened, and we move on. The Maoris now take a 5-3 lead. And this match, as we spoke about before, Scott, is an invitational game to showcase both these teams' talents in this newly formed Struddies Aussie Australian Pasifika Touch Cup.
Yeah, it's just a great opportunity to showcase the talented Indigenous and Maori players that we have in our great game of touch football. You see a lot of these teams have structure that we play with at a representative level, and on these particular games you see the freestyle, which both teams are very capable of playing.
And the crowds love to see that, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit hard to see it on the live stream, but underneath us here in the grandstand, it is chockers, and at the end that the Maori side is running to, there's tents aplenty and plenty of spectators out there.
Here we go, another drop ball there by the Maoris, inviting the Indigenous into their half. They need to really put them to the sword here. They're getting plenty of opportunities, just got to be patient with their attack.
Definitely agree there.
Who would you look to here in this set of 6, Scott, that's currently on the field for the Indigenous?
We've got Natalia just there, number 4, just trying to organise her team.
Oh, and she
that is
great, and she just finds Georgia Pearce and just puts her through a brilliant hole.
Nothing really doing on that, just a normal sweep play. Picks up, instead of delivering it to the sweeper.
And it was your girl there that you mentioned before, Natalia.
Just got their numbers wrong there. I think the link should have shut down. But it
Great
brings
work.
the Indigenous team back into this game. They now trail only by 1. Well, she takes on Bo straight away there, but Bo has her covered and gives her a little bit of a don't argue and don't come back here and try that again. Bit of speed here with Rasmussen and Shani Vila here. They'll be looking to put something on here. Be feeding her a quickie to the right. Here it comes. Bang. Oh, good shot.
Now, would you be given the penalty there? Would you be saying that's a good hard touch?
A penalty.
For the, is that a penalty worth
no,
touch?
it looked like a little right shoulder there.
Bit of aggression in that.
I think
I wouldn't say aggression.
I think she knew she was under pressure, so she just had to muscle up a little bit.
Just gave her a little bit of something just to hold that play up just a touch so she can get onside. Good gamesmanship, I call it.
Here's Skylar.
Stay nice and tight. Good defence.
And that is good defence. Staying tight there on that open side link. Bo Dela Cruz coming in to shut that down.
Can they? Tony will look to sweep here, but I'd come passive on Bo if I was Tony.
And that is good defence again.
I'd like to see Skylar step right, Shani feeder, and then Skylar rips it out the back to Tony.
Oh, and Tony just does a bit of footwork after the sweep to get on the outside, but unfortunately her pass has found the Indigenous women's winger.
And they swept to no room there, so making it a little hard to find a gap.
Yep, the girls are slowly adapting to JB, Johnny Brown's defensive policy.
The man behind the magic, they say.
That's it. Let's see what they can come up with here. It's really important. 6 to go.
Caitlin links up with Latoya to get that 6 to go play. There was also nothing really doing there. They sort of was drifting across a bit, trying to establish a middle ruck, but they were lucky enough to get that 6 to go. So we'll see if they can turn this into points.
So a try here would bring the Indigenous team back, and I think we'll be looking for the number 3 to weave her magic here, Scott.
Rani, and also Natalia here with the ball. Same play, doing the sweeper with Trace.
Quarterback.
When the pass just going to ground there, but that's also good cover defense there from Serena from the Maori women's coming in to cover that.
And the Maori side drives it upfield here with 7.5 minutes to go. I'd really like to see the Maori team put the foot down and see what they can deliver here.
There's captain there, Martima with ball in hand. Her and Ash Quinlan working. There's a bit of magic between both these girls.
Someone will be looking to go out of half here.
Yeah. And that's Ash showing that brilliant footwork as well as her passing ability.
She showed us some room there, and they've got the try in the corner.
That's beautiful finish there.
Probably showed a little bit too much space there, Carly, and nothing was really on here.
And that is a great finish by Taylor
But
Connell.
she has made the touch as the winger there, so... Anyway, there they go. 6-4 to the Maori side, Ryan.
Yeah, it was looking like the Indigenous women's were swinging the momentum back their way. And the Māoris, they got a penalty, got up the field, got a penalty, and they capitalised on that. So it's a bit of a momentum killer, wouldn't you say, Gaz?
I think Johnny Brown's going to have to weave his magic.
Might have to get you to
so
go
Dela
visit him again.
Cruz, she won't lie down here. She'll be looking to hit back. And if she can try and team up with Renee Nona here, there could be something on. Here's a chance here.
And just speak of the two.
Oh, shake and bake.
Oh,
no.
she threw it just
intercept
into Ash Quinlan's hands.
I thought the shot.
And here the Māori woman
Renee
goes.
split the wrong way then for Bo.
Māori woman here just looking to turn their defence into attack. It is a 0 touch there with that interception, so
yeah, that helps.
They've got one extra touch up their sleeve as Serena finds half.
Oh, there's a little bit forward there, ref.
And manages to get them a penalty.
No player put their hand out to make the touch there, Ryan. There's a bit of
No.
body contact, and the attacking side has received the advantage from that.
Exactly right, and we see here
good defence there.
Serena just doing the low risk, high reward play, just a nice little quickie through the middle.
Sequencing, they like to call it these days.
Sequencing, that's it, sequencing. As Shani pushes it
As
wide.
they punish.
Oh, and she sneaks through, but that's great defense there from Georgia. Just identifying, coming, taking that space, and then stopping
having a
that
good
half
game,
runner.
Georgia.
She is having a good game. It's good. She's really leading the defensive side of the Indigenous women's. It's great to see.
And they've been halted with that play, so they're going to have to find some momentum here and get someone out of half. That will help that settle.
Good drive there from
It's
Courtney.
got to be Dish and number 3 go here.
This is Rani again. See if she can
They've earned
create
themselves
something.
a penalty.
And they have.
It's a pretty good shot, wasn't it? And here we go.
So we've got Rani taking the ball up with Melissa here.
She's got 6 touches on the line here. What has she got? Oh, good hands.
Well, Melissa sure looked like she was in there for all money there. If Rani just gave the little pop back, but
Early
sequencing.
touch.
Sequencing, guys. Sequencing.
Let's see what the next sequence is. Oh.
Or just
what do we call that one, Scott? The sniper.
The outball sniper.
Got to get it. Oh, was that the last touch then?
That was, yeah. So getting caught at half the last touch.
Not sure I would have gone away from Rani there. I would have given her one shot out of half on that last. But now the Maori side looking to go forward. There's not much doing here. They're very compressed in the box. Can they get themselves over halfway?
The Indigenous women have done a great job applying a bit of full field pressure here.
That's a great set, isn't it?
Yeah, they're starting the ball back just behind halfway. So it should give them a good platform going into attacking the line.
Someone go forward.
Most of the girls here will try and find the sub box so that if they can execute a clean one and get some good field position to hopefully open up a striking opportunity.
And Natalia Hickling, she was part of the successful Sharks mixed open team under the coaching of the great Ricky Best, who now claims that he is the best coach in Australia.
Well, his name is Ricky Best, so
he has to be the best coach.
He has to be the best coach.
Like name.
Here
like
goes
coach.
Rasmussen. Decides to put the foot down. And she's made a lot of meters there. Unfortunately, she thought she was playing Oztag for a second then.
She has, and there's a lot of skill in that in the Rasmussen family, so...
Here we go. What do we got here?
We've got Sarita just darting across. Good
shut
down there from the wing.
Someone take off out of half here. Shani. Here she goes.
Linking up with Sarita through the middle.
Six again.
That's just a don't argue, not in my house.
Not ideal.
But you'd rather defend than let her try, and wouldn't you?
I'm not sure if a try was on then.
Yeah, just a little bit of trust. A little bit of trust from the inside defender.
And now with the clock ticking, 2 tries down and a repeat set to defend, and a good touch there to make up for her 6 again.
It was excellent footwork too by Shani on the line there.
I think she's put her hand up as well with the dance comp after this tournament.
Oh, and the great diving touch effort there as well.
All right, who we got coming on?
From Caitlin Costello.
Let's see what we've got here. Thomas.
Sweeper, dummy the sweeper, come back here right to left.
Oh, and that middle opened.
Nice.
There we go.
Just opened up. That's a beautiful, well-executed try. You know, they were sequencing through the middle. And, you know, you chip away at something for long enough, it'll crack. And at this point, they were chipping away at those 2 middle defenders, and they did a great job.
And it looks like the trophy is heading over the ditch, Ryan.
Yes, it looks like it. And it does really set up good competition for next year when we hold our...
and a little bit of pressure on you now, Scott, to make sure the Indigenous men's can level the scores up and take a trophy home each.
Yep, I believe pressure is a privilege, so I'm very happy to be standing in that position, boys. So can't wait. Looking forward to playing against some of the best in the comp.
Well, from where we're sitting, it's the best playing against the best. So, you know, they'll be joined up there with talent.
Yeah, no, we'll claim the underdog tag.
Exactly where you like to be. Hey, Princey.
That's it, brother.
And I think in the background, is it? Yes, there it is, the hooter. And congratulations to the Maori women's team taking out this invitational clash.
What a
Congratulations. Very entertaining game indeed, and we would like to thank both sides for participating in this wonderful event. We'll let the girls celebrate, and we will take a short break before we come back to our next game.
feeling right now. Yeah. Then I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah.
Just press that black thing in at the back there, good ways. There, it's gone now.
Yeah. Am I on here? Rightio, ladies and gentlemen at home, something that you haven't seen before. Both the Cook Islands men's and Niue have finished on equal points in second place. And to decide who goes through to the grand final, we are having a 4-on-4 drop-off. The way this will work is we will play for 2 minutes. If the scores are level at 2 minutes, we will go on to a 3-on-3 drop-off. If there is a winner at the end of the 2 minutes, they will go through to the grand final. How exciting is this going to be, Scott?
Yeah, we've been involved in, from a personal level, in quite a few of these, so it is quite intense, very strategic as well. So it's really, really important that you get the ball first crack. So Cook Islands, I believe, are in the box seat here to get this one done.
100%. It usually works that in 2 minutes, Scott, you'll probably have 3 sets. That would mean the Cook Islands will get 2 and Niue will get 1.
Here we go, boys. Here we go. This is what the tournament comes down to. This will determine who gets to meet Samoa in the final.
I'm nervous, gentlemen. I'm nervous. Here we go.
I am too.
And looking
Let's
at
go.
the
And look at
teams,
the pace.
Cook Islands look like they have the experience, while Niue have the foot speed. And it's the Paul brothers.
Oh, a bit of fancy work there. And that's just great defence already. Niue just matching Cook Island's foot speed and intensity with their own defence.
The clock is ticking, boys. 27 seconds gone. He'll throw the out ball here to his brother. Beautiful pill. And here we go.
Oh.
And that is great
God,
touch defence
what a
there
touch.
from Niue. Let's see what they can.
A touch.
Now with 1:10 left in the drop-off, let's see if they can get down the field and create some magic.
Will the young kids of Niue have the composure?
Oh, and they've just ball to ground. A
we
pass
go.
has just gone astray.
There's my answer right there.
All right, can we just say that I think this just under a minute right now as we're creeping into the final minute of this first 2 minutes. The play to go to, I believe, is the quickie.
The county step back short. Boom,
There it
it
is.
is. But Niue will still have time to come back here with 45 seconds left on the clock.
Now, what they obviously want to do here, guys, is get
the ball into the crowd.
As
so that
they want to get the ball down the field as quick as possible. No monkey business off this tap
30
off.
seconds.
Like we said, Scott.
Let's go. Let's see if Cook Island can hold them out here.
This is clutch right here. He's trying to burn him down the short side here.
It's not a bad
20
option.
seconds.
They'll get 2 plays here.
And we're on our feet here. We're on our feet here in the commentary box. It's all nervous. Oh, and he's locked.
10
Game over.
seconds to go. They'll get 1 play. They're not even going to get a dump here, I don't think. Or will he? Yes. County's long ball.
This
Here
should
it
be the
comes.
last play.
Bombs away. And
Can he finish it? Oh, and he's dropped it. And Cook Island have done it. They've secured their place in the final against Samoa. And what a drop-off, gents. What do we think?
I reckon we should have all our games like this. That's what I think.
This was just high intensity from both the commentary box and everyone up here on their feet. And what a game that was.
Congratulations to the Cook Islands there, getting up 1-0. We'll be back shortly.
Since 1975, Strategies has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strategies is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball.
Rugby league.
AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strategies has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now.
Since 1975, Strategies has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strategies is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
Actually, right now, I'll look at these Cheers, guys. Let me tighten that. Green team. Grab the green team. That's who team. Makes sense. Should be fine.
And ladies and gentlemen, please remain upstanding as we start the national anthem of Samoa. this match underway. These two teams are close enough to begin with. It's not to add an element of range to mix things up a little bit. Let's get things ready for rock and roll here in our women's grand final.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our Women's Grand Final in this year's Strutties Australia Pasifika Touch Cup, as we see the Samoa Touch team versus the Cook Islands, and what a game we have on our hands. I'm joined up here in commentary with Scott Prince and Gary Sonder. Boys, how are you?
Not too bad, Rono. It's going to be a tough clash, this one. Both teams work very hard through the round games, and as you said, mate, this is the final. Bit of rain coming over too, so the ball will be slippery.
Yes, indeed. Gaz, how you seeing this one play out?
Well, both teams have been the standouts in this event so far. I'd just like to watch the first couple of minutes and then I'll make a prediction, if that's all right, Ryan.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Just recap after the last few games who we're actually watching and who the superstars are here. I kind of have my money slightly on the Cook Islands. And here we go. Cook Islands straight on the attack here from the tap-off. Ratu, she's been dangerous as... Oh, that's a great bill. Oh, hard to catch in this weather, but...
Now, does the rain play a factor in the style of play here?
Yeah, I think so. In terms of the passing game, it certainly not as confident in throwing the long ball. So I think the sweepers running game and more so the short game as far as quickies and quickie step back. So your shorter passer involved.
Hopefully this rain doesn't hang around for too long and just passes through.
Queensland, hey, beautiful one day, perfect the next.
That's why you moved up, Gary. That is why you moved up.
As we see already, just great solid defense from both ends here. We have Cook Island.
I'll tell you what I did like, Ryan, the national anthems and the war cry from both sides there. All their men's teams were out on the field cheering them on. And my favourite part was how they ran through the flag. And Coco Masters, who's been close to player of the tournament so far, Ryan, has a little short side raid there.
Yeah, she's been very instrumental in the Cook Islands attack here. She's definitely one to look out for if you are defending as a Samoan women's player. Herself, you can't go past the Berrymans and the Nathans on this team, but Coco Masters has just stepped up and definitely been a weapon for them.
And from Samoa, Scott, who's a few players that you're interested to see step up to the plate in this final?
There's quite a few that are around. Who we got? We've got Talia. Is it Talia and Jatea as well?
Jatea,
so they're two.
yeah.
So for those who don't know them, we're looking at number 6 and number 7 for Samoa.
And once again, the Cook Islands team just looking to gain some field position here, running the box set.
We've
Can
also
they open it up enough, Ryan, to give themselves a crack here? They have. I'd be scooping left.
beautiful drive there, and that is a well executed play through the hands. And the opening try here goes to Cook Island.
Universal call of play on, play on, play on now.
Now, being a finals, we will not be going with the original setup of first person that's first team to score goes to a win. We'll be going into the drop-off format, so something similar to what we saw before this game, guys.
Wow, wouldn't a drop-off be great to end this
wouldn't it?
magnificent carnival in the women's division?
You love a good drop-off, don't you, guys?
It just brings the crowds back.
Speaking of the crowd, they're doing an outstanding job here, braving the weather. See a bit of rain. Ooh, nice hard push in the ruck. Play on, says the ref.
Whilst it's not pouring, it does look a little settled in this rain, and we just hope that it's only a half an hour shower, Scott, and the next few games we can play in dry weather football.
Yeah, I just had a quick suss of the bomb. It'll pass through, probably clear about 3:30, they're saying. So all looks good, but we'll get a measurement on that mill because we've got the cup downstairs that are collecting the mill, so we'll give you an exact update on the mills of rain we have here at Bill Norris Oval.
Nothing wrong with a bit of rain, eh, Prince?
All good, keeps it nice and green.
Another player to look out for in this Samoan team is number 9, Logan. She's been in their last round game. She was very instrumental in setting up a good win for them. So as she's subbing off now, they'd probably be getting on another one of their strike players. Maybe Jatea is coming on.
Late. And there goes out to our sponsors again, Jetstar.
Shout out to Jetstar.
No touch call.
And a no touch call there. And
smart play from Ratu there, pulling out of that one as we were just about to see Jatea take off out of half. I tell you what, this game is going end to end, and the settling is at a furious pace, Scott, considering we do have a little bit of rain out there.
Yeah, they're doing it really well. They're obviously going at about 75% of potentially what they can run at full freight, but ooh.
Just calling for 6 again, but I felt it was just a late pass myself, or an average pass, let's say.
Yeah, still not a bad set. You know, they're completed their set over halfway, putting the pressure now. They'll apply the blowtorch to Samoa. Try to force an error with their attacking defence.
they're looking to get some fresh legs on now, which is sort of compressing that right side of the field. So hopefully they can get a bit more width and set up a good attack here.
Good yards there from Ella Watkins.
Letitia picking up the ball there, looking to dish it.
Got a little few.
And she's just caught from half. I think she just forgot that she was half there for a second.
Yep.
And by the time she realised, it was just too late. So Cook Islands there getting some good field position. rucking it forward. By second touch, they should be at halfway.
I really think that if the Cook Islands can do a few direct sets, Scott, and by that I mean going straight through the middle, I think they may put this young, inexperienced Samoan side under pressure. And here
Definitely,
goes
as Dallas sets
Holloway.
up there.
Try. That's great work, and that's exactly what we're speaking about. Go straight through the middle there.
And Dallas perfectly setting up for Chantel there to duck through.
Yep. Chantel Holloway Samuels there, a former Gold Coast Women's Premier League player, showed us all how you scoop straight through the heart of the defence.
Yeah, you pointed it out earlier, Gaz, that just that middle dump, just really taking it to the Samoans' defence there and isolating the short side, and she was able to skip away.
And this game means a lot to a lot of these players. We saw the passion in the anthems, and both sides are well and truly up for this game.
Definitely, as Samoa get a penalty here on Cook Islands line, so hopefully they do have their weapon in Jatea there, just running the old punish play and just been unlucky with that play of the ball.
That's the wet weather there, just bobbled out of her hand as she was placing it on the ground.
And that's just unfortunate there, that wet weather just... As they're working directly down that right sideline here, Cook Island.
Find the centre of the field now, Ryan.
Fourth coming into the fifth
Ratu
touch.
will want to go out of half here. No, she gets it down, and here's a chance.
Beautiful drive there by Ratu.
Good feet.
And that's Talia there with great footwork, but also met with good defence.
So they are going to the box and then trying to find the centre of the field on that last play, Ryan. So smart coaching there from the great Edith Nathan. And I am wired again to Edith, so I am sending some signals down to her. Here we go, Samoa, scoop, and she's straight through. Here's a chance.
Oh, here she goes, and Scarlett.
Unbelievable touch there. I
Nakia.
believe that's Brianna Nathan.
Oh, Brianna Nathan coming up with that touch to stop Nakia from getting points on the board for Samoa there.
It was almost like she passed it too early. She was in space, had her player beaten. Great hustle there by the Cook Islands defender.
Yeah, it's a good decision from the referees. They nearly fell asleep in the ruck there, Scott, and the referees have found them napping, and the Cook Islands received the penalty in good field position here. Look at the drive now, straight through. Oh, they're not going to catch her.
And Jasmine is just... Ooh.
What a touch there. Desperation there by Samoa saves a certain try. And that's one of the Holloway Samuels girls again putting the foot on the pedal. Masters, can she get an out ball here? No. Defence has to move forward here. Now she can feed her.
We've got a
Numbers
bit of a
here.
sweeper set up. And unfortunately just couldn't grip that ball with that wet weather there.
Could have gone a little wider there, the winger, and given herself a little bit more time with that. But Samoa survives.
It was the right play, Gary, just execution.
Oh.
What's happened?
Pass was nearly not the right play. Almost caused the turnover for Samoa. They're really putting themselves under pressure, getting caught in the sub box over there, Samoa. It's not giving them much room to get the likes of Jatea into the game, and she's having to go from a static platform every time. And good defence there from Coco Masters, and straight away the Cook Islands is at the halfway. Oh.
Yeah, certainly the difference between the two is their rucking. Cook Islands seem to eat up the meters, allowing their attack to come on with some sort of momentum.
Again.
Let's see if Dallas and Chantel can connect here for
She wants a feeder.
another
Left.
brilliance,
Yes.
and they do well
Quick
to
tap,
get the penalty.
Quick tap.
Oh. Have a little giggle.
Just shammying off the hands there, Scott, from a bit of water on them. Quickie
Just-
play.
And unfortunately on the first touch, they just give away a
cannot
penalty.
trick Lee Rosso. He will pick that up all day of the week
And
there.
that's just the brilliance of the type of refs that we have here today. You know, they're not level 5 refs for nothing.
Level 6, right?
Level
Come
6.
on, mate.
My apologies.
Is that 5? If 5 being the lowest or highest?
Nah.
No, it's true.
Five's one from level 6. So give me a bit of credit there.
Here we go. Samoa, put the foot down and go on the attack here.
Oh, she's just tripped over herself.
But they're
Poor
still
Logan.
gone.
You give her
Play
space.
on.
Oh.
Bit of fancy football there, but it all comes unstuck. And the Cook Islands will have the ball 10 out from their own line. Here we go. Look at the start of the set.
That's
from
perfect.
the Cook Islands. Again, we like to call this meter eating, Scott.
Mm-hmm. Very good. As a half, you want
Good
your
dish
forwards
out from Ratu
to make those
and
tough
good
meters.
Play. Here's a chance. Who can we bring in for the scoop here? One more touch. Oh,
And Marie
Pasifika.
fires one out to that link.
Release back and go. Scoopy-doo. Oh, they didn't realise they had one more touch there, Scott.
Coach Killer.
That's what I was trying to relay to Edith in the box there, but we're having a bit of technical difficulties here. Late switch. And here we go. Samoa, 2 minutes 45 left on the clock in this first half. They trail by 2.
Much better, Samoa. Gaining some forward momentum.
Got to get a half there. Where's Jatea? Let's find her.
There she is.
Here she comes.
Short side.
Got numbers here.
Oh, and she puts on a bit of footwork.
And
she's through.
Right on cue.
Let's see if she can connect
Oh,
here.
ball out first.
And she
Yes.
does.
I
Delaney.
thought I was going to play the touch
Oh,
there.
no way. And that's brilliant work there from Jatea to find Delaney. Unfortunately, there was a touch before the ball was down.
Yeah, I think the refs are in the right spot there. I had the touch. What did you boys have?
I wanted the try.
Okay, you're after a good close spectacle, aren't you? And not only have they not got the try, but they've been penalised at the halfway. And this is just Cook Islands driving it hard towards their sub-box and gaining a penalty here. Ooh. What do we think about the refs all standing in the same spot? Scott, how do they see a forward pass if they're all in the defensive line?
I think that is just from the crowd. I think they listen to the crowd a fair bit and they judge how loud it is in decibels, whether it's a forward pass or not.
And does it matter the score at the time? Like if you're up by 2, do they give the forward pass?
Not at all. They don't understand the momentum and how much it can change a game.
Okay. But they're doing well, the refs. They're just following Edition 8. And here we go. Masters out of half. Numbers here out of nothing. And the Cook Islands go in for try number 3, Ryan.
There she goes again. Masters, Coco Masters, and she's just loving scooping out of half. That has been her bread and butter this whole competition.
How did they get the numbers so wrong there, Samoa?
Yeah, it looked like the link hit when she didn't have to.
They still
Just
had a
created
few
2-1. I
people
know.
here.
Going just breaching policy, Gaz.
Yep, that's it. And good timing from the Cook Islands with 40 seconds to go in this first half.
Look, I think some of it comes down to the hype of being in a grand final as well. Might get into how you defend. You know, getting a bit too consumed by the moment. If they just relax and stick to their policies, I think simple errors like that won't happen.
And maybe the coaches told them to squeeze in because it is a slippery ball.
Yeah, that could play a factor as well, guys.
Here we go. Can they get one on the stroke at halftime? She's got good footwork, but that's a great touch there by Dally's Tinney.
Jatea seems to be the one that's going to open the game up here for Samoa as we go into halftime.
With the scores, Cook Islands 3, Samoa 0.
So we'll go to a quick break and we'll join you for this second half.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second half of the Women's Open final between Samoa and the Cook Islands, with the Cook Islands currently leading by 3-0.
And we've just seen there Samoa strike Jatea diving at the line. Just testing out the defence there.
Sequencing, Ryan.
Sequencing. And in doing so, she awarded her team a penalty, so they get another fresh set of 6.
Oh, there's a little bobble there, Lee.
Lucky to get away with that one as Letitia comes into the middle for a bit of a crack here. Oh, and a bit of foot speed on the outside.
Good slide defence there from the Cook Islands. Nice touch there by the Cook Islands. They're doing very well in this opening set of defence so far, Ryan.
They are. They're setting up this. Ooh, and Jatea's gone back and found Letitia on the inside, but great defence there from the Cook Islands. I think it was a bit too static there with the attack from Samoa. They could have used that fresh set of 6 that they had to go through the motions of running a few plays, a few roosters, a few sweepers maybe, setting up a sequencing through some attack.
Yeah, sometimes they lose too many touches waiting for the right person to make the touch on them, and if it's not on, maybe you just have to release the ball, put it in a different part of the field, and then come back to your play.
And there's Coco Masters.
Forward.
She's just been involved in everything, hasn't she, Coco Masters?
Yes, she definitely has the look of a very, very good player.
As we see Samoa now.
You can see the Cook Islands coaches telling them to squeeze across to the Samoan box to crowd their exit set. And in this wet weather, going to the box every time, Ryan, is going to be extremely difficult to get clean roll ball.
Definitely, guys. As Samoa's ducking out of 5th and last, trying to create some opportunities. But there she is again. Coco Masters shutting that down.
Oh.
Ooh, and they just turn the ball over, giving Samoa some new attacking opportunities.
We would like to see Samoa score here, Ryan. We'd like a tight grand final.
I'd love to see a tight grand final, even a drop-off.
And we need this crowd to come into play here, and with a lot of Samoan fans here today, we need them to cheer for the girls.
You know what we still haven't seen, though, guys, in the Samoan box?
The flag.
The flag. The flag. So hopefully we can get the flag and a few of the supporters come up and support.
Here we go. Ball down there.
Set up, and unfortunately Sully just couldn't gather that pass there.
There's Cook Island's bodies all over the ground then, Ryan. Oh, not a good start to the set. They should be swamping him here, Samoa, to try and put the pressure on, and they have.
And that is good pressure from Samoa. We can see them jumping off the line.
Let's see if they're composed enough to get out of trouble here. No
by
half.
4th touch, they might be able to contain him inside this half by 5th touch. Let's see if and Samoa have shut them down just in front of halfway there. They'll turn the ball over, so they'll get a good opportunity of getting down to Cook Island's line.
And number 9 is your girl that you want to see on a bit more in attack.
Oh,
here,
definitely Logan. For Samoa, she's been instrumental in their attack and a lot of the points that they've scored throughout this competition. So I think unlocking her a bit in this game.
Okay, I've got a little coach change for the Samoan side. Logan has to team up with Jatea.
Definitely.
They need 2 attacking weapons together to keep the opposition guessing.
Definitely. And I think when it comes down to finals, you've got nothing to lose. You need to be throwing everything at them, especially if you are down by 3 tries. At least 1 just to get the momentum started.
Shooter here in Ella, but well read there by the Cook Islands team.
Shoots it over the top.
That's it. Just go forward. Chew the meters up. Bring the subs on in good field position.
As Emery trucks the ball up now. Emery also one of their strike players.
She's played well, hasn't she?
She has.
Here she
as she goes from half.
Short
Pops
ball.
a nice little short ball. And that's well defended by Samoa there to turn it over. And you can see from Samoa's body language and how they might be a bit heavy on their feet now, a bit fatigued.
But look what I've noticed in the background, Ryan. The Samoan flag has popped its head up.
The flag has reared its way into this match. So this could be the turning point. There could be a try at the end of this set. And as I've said that, the commentators curse. Samoa have fumbled the ball.
Spilt the ball.
Spilt the milk, they say.
Can't cry over it, but Ryan.
You can't cry over spilt milk.
Here we go. Cook Islands. Let's see if they can just go forward and get to the try line. That's the number one job here. Not to score, just get good field position.
As Emery there brings it forward. Now they have a couple more of their strikes on the field.
He's got him for 7 on.
Wow, that's got to hurt. That 7 on call, it definitely does have to hurt. And the penalty is actually played from where the infringement happens. So that's why the ref is bringing it all the way up until the
it's become a new referee's favourite penalty, hasn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, and it's definitely keeping teams on their toes. But Ryan, rightfully so.
Rules are
rules. Rules are rules. And that's why they're the best in the business, because they police the rules.
Mm-hmm. Here we go, a full set of 6 on the Cook Islands.
What sort of attacking play would you love to see the Samoans run for this one?
They've got to get to the try line first here, but I'd be trying to get number 9 into half or sweeping even. Here we go. Here's a sweeping play, and she's out of half. Uses a foot side, straight through,
work.
Cut play.
And we've got numbers on the board, and that is brilliant. Well done, Gaz, calling that play, and that's just...
We've been asking for Logan to be put into a position where she can use her foot speed and a skill, and that's exactly what she did right
100%, and she just darts through, quickly gassing and teaming up with Caitlin there to...
Great work by the link there to come around the back there in what they call a cutter, and scoring in the corner there, so game on.
It definitely is. Definitely is, Gaz. They've added numbers to the board. Speaking on that cutter, that's almost reminiscent in touch football now. When you see someone running in from half, you hardly see a good cut run these days.
So the reason behind it is the winger flies into the hole and hopefully legally blocks the other link, and it makes it hard for them to get out. I think they're going to award a try here.
Wow, and that is brilliant. Did that ball take a ricochet off something or someone's?
It did look like that to me. Let's look at the replay. Nathan out of half. Yes, it looked like it came off
Logan's chest, maybe, or maybe her face even. Oh, that's just unfortunate there.
The question is, was it thrown forward into her body line?
Well,
we will never know.
We will never know, and the refs were in the best position to make that call, and it definitely didn't look forward to them, so they've awarded this try.
That's really got to take a bit of wind out of the sail of Samoa. They fought for 25 minutes, or close to 25 minutes, to get back in this game, and then straight from the tap-off they've leaked, and the lead goes back to 3.
So hopefully they can go back to that sweeper setup.
On
the fifth last. Oh, yes,
numbers.
Putting Letitia straight through a hole, and we've got another try.
Great play there from Ella Watkins. Used her foot speed to get outside the Cook Islands defence, and all of a sudden, Ryan, like this weather, the floodgates have opened.
That's right, guys. And now we've got a footy game on our hands, and it's perfect time too as we get down to the bottleneck end of this game with just over 6 minutes to go.
6 minutes. Plenty of time for more tries.
Plenty of time, and they've just narrowed the lead down to 2. Samoa have. So let's see if Cook Island can extend this.
It's going to be a little bit of composure needed here from the Cook Islands.
Well, they've just created numbers here on this left-hand side, and Samoa's had to scramble with Logan to come over and do some cover defence.
Masters.
And they go through the same play again.
Yeah, that's smart. It's early in the touch. They've got their way down to the try line. She didn't want to throw a pass that may have been risky. Masters is very good at getting 2 up, and she's called for the out ball here, and she's in a foot race.
Oh, she jumps up, has a little goosey, but it's well defended by Samoa.
Oh, shake and bake. Maybe she will be attending the dance floor at tonight's after party as well.
Maybe.
At the one and only Fitzy's there at Loganholme.
Fitzy's at Loganholme. Get down for the official after party. Oh, that's brilliant work there by Jatea, showing some footwork to get a few more meters, and Sally just commanding them around and where to ruck the ball. That's some good go forward from Samoa.
Ella Watkins has stepped up to the plate here and said, I'll have a crack.
Oh, and she's got room
through,
to burn, and she's from dummy half. She's just got to find someone now.
And she
has.
has.
And I think that's a...
Try.
Wow, and they're going to award that try. That is brilliant work from Samoa and Ella Watkins.
I'm going to tell you something, Ryan. She's just gone back to the box and said, if no one else is going to stand up here, I am. And she's put on the last 2 tries with blistering pace.
Good on her.
And you know what? With only 4 minutes 20 to go, Samoa has not been in this game at all, but now they are.
Oh, yes, yes. And Gaz, as you said earlier, like the rain, the floodgates have opened.
100%. Now, Cook Islands need to get to this try line again. They've slowed the game up and they've invited Samoa back into it. But here they go, a bit of foot speed.
Samoa can back their defence here.
Great defence there
and
from
that's fifth
Samoa.
and last. Fifth and last, as long as no penalties.
Don't chase in, girls. Just hold your policy. Oh, Goosey.
Oh, that's brilliant work to get on the outside there, but also brilliant work to defend it.
I tell you what, the Samoans are showing a lot of fight here. They're actually the ones storming home here, so it's going to be up to the experience of the Cook Islands to hang on. And Edith Nathan, she will need to come into play here with some good coaching in this last few minutes.
Definitely, definitely. And we just saw in the previous touch there, number 11, Caitlin, coming up to do a great touch there, applying pressure. And there she goes again.
Chantel Holloway Samuels. And now she takes the Cook Islands forward.
Chantel, sorry, number 11. Yeah, that's great field pressure defense there.
Let's get them to the try line. Nice play. Making the Samoan defence work here and giving herself a few touches to work on the line.
I don't know if you can see from at home, but it is starting to pour down now.
Here's a chance. Got him right on the 5. Good footwork. That's great defence again.
That is great defence.
Look at the referee's positioning on that play, Ryan. Right there where he needed to be.
Exactly where he needs to be to make the right call, guys.
Let's finish it in this box.
Oh, and the Anne-Marie with the little show and go and almost pokes her way through. But again, great defence from this Samoan team.
2 minutes 25 to go. Can Samoa get one more?
They just need to go forward here, guys.
We must remember, what Ryan, the winner will take home the inaugural
Strutty's Australia Pasifika Touch Cup.
Yep, and what a beautiful trophy it is.
100%. And also we'll take home a bit of bragging rights as well for the year.
100%. And remember, if it's not on Facebook, it didn't happen.
That's true, guys.
Here we go, last play. Can we get
Caitlin
someone
here
with foot
ducking out of half? But it's good position. They've trucked the ball down, and now they've made Cook Island have to work the ball all the way back. But Cook Island have been all over their rucking set and their subbing set here, so they should do good work bringing it back up the field. Yet to see now with just over a minute and a half left in this half.
It's not the time to play footy here, Ryan. It's just the time to get it to the other end. Can we have a scooper here? Masters. Ooh, good shot.
Met with a great touch, and
that.
unfortunate to get that penalty. I don't know if that was.
It was a physical touch, but whether the attacker had her hand out is another thing. So Masters with 6 again on the line here could seal the trophy for the Cook Islands.
You know what they say, cometh the man, cometh the hour. This could be cometh the hour, cometh the woman.
That's it. And here she is now. Dives.
Wow.
And right on cue, Ryan.
Right on cue.
And that, my
Coco
friend,
Masters
will be the game, the set, and the match to the Cook Islands.
Just locked that up. Just to extend the lead by 2 with 40 seconds to go. She just made it extra hard for Samoa to claw their way back now.
And if there was a Jetstar player of the series, my vote goes to Coco Masters.
Coco Masters.
And I just love saying that name, Coco Masters. Snap, crackle, and pop from the Coco Masters. Here we go, 20 seconds to go. What a great game it's been, and credit to Samoa for really bringing in this second half to the Cook Islands, who looked like they were going to run away with this match.
100% right,
Jatea.
guys. Oh, Jatea with the overlap.
And there's the hooter in the background.
Defense, and there's the hooter.
The Cook Islands will be crowned champions, but we do have one more touch to go. Watkins. Oh, shaking
cheeky
and
Watkins.
bacon. I tell you
Ella
what,
Watkins.
very young girl, Ella Watson, and she has really stood up in this final with a try and 2 assists.
She definitely has, Gaz. And that last little play just showed a bit of spirit there. Not counting themselves out, even though they were beat. Still taking the opportunities.
And congratulations to the Cook Islands with the flag flying high at the bottom of the screen there, Ryan. That was a fantastic showcase for Pacific Islands football, and congratulations to the Cook Islands.
And the final score here, 5-4. As we go into a break, and we will join back in commentary very soon.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball.
Rugby league.
AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strategies has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where it's staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah.
Camera was down, bro. I don't even know who this is. I'm not looking forward to driving home.
they warming up now? When does game start? There you go. You're gonna get.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go for our men's open final and this inaugural Struddies Australian Pacifika Touch Cup. You might not be able to pick it up on your screens, but it is pouring out there.
And this is what it's all about, Gaz, the men's open, the last game of the tournament for these two. It's what they worked very hard to do, the game that they worked very hard to play in, and here we are with Cook Island and the tap-off.
Sweeper quarterback there, and great defence from Samoa. And it's the same teams as clashed in the Women's Open game, Ryan, the Cook Islands versus Samoa.
Yeah, so both nations have done very well to get,
feet,
and that's great footwork. Just catching Aaron there, not staying just that extra bit tight there to help his teammate Michael out.
Maxwell Masters, the number 4. He will be a contender at Loganholme Fitzy's tonight.
With that fancy footwork, no, he definitely will be.
Just pulls up on a dime in these wet conditions. Michael had to pull his corner, and his other middle just couldn't protect him because he was still in the ruck from the previous play. So great start from the Cook Islands.
And with wet weather footy as well, it's very slippery on the ground, and so that's what you want to be aiming for as a defensive line, is to be staying extra tight and forcing them to throw the long ball, because under the wet conditions, does make it very hard to catch. And that's Wes trying to sneak his way through.
Good defence there from the Cook Islands, and they've come out flying at the start of this match.
Definitely, guys. As on the second touch, they're already just at halfway by third.
Good hands there. Terry Joe, 45 years old and leading his troops well. And here goes Kingston Day out of half.
Kingston, and did he get...
He got touched, but what a good set there from Cook Islands after their try.
Great set. And let's see if Samoa can bring that same urgency that they brought against the PNG Men's Open. Just with a bit of urgency, getting off their line and then getting to the line and getting creative and having a bit of fun there, throwing the ball around. So as we see Michael Rasmussen organising.
It's a good pick up out of half.
That's a great pick up, and just getting over the head of Masters
they had
there.
Subs coming on there, and they've actually got 7 on, Ryan. We won't tell the referees that.
No, and hopefully the referees didn't catch that. I think that's the one that they didn't catch.
I think that's why they're only level 5s, Ryan. Or are they 6s?
They won't like that, guys.
Okay, now it is still raining, but we do have a little glimpse that come the next game, it may dry up with a bit of luck, but the war cries from both teams, Ryan, before the start of the games really showed the passion that both these countries have in this jersey.
Oh, it doesn't just give you goosebumps seeing stuff like that, guys.
Absolutely.
I think it got the crowd around as well.
Tell you what, it looks slippery out there. You can see a couple of puddles changing, and if you can just make players change direction in this game, then that's going to cause havoc on the defenders.
100%. And how's about the footwork from their number 3, the Cook Islands number 3, old Poe? Still got it, eh?
I like to call him
Put
Berryman.
Puts Berryman, that Berryman last name.
It's everywhere, mate.
Rich history.
That's a Whānau Sports. Making kids into superstars, Ryan, like a production line it is.
Strutties would know a thing or two about the production line.
Yes.
As we see Samoa here just making their way through the Cook Islands line. Hopefully they can create something. We've got Oscar there.
Here we go, Jesse.
Teaming up with Jesse, the danger man.
Penalty. They've rolled back to the line there, and they were happy to concede a penalty there, the Cook Islands.
Definitely. And here goes Jesse, the danger man.
It might help if he puts the ball between his leg when he dumps next time, Ryan.
And that's the second penalty there, guys. He's managed to get the second penalty there. So one more, and one of the Cook Island players will be sitting. Also known as
freezing
on
the sideline, like the spectators who are soaking wet out there, Ryan.
That's right,
Here's
guys.
Jesse again. Look at that weather. You can see puddles of water as he tried to step back there. And here we go.
And that is the third penalty, so you will see a freeze now from one of the Cook players.
And you know what? That was probably 3 penalties in 4 touches there.
Definitely, guys.
So, well, they're here to do a job, the refs, and they are. And Jesse's still lurking. He's going to go the punish play. And here he goes. Boom, relax, first touch, sequencing, Ryan.
It is sequencing, and you know, one of Jesse's strike weapons is his pass, and in the wet weather really does nullify that.
They are rolling here, trying to stall the play so that Jesse can't get in a foot race, but bombs away. So, third touch there, I think that was. So great defence there from the Cook Islands. They did have a player short, and they've managed to hang on there.
That is great defence there, guys. It's always good if you can defend with one player down. It does really give your team a lot of confidence, and as you can see, they are building off that confidence again with their rucking set, finding good meters here.
Yeah, indeed. And that's all they'd be trying to do after a couple of sets on their own line. Just get to the other end of the field, relieve a bit of pressure. And the Paul brothers here just taking things forward. Late switch, but a late pass called there by the referee. And Ryan, it is still raining, but I do see little glimpses of sunshine coming out.
Definitely,
so maybe
Gaz.
we might get lucky and this rain will stop pretty shortly.
Maybe, Gaz. If the gods are willing.
If the gods are willing. But look at the pictures coming through on the screen from the stream team, Ryan. Still crystal clear.
Still crystal clear. And that's a special shout out to the stream team here. Regan, he's got the boys working like a well-oiled machine.
Indeed he has. They've done a great job over the weekend. With just 2 games to go, we hope the viewers at home have loved every minute of it.
I'm sure they have. And sorry, correct me, he's got the boys and girl working
Yes.
like a well-oiled machine.
It's all about equality, Ryan, as Wes burns them short but throws a pass into the next field.
Just a bit too much wheat mix there for old Wes.
The salmon hat in the wet. It could come unstuck here, but here we go. Cook Islands, they've been pretty good defensively in this opening exchanges here in the first 7 minutes.
They have. I'm loving their enthusiasm
good
coming off the
decision,
line.
Got stuck in the ruck there, and the Cook Islands have earned themselves easy escape out of their own end.
As we see Cook Island bringing some more numbers onto the field.
Put comes on.
Just to see the ship. Just on third touch, just under halfway here as Puts with ball in hand. Directing the boys, telling them to go forward.
Meters here. Here we go at a half. Does he caught there? I think he's done an injury there. Like a bit of a calf
does
or
look like
ankle
his
there.
leg.
Here we go at a half.
Oh, beautiful
great
pill.
ball.
That is a great pill from Aiden, the number 12, and that was just a perfect drive there from Puts. Your man Puts just setting that perfect platform for him, Yaz.
Yeah, 100%. So Aiden Masters sets this one up after the first try was scored by Maxwell Masters. And you always need a few Masters to win these big games, Ryan.
That's it. And it's good to see the boys just step up. And the energy after they scored as well. You love to see that. This Cook Island team is up for this game.
It's up to Jesse here. Oh, he's got him for that one we called earlier, not between the legs.
Not between the legs.
That's a Jardinine special,
That is. And you will be seeing Jardinine in the next feature of games. It'd be good to see him back on the touch field.
Yes, another fellow Struddies worker.
Yes.
Imagine if we could put a touch team in, the Struddies team.
Geez, you'd be able to fill out a good NTL's team. It'd give you an excuse to have a couple of the team members away for the week. As we see a quick wrap play here for Cook Island.
Paul brothers.
Oh, and that link hole just opened up, and I think he switched.
But it was the last, Ryan, and they did complete in the right end of the field and probably the right side of the field. So Samoa here have got to work it up the other end. Samoa just have to get in the grind for a few sets here, Ryan. Don't worry about scoring just yet. Just complete, earn a bit of field position and take away a bit of petrol from this Cook Islands team.
Definitely, Gaz. And if you look to the bottom of your screen, Gaz, you can see that
the flag has come out.
Islands. Oh, and there's Oscar there, showing a bit of brilliance for work. You know, I'd love to see Oscar get involved more in the attacking set. He is a very, very underrated player, Oscar, and he's doing a lot of the engine room work for Samoa.
Yep.
With his defense and his rucking, but I'd really love to see more of him coming out with a bit of the cracks.
And there's a hard touch there by Therese. And the Cook Islands earn themselves another easy escape.
Cook Islands' transition here has been awesome to watch. They're getting off the field and getting on. Even their fifth and last option,
Kingston Day,
as we see
Kingston
here just cutting
through, and he looks wide, Dyson.
Oh, that's just a beautiful try here by Cook Island. And look at him up. Look at them just get up and about. What a try.
This will be on the Struddies highlights reel. Kingston Day, shake and bake, straight through. Loose in the middle again, Samoa, and the big bomb. And number 9, look at that take.
Devon, and I dare say that was Devon. Good work, Cook Island.
3-0, wow. this was unexpected. I thought Samoa was starting to gain a bit of momentum in this tournament. The Cookies, they're not crumbling at the moment.
Oh, guys, there was a joke in there somewhere, mate.
Oh, and they just seem to be rushing their plays as Wes not
think
only
we-
goes down, he goes down in a little bit of pain in the background.
Does look like it. We have, and now Wes has had a few issues with his
ankle by the look of it.
Yeah. I hope it's nothing serious. He is limping on his own, which is always a good sign. But I
Maybe
do
it's
hope
just
that-
a stinger.
Maybe. You'd hope so. You'd hope so.
Okay, so you can see that end of the field starting to chop up. That's how much water we had. But the good news is the sun is starting to come out, and it doesn't appear to be raining at the moment. If it is, it's only sprinkling.
And Caden, they're just unlucky on the small, just to get to his foot in the ruck there, giving away a penalty. So
But this has been a bit of a trend, Ryan, in the last 5 minutes. Every time the Cook Islands come off their line, Samoa's being penalised and giving them piggyback sets.
yes, unfortunately, they're just making it hard for themselves here, guys.
There's plenty of time, but 3-0. So they've just got to start being patient, get back to their systems, don't give away penalties. Cook Islands very smart here. Counties play from Lucky Paul, and that's good shutdown defence there.
That's great defence there, well read.
Ethan, was it, Ryan? Number 12?
No, number 12. We've actually got a swap of numbers here. So that's Thomas Tapu,
Thomas
number 12.
Tapu.
Yeah.
And he's the one we're predicting as the main dancer at the
Oh, he does
Strutties
have some lightning
after
feet.
party.
Hopefully we can see that lightning feet pre-after party and a bit of that lightning feet in this final.
3 minutes to go before halftime, and what we need now is a Samoan try.
And as we see that man I was talking about, Oscar, come on the field, hopefully he can get some direction, and I've just given him the commentator's curse.
Kicked it away here. Will he be penalised? They've let him off there. But it's really been all the Cook Islands in this first half. We've got one of the former great New Zealand players, a Reaper, as the Samoan coach, and he's really going to have to speak to the boys at halftime and get them back on track. They do have the firepower with the likes of Jesse in their team and Tazi Courts and also Wes and Rasmussen to put something on in this second half. They've just got to hang in there and not leak another one before halftime.
You know, they're definitely not out of it.
Day out of
guys, you're
half
right.
again. He seems to be the danger out of half for the Cookies at the moment. Ooh, that's a good finish to the set nonetheless. Late pass called.
Let's see. With 2 minutes left, there's plenty of time to get some numbers on the board in this half for Samoa.
comes Jesse Latuve now. Rasmussen shows him how to go forward.
And that's great pace there from
Can
Michael.
we get someone else?
And there's Wes back on. Looks like he was okay.
Here's the last coming up.
And there's Thomas there with the fancy footwork, launching one out. Let's see if they can create something. Oh,
6 again there.
unlucky
I think
there.
he stuck his hand out there. Not playing at it, the ref calls. Oh, and he's got him for a late pass. Well, Ryan, then we still do have a light drizzle coming down here. And a 3-0 lead may seem like a 6-0 lead in these conditions.
Yeah, definitely. And with this rain, it does affect one of their strike weapons, which is Jesse, and his passing game is just elite.
And Put, again, earns himself a penalty. So as we said, every time the Cookies come out of their own end, they're being rewarded with a penalty.
Oh, mate.
Something's got to change here in this Samoan team.
Doesn't he just know how to put his team in the right position?
And look at him just walking to the try line here, using the clock, using the set of 6. Can he bring one of the Masters brothers into play here?
I think, was that Aiden Masters?
Oh, he's got Michael there and Aiden Masters.
That was Aiden Masters.
He's got his team a further try
And
here.
they are just fired up, aren't they, guys? You could just tell. If you have a look at the Strutties replay here, he just catches Michael on the outside.
He must have got him called play through there because I think the touch was made, but it didn't look like he got both feet to the ground. And as with 17 seconds to go, Samoa may get one opportunity here, but the Cook Islands have been brilliant in this first half. Here we
man
go,
again,
last
Oscar.
play of the day. He didn't dump there, and that's the halftime hooter, I reckon. No, they've still got a chance. There it goes in the background as we speak. Last play, no, the refs have called it up. And at half-time, the Cook Islands in a dominant display lead 4-0, Ryan.
Oh, that's just great attack that we've seen so far from the Cook Islands team. Let's see if Samoa can go away during this half and recalibrate some things and change over a few tactics to bring out a better second half for them.
And while they do that, Ryan, we'll catch our breath and we'll be back in the second half shortly.
No worries.
And we are back for the second half of this grand final. The Cook Islands leading 4-0. Samoa with the tap-off, Ryan, and they will need something quick.
That's exactly right, Gaz. Not vital if they score, but very important if they score, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And here we go. We're away. The sun's come out, Ryan, which is a good sign.
It definitely is. There will be some moisture still left on the field as Michael tries his luck with the old punish.
Probably a little bit far out there. Tried to do it on about the 9-metre line, but here come their two big guns. Good defence there by Lucky Paul,
and I think
this is the last.
Great. Pill.
That's great defence. The Cook Islands are definitely up for this, aren't they, Ryan?
100%. They're showing great energy, both in attack and defence. Even in the way that they're trucking the ball out, they're not compressing that sub-box or anything. They're getting bodies in motion, but bodies out of the way. 2 pass there if they need, and that's a great subset. Well executed, and they'll have a good chance to get a...
No touch there. Yep,
that's a good great brilliance from Thomas Tapu coming in with that Michael Jackson-esque move to get this body out of the way.
Who's bad? Oh, bit of feeling there between Rasmussen and Aiden Masters. And they laugh it off and they keep going. So again, another set for Samoa. I think they're trying to set these plays just outside the 5, Ryan, which is allowing the Cook Islands defence to recover. Here we go again. Sweeper, step back, bomb. Here it comes. And he gains himself 6 ago.
He does, which is exactly what they want. They need that chance to at least crack on the line. I don't think that they've had a full healthy set of 6 on the line. So as long as they can hold the ball, they can create something. And there's my man Oscar coming on. Hopefully he can give a bit of that old experience.
The first penalty. Put is the master of walking up slow here and stalling the attack. And the refs picked him up on the first touch. They're going to need something special here. They've got to be patient here, but there's another penalty. So there's 2 in 3 touches. And will the freeze come into play here, Ryan?
It possibly could. The way Samoa likes to move the ball around, they could be...
Not sure that he played at that. He flew up in the... there's the
That's
third
the third penalty.
And we are frozen. Let it go. Let it go.
Now, guys, the last time Cook Island were here, they managed to defend a full set of 6 with 5 players, so hopefully they can replicate that in this set.
They've got to play someone live without ball playing too much here because it is wet weather and you do not want to be throwing bombs early in this touch count.
Definitely.
Oh, Wes wasn't really ready for that, but here's Jesse, the danger man. No half there.
As they reset up this play with Wes the danger man, and he dives at the line.
I think...
And he just gets under there.
Yeah. Good refereeing there. Good honesty from Put and a great finish there from Wes. And Ryan, 3 minutes into this second half, we have Samoa on the board. 4-1 to the Cook Islands. But we have a game on our hands now. Got it. Sweet. So good news there for Samoa, Ryan.
100%. They did well to capitalise on that one down player for Cook Island, which is exactly what you want to see. And you'll take a try how you can get it, whether it's against 5 players or against 6.
They did give away 3 very quick penalties there in a row. It's a bit hard to hear what the communication from the referees was, but they had no hesitation in blowing them penalties in the early touches. Here we go. Change of directions. This is the last I thought he had his hand up.
It is.
Indeed.
And I don't think that he noticed that it was the last, and the Samoan defence were up for it. So they've done well to hold out Cook Island for that set.
We need some good go forward here. Simple game, just truck it up the other end. Winger caught in the ruck there.
Definitely, and you can see just the
here goes
just the full field pressure.
Forward. This is what they need. They need to try and get a penalty out of this.
Yes, and off the back a good drive, and Wes can go.
Got him here. Got him.
And that is a great diving touch there by Victor.
Victor
Paul.
And these Paul brothers teaming up together, they've been very effective early on in this first half and proud Cook Island men, and they're really up for this challenge.
Definitely, guys. They're showing a lot of enthusiasm, both in their full field defence, but then also in their line defence. You saw there Victor Paul with their full body stretched out dive touch, so that was excellent to see that they're showing the same enthusiasm on both ends.
And the Masters boys here, they're all on. The 7, the 4, the 12.
And the man himself, all Puts, sitting out there on that left
Here we
link.
go. Boom. Snap, crackle, and he's through.
That is just brilliant footwork.
The Masters of the Universe, they may call them.
That is exciting footy to watch. That just make you happy, guys, seeing that.
And Aiden Masters is having a big game.
He definitely is. And have a look at Maxwell Masters just showing that left foot here, just splitting the defence, cutting it straight through.
Okay, the policy there's got to be the shutdown, hasn't it?
Definitely
so once he
has.
stepped off the left, the Samoan defender should have just been shutting him down, forcing him to throw a double cutout, but they were a little too loose in the middle, and the Cook Islands took full advantage of it.
Let's see if Samoa can bounce back and bounce back strong. Hitting Oscar on this. And it's very well covered there by Cook Island.
Terry Joe there, reading that play beautifully. Rasmussen bombs away.
Did he get a hand to that, the Cook Island? I don't think that he did. The refs are just confirming if he did.
He's asking for honesty. He says, no, sir, I'd never touched it.
And you'd be happy with yourself for not going for that, for trying to gather that ball
6
in.
again there might have hurt him, but good work from the winger. Just did enough to get in their way. And here come the Cook Islands again.
And great pressure there by Oscar.
Got to hold him here. Last touch, is it, Ryan?
Yes.
Last touch coming. Here goes the Paul brothers. Can they get a penalty here? Oh, it's not a bad end of the set considering they were held before that. Oh, he's kicked that away. They're going to say accidental.
And the
accidentally, deliberately.
Accidentally did it on purpose. Now the key here.
That was forward a mile.
No.
Forward a mile, and the ref has picked it up.
And that is a coach killer there, guys.
Yep, and the Cook Islands will turn defence into attack here. And I'm telling you, Ryan, I don't want to call it early, but if the Cook Islands go to a 6-1 lead, I might have to pack up and go home, mate.
You know what? I think it all just comes down to the enthusiasm that the Cook Islands have. Like they have been up for this game since the opening bell.
Good defence there from
That is
Rasmussen.
great defence there from from Michael and our boy Aaron. Aaron Jetlag.
Yep.
Aaron Jetlag Rogers.
Okay, so what have they got here? There's the Paul brothers, number 1, Lucky, and number 30. They're going to go the punish play here.
See if
Step back
Michael can get
dive,
tight,
and he's got him. Well, this has been the play of the tournament, Ryan.
It definitely
I cannot
has.
believe none of these coaches have picked it up to stop it defensively. But the Paul boys from the Fremantle Club, Fremantle Rebels in WA, have made it look very, very easy there.
They have. And Victor Paul, they're just running that staple play, that punish play, and catching Michael just not staying tight enough to add another try to their board, which bringing the total to 6-1.
Going to have to need some brilliance very soon. Samoa's just gone away from their game plan, haven't they, Ryan? Their game plan was to get the ball on the spot for Jesse and Wes, and now it's all slowed up and they're not really getting much pill.
We see here Jesse Latovay firing one out, and unfortunately just not hitting its mark, but they do get themselves another penalty.
And I think a lot of credit has got to go to this Cook Island defence. They've found the strength of Samoa and they're minimising it very, very well. I think that's a knock on there.
100%.
First touch. Ouch.
That definitely looked like a knock on there.
They just got to take their time. Beautiful vision from Put there. Gives his team another 5 metres. Hard touch from the number 14 there from Samoa, but he's got on away with it. And the Cook Islands stream out of their box. Kingston Day's shown a clean pair of heels early on. And there's Michael Jordan on the wing, the number 23, chewing up the metres for the Cook Islands.
They bring it back to the middle now. Just get a settler coming into this fifth and last, and he's just been knocked off his feet, getting his team another penalty.
Well, I thought there was just accidental contact there, but number 14, Keaton, he did come in hard on the early touches, and maybe he came in harder than we thought there.
Yeah, there could be an Oscar nomination there for the Cook Island player, but
Terry Joe, very smart.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Early touches.
Oh, speaking of the smarts out of Terry Jones.
Straight through.
Definitely Terry Joe just using those smarts to cut the defence up.
Again, they're not shutting down. Wet conditions, double team, force them to throw long, and he just walked through here. Let's look at it again. No shutdown there, manning on for no reason at all. And the number 5, Vavi, crashes over for the Cook Islands. And this score is starting to get a little out of hand for the Samoans.
Yeah, it definitely is. Guys, 7-1 does make it very, very hard with just over 4.5 minutes left in this half for the game. Let's see if Samoa can pick up the pieces somewhat as they come back to the short side.
Got him out of half here, but I don't know if they're going to break free. Yeah, good defence there. Oh, they've got him for holding. I don't think there was any holding there. I just think they got him in a corner. But he's called a push, not a hold.
But that's great work from Samoa, just seeing them running the football a bit, going away from the static and just running the football a bit and, being able to get behind the defence line.
Bombs away.
Oh, great pill there from Wes.
The quickie short-sider with the cutout. And here we go. That's the second try for Samoa. So they're trying to keep the scoreboard respectable, but I think this game's well and truly gone.
Definitely.
And the Cook Island flag has made an appearance on the sideline, Ryan.
Oh, yes, it has. Yes, it has. I'm still waiting for the Samoan flag to make an appearance as well. Maybe that might be the difference in this game.
Good defence.
As we see
the clock tick down to 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I think we should pay tribute here to Jojo and Terry. An incredible effort to form this Cook Islands team. We heard that out of their 2 teams, 22 of them have travelled from either Sydney or WA to be at this event. And Ryan, as you can imagine, it's hard enough booking for one person with Jetstar, never alone 22. And a shout out to our sponsors for next year's event, Jetstar. But what an incredible effort from those two and all the volunteers that work with them in the background to put these two Cook Islands teams away. And it looks like both of them are going to come away winners.
Yeah, it's definitely worth all the headaches when on the field you can produce a result like the Cook Islands are showing here today, both for the women's and for the men's, which what looks like will be coming away with a comfortable win, unless Samoa can conjure some miracle to close down the scores.
I tell you who I've been impressed with, and correct me if I pronounce this wrong, or my apologies for pronouncing this wrong. Tuatai Masters, the number 7 for the Cook Islands, has worked tirelessly, and while his namesakes in Aiden Masters and Maxwell Masters may have put on the tries, his defence and his go forward have been massive in this victory for the Cook Islands.
I 100% agree. Tuatai, number 7, he is for Cook Island. He has been playing some brilliant both-end footy, some two-way footy, both defence and attack.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. And that's what wins the big games, Ryan, just effort areas. And the Cook Islands have definitely outshone the Samoans in that area in this final.
See Cook Island there working their way just over halfway, coming into last.
Here we go. Pop-out play here. They got the numbers. And wow, that is fantastic.
That is very good.
Do you see the,
well done from
the brothers there, the Paul brothers pretended to go down here and just a little late pop-out. We'll watch it on the replay. Drives it in. I'm going down. Nope, Skabooby. And they create the numbers there. And great hole there from the number 8.
Taina. And Jesse had to make a decision there whether to come in or not. He chose to come in, and they just happened to get the pass away, sorry.
Confidence is a wonderful thing, isn't it, Ryan? And these Cook Island players have grown in confidence from the first 5 minutes of this final.
Definitely, and you sort of have to earn the confidence when it comes to in grand finals. You do all the hard work early, which allows you to just play a bit of footy. And as we see here...
Oh, he got... No, I think he called no touch there, the winger. He called no touch, so that's good sportsmanship and a great pill. And Samoa get a little consolation prize there. And I think we might not even see a tap-off here, Ryan. I think the clock's going to beat everyone here. And it looks like the final score is going to be a victory to Cook Islands.
What a win for the boys.
Touchdowns to 3.
Great work, Cook Island. From the get-go, they were just up for this match. They had just turned up and switched it on from the start, high intensity all the way, and towards the end they started to have a bit of fun with it. So it's great work, and congratulations to Cook Island and the whole staff, to Jojo and the team for putting this team together.
And what a proud moment it will be for the Cook Islands to receive the trophies for the inaugural Struddies Australia Pacifika Touch Cup. Big shout out to our referees here that did a fantastic job in both finals. No one can complain that the referees had anything to do with these victories. It was all the players and a fantastic effort. And a big shout out to Samoa too. They've probably been instrumental in making this tournament happen. They got both sides to the finals, Ryan. Unfortunately, they didn't take home the trophy, but what a fantastic effort. And we also need to give a big shout out to Niue and, of course, your crew, the PNG.
Papua New Guinea, that's right. Stay tuned, folks, because we will be back for our last exhibition match between the Maori men's against the Indigenous men's.
Since 1975, Strategies has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strategies is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball.
Rugby league.
AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strategies has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah.
Since 1975, Strategies has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strategies is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball.
Rugby league.
AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strategies has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I
Since 1975, Strategies has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strategies is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball.
Rugby league.
AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strategies has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now.
Since 1975, Strategies has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Strategies is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball.
Rugby league.
AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strategies has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See, the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe, and here's where we're staying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Exhibition game of the day. It is 30 seconds to tackle.
All right, here we are, the match that the fans have all been waiting for. The Indigenous side versus the Maoris, and we have some great players to look out for.
We certainly do, Gaz, on both teams. We've got a star-studded cast here with us for the Indigenous Maoris as well as the Indigenous men's team here. So much talent across the board, and I can't wait to see what the boys have in store for us here.
Cody Green, great left to right. He's gone the second phase early to Prince here. It's nice and slippery down there, and that's a good set of 6 in defence by the Maori team.
Now, guys, this is indeed an exhibition match, so it's not like they're playing for any sort of trophy or anything, but they are playing for a lot of bragging rights, and it always seems to be a decent clash whenever these two teams come together and these two nations, so it'll be good to see.
Well, Ryan, we do actually have a trophy on hand here. It's the Strutties. Oh, is he hung on to that? The ball's down, and that's 1-0 to the Maori side, and that was Drummy driving it forward there and getting a good clean strike dump for the boys to get out of half. So Niue takes him forward first, followed up by Drummy chewing the meters, and we get out of half here.
And I think that was Darnell too. A
little touch maybe
that
there.
Goes down, or maybe that...
So 1-0 to the Maoris here, and we are playing for a trophy. We are playing for the Strutties Australia Pasifika Touch Cup Invitational. Johnny Brown here to Jardine, on to Jesse Green, and a good dump. Good
Jesse just goes the opposite way. He's calling for the 6 again, but no, that's just well covered here by the Maori team.
So while the sun's out, Ryan, the 5 metre lines, especially at the end the Indigenous are running to, is quite slippery now.
Definitely, as the Maori boys are starting to truck it up the field. And we see there Paulie coming out of half, getting a late switch over to Kaya, and he's just having to dance around.
To do here. Great touch from Jardine there.
And that's good. Yardi doesn't like getting his jersey dirty, so he'll be filthy with that one, but he had to make that touch, and Johnny's just taking them straight forward here.
Oh, he's claiming that his shirt was pulled then.
And we've got the addition of young Mookie James as well. He's been around the touch for a while as we see QJ going into half.
Oh, it's very slippery out there as we can see. And that's good defence by the Maori team, stopping him at the halfway. Let's read a few names out for the viewers. Young Cade Robson. His father is a proud New Zealand World Cup player. We've got Kanui Cox, the older statesman of the side. Kingston Lamberg has the privilege of captaining the side.
And we just see some brilliance there from one of their senior, most experienced, and probably one of their best players, Dremaine Dayberg Moore.
Let's see it again on the replay.
Just coming around on that
in the
sweep.
Sweeper, and then bang, bombs away, and a good finish there by the number 12, Bailey. So all of a sudden, the Maoris have shot out of the blocks here, and they lead 2-0 early on.
Putting on 2 quick ones. As you see Mookie Jr. just bringing them forward here, teaming up with Marlon Doak in the middle there. Deshaun setting up for a sweeper coming around the back here.
Marlon's going to bomb to the winger here, but good read there. It's got to make him change direction here, Ryan, on this line, which is super slippery. Mook Harrington rips the 32 against the grain.
Oh, and Sean fires one just over the top, and Travis was actually caught that out of bounds. He did.
Caught that in the car park.
He definitely did. I think
so a shaky start, let's say, for the Indigenous side, and the Maoris looking very composed. There's some experience in this Indigenous team, and there's a lot of youth in this Maori team. A lot of guys that are at the peak of their powers at the moment, and they've got their drive going forward, and it looks like they've been instructed, let's get in a foot race here.
And Kai's just jumped out a half hop skip, but he could not get away from Goose there, who's got some serious speed.
And that was great defence there from Goose. Manned up on him, gave him a little, let him think he was through, and then mowed him down. So a turnover here from the Indigenous side coming off their line, and they have invited the Maori team onto their own try line, and you see Drummy coming on and done.
And Drummy there with the ball in hand, and you can see him just directing traffic and giving the young kids a bit of a crack, expecting it on the inside, and he would have him just having a few cheeky smiling words there with Jardy. As you see,
I think that's Darnell there. He's listed as number 3, but I think that's him there, number 30.
And that's great shutdown defense there from Princey coming in off that link.
And if it is Darnell, he was absolutely unbelievable at the recent NTL where his team, the Sharks, took out the national title in the mix. And there he goes.
And just on cue there, just catching that winger for the Indigenous men, just staying in a bit too tight there, Travis.
Yeah, caught on the short side there, a little quickie play on the short side. And the Maori team goes up 3-0. They're really going to have to gain some composure here, the Indigenous side, because this one could blow out with the attacking power that the Maoris have.
Yeah, and when you saw there Drummy coming on, and everyone knows the skill that Drummy possesses, but he's putting the young boys in the right positions for them to have a crack and sort of take the lead there. So it's real good to see.
And that's one thing I have noticed about Drummy's game. Whilst he still is an absolute weapon, he picks his time, and he knows that his job is to put it in the right place for the right people.
And we got Goose there, Goose Butler there, trying to just squeeze his way through.
Good recovery
Some
there.
moving back defense, but yes, good recovery and good defense there shown by the Maoris. As we see Kanui there pressing up, and QJ with the speedster on the wing, and he's just been stepped out. The sideline ref is calling his stepping out.
He's saying he stepped out.
Yeah, and he's just overruled the on-field ref.
We got a lot of people in the bunker here. Will we see this on the replay? What were your initial thoughts, Ryan, live?
I definitely think that he got that ball down.
Okay, well, let's see if you're right. Oh, there's a little footprint just there.
I think that's good call from the ref that was there.
He's got it right.
As we see the Maoris
good hands
coming
there.
up with Darnell. And he's just on
Prince
fire.
take.
And have a look at him go, young Darnell. He's just been involved in everything.
Like I said, Ryan, they've just said, let's get in a foot race.
100%. And look at the purpose that he just comes on with. A bit of show, go, kick out on his right foot there.
You're a long way in trying to stop that box set, and he picked it up.
And extending the lead now to 4-0.
4-0. Geez, who are we looking at here for the Indigenous side to get them back in this contest?
Well, you've got Cody Green there. He's got a very, very sharp left to right, and he's sitting right on that left link there where he's right in position to unlock his left to right. And then you've also got Deshaun and Prince out there.
Sweep here or run a counter.
Yeah, Prince is very sharp on the sweep. So Cody, they're just getting a bit frustrated, not being able to hold on to the ball there. And you might see a bit of the frustration creep in when you're starting to go for some plays and you can't hold on to the ball and things aren't going your way. You might see some frustration creep in.
They just need to be disciplined here, the Indigenous, and just hold the score and start to slowly work their way back into this game.
Yeah, and that's great leadership on defense there by Huani, the number one.
Them. Prince makes a touch there, and it's a turnover for the Indigenous team, so pretty good defence there. Johnny Brown struggling to get the ball down. Most of the touches are being made with the protection of the ball, and so they're getting dominated in the ruck here.
It's also good to mention number 3 for the Maori boys, Jaden Love, good to see him out on the paddock. He's very, very sharp off both feet. Just him with the ball there, ball in hand. So it'd be exciting to see if he can bring out some of that footwork in this game.
They've got a pretty complete side here, haven't they, the Maoris?
Definitely. Every single aspect of attack, I think they've got a player that can execute it perfectly. So,
and a lot of people coming into the prime of their careers, like these two that we see here.
Have a look at Darnell. He's just so wiry off the ball and on the ball. And
here he goes.
He's just been on fire this half, so they're going to want to keep feeding him the ball.
Let's see if they can get a rooster play going here.
As Niue sets up for his.
No, he's going to rip it out.
Him taking up. He can still create from this.
Oh, I'm going to go forward there.
Sails forward. I don't think the wing should have gone for that.
No, they've given a forward pass, so he'll get away with that one. But the Maoris taking it all the way to the Indigenous try line again as Jardy takes him forward with Jesse Green. Oh,
there's QJ there just working it up. Down to Mookie Harrington, finding Marlon Doak as he's just making his way there, throwing a quick dummy. Teaming up with Cody there in the middle as he sets up the platform for Marlon, who's a bit of a speedster. And
a little bit of a flick pass there, Ryan, but it comes to nothing. And the Maoris hang on again with 4 minutes 40 left in this first half.
And they've just been all over this Indigenous men's team. Setting some good attack and some great defense to stop them even getting a sniff near their line. So it's good work early to see from the Maoris. There's the man there, the silent leader, Huani, with the salmon bucket hat.
That could be Coral, actually.
Oh, that could be Coral.
It's a shade lighter there, Ryan.
As we see their captain, number 10, on the field now, Kingston. He's talking a bit about his footy at the moment. It's just gone to another level as well, as he's seen a lot of rep touch in the past coming years, and he's definitely stepped into his own, finding his own sort of style of gameplay and turning into more and more of a strike player in the teams that he plays for. So that's good to see for young Kingston.
And he's played a fair bit of mix, but now in the last year or so, he's stepped up into the men's, and here goes Prince out of half. Let's see if his ball can cause any havoc.
Oh, and he's through. He's through, and he just finds Deshaun there, and Deshaun with a quick body to get that ball down, opening up the scores for the Indigenous men.
They definitely needed something, and our fellow commentator there, Scott Prince, scoops out a half, catches the defence napping, not shutting down, and did very well to pop that over the top there.
And what we should have seen Cade Robinson do is just stay a bit tight there. You could see Huani screaming at him to get it in a bit tight to shut down, but again with Princey's pace, it'd be hard to, if you can't get there with him, it'd be hard to catch up to him. So he did well there.
With the wet try line, you don't want to be manning up because any form of change of direction is going to be very hard to stay on your feet. So Huani just pulled his corner then, relied on his other middle, but unfortunately he wasn't there. All sharp play, good shutdown from the winger there.
That is great
they
shutdown.
Got a little bit too close to the line there.
I think so, and there's that danger man Drummy teaming up with the little fiery Darnell.
See what he's got here, rooster wrap. No, he's done the old punish, and
there goes Darnell again.
They're calling the touch. Got his hand up for the touch there, and he looked like he would have been onside, but fast feet.
Yeah, that was a bit of a 50-50 call. The refs are in the perfect position to see that one.
He's saying the ball was down first, I think, and he might be right on the replay.
On the replay, you get a better call, and that's why they're down there. That's why they're on the big bucks, these refs.
Yep. One hamburger a day is their pay, and a Powerade to wash it down, and they've done a fantastic job. So the Maoris, with a minute 55 on the clock, lead 5-1. Didn't quite predict this big a blowout, and Prince is trying to bring him back into the game. Showing some good footwork there, but some good defence there.
He had this winger wide open for a little lollipop pass, and I just don't think that he met.
Here he goes, he's left to right.
This is Cody's preferred side, and he does find Scott Prince, who tries to do the old tap-on play, the old bat-on.
Yep, but it was well read from the winger here. But it looks like they've called the winger offside here, and the Indigenous will get a repeat set.
And on comes another one of their danger players, Marlon Doak. Unfortunately, he was just missed out on going down to NTLs with a finger injury. So it's good to see him back out there and playing, and looks by all.
Here goes Prince on the sweep. Got numbers here. Good patience. Oh, was a bit off balance, but probably a little bit harder than it needed to be. But the ref says
Jaden Love there coming up for a
play
good
on.
touch.
Doak and Prince. What have they got up their sleeve here? They need something here. There's the dive pop right on cue.
Right on cue, and the man again, Deshaun, crossing for try number 2 and also his second try for the game.
Yep, and that is what this game needed. A hit back by the Indigenous.
Yeah, definitely.
Fakes the dive and score and lures the link in, and just a late pop to Deshaun, who strolls over. Or
And what-
flops over, we should say.
And what's really important here for the Indigenous men is if they can stop this attacking set of 6. You could really build a lot of confidence off a defensive set, especially when you're creeping back and trying to
They
catch
gotta
up.
Suck to the line and not make a touch here. I'd even be giving away a penalty here so they don't get the strike
Definitely, you
for
don't-
this pass. Oh, well, they've done well. They've hung on, and at half time, they're going to give a penalty here, and I'm sure Jardy will just stick his hand out and make the touch here.
You know what? I think he might do a bit of a step, and a little bit of a shink.
Oh, he hasn't. He's played on.
And QJ might go for a foot race here. He is a bit of a speedster.
Okay, so there we have it. The first half in an action-packed first half it was, with the Maoris 5 leading the Indigenous team 2. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. And we are back. Well, Ryan, what a cracking 2 days we've had. And now with just 15 minutes to go in this fantastic event, it's the Maoris. Can they finish off this game? They currently lead 5-2, and with 15 minutes left, they will be looking to seal the deal. This is a massive set of 6 for the Indigenous side. Jesse's in trouble here. Oh, beautiful blocker play. I don't know if you noticed that, but they took out Jesse Green.
Yeah,
with the dump.
they did, and he was calling for it. And was the penalty award for the blocker play or for a forward pass?
For the blocker play. It's always good to tackle that guy who's blocking you just to get the ref's attention that you are being blocked.
Yeah, make as much noise. If you're getting hard done by, make as much noise as you can.
And they needed that stop there, the Indigenous side. So let's see, last touch. Ooh, play on. Downtown Johnny Brown couldn't hang on to that tap on.
No, he couldn't.
And good defence there from the Maoris.
And one person that I'm excited to see is that number 3. I was saying earlier, Jaden Love. I can't wait to see them unlock him on the line. As you see, Niue Cox there bringing it up.
And there looks to be a fumble there. If you don't see it, Ryan, just say, we'll roll it there.
Yep. Take it back from where
Drummy
it is.
left,
Drum.
right foot coming. Oh, slippery when wet. And Mook breathes a sigh of release there because that big right footstep was winding up.
And Mook hasn't spent too much time on the defending end of Drummy's steps. He's normally on the same team as him, so
he knew what was coming.
Yeah, so he's very familiar with it, and he knew exactly what was coming.
Here's a scoop from Marlon.
As we
What's
see
he got?
Marlon take off.
Oh, the flick. But again, good defence from the Maori side, keeping them to 15 or 20 metres off their own try line. Drummy trucks it forward.
And Jardy shooting up out of the line to make that good defensive touch in it.
Ashton
Looks like
Robertson Bartlett. He was
Indigenous,
big at the NTLs as well for the Sharks mix. Only recently come over to Australia and just managed to fit in the qualifications. He plays for the Misfits Club down at Palm Beach. And he's pretty deceptive. He played in the New Zealand Men's Open team in the Malaysia World Cup in 2019. He's got that knack of just pretending he's dawdling and kicking away and making extra metres at will. And here we go. The Indigenous side on the attack. They'll look to drop the ball as soon as they can here.
I'm not too sure what was doing there, and I think Deshaun was just in two minds about what to do as well. And so he just, fumbled the ball there, but it's been good. It's been a bit of back-and-forth action to open up the second half, which is good. It's not a scoring match, and now it sort of turns into a full-field game. And
here we go.
There's a man down now, and there's Jaden Love
boy here, Ryan. What's
picking
he
the ball
got?
up. Let's see, and he just
Bang.
delivered the perfect link ball and exactly what was called of the man. And as the saying goes,
cometh the man,
cometh the hour. I think it's the other way around, but we'll go with that. And we'll be calling for this number 3, Jaden Love,
good
for the boys
dump
to unlock
there.
him. And there's that.
She's bang.
There's that undercover leader as well, Huani, just putting the ball in the right position on the perfect platform for him.
And so the Maoris jump out to a 6-2 lead here with 11 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
As we see,
Doesn't seem
Scott
like
Princess.
they've got the same foot speed, does it?
No, definitely not. And he's creeping around for that sweeper.
And there's a penalty. Beautiful play. Oh, the old quick tap. Back in the day, they used to let you do that, Ryan.
So what is the actual rule with the quick tap, Gaz? Why?
Well, what happens if you do it? The ref's usually trying to get his breath back. And so he just says, no, we'll wait there. And we'll play it on the blade of grass right next to the one you're on.
That's right. As we see the Indigenous here setting
Bomb.
up a great attack. And Marlon, I think he...
Wow.
Oh, and that's
good
great
touch there.
defense there from Darnell. It'd be good to see what the Indigenous boys can cook up here on the line. They've got Scott Prince, Marlon and Cody there on the left side of the field.
Do they open it up a bit here by going to Cody's left to right?
You'd think that would be an option.
Here's a chance. Prince tries the bomb.
And it's just collected the back of someone's
Wes
head, I think.
there.
On Wes's head, yeah.
Good defence. Wes is a specialist winger. He's part of the Sharks Men's Open NTL team. The great Wesley Collins.
And Wes can finish a try. That's one thing that he's absolutely renowned for. And that
he
is
has
his ability.
beautiful hair. Always very well groomed hair, Ryan.
Yeah, some would call it the Lego hair.
Drummy
his drum just cuts it
strolls
straight
over.
through.
And that was our boy that we mentioned before, former New Zealand player Ashton Robertson Bartlett, who just cruised through then, mesmerised the defence. And the Maoris, look at him, showing an old Jardy. He was bamboozled.
He was, and that's not the first time in this game that we've seen Drummy ruck the ball with that much pace and intensity as well, and it's just awesome to see. Normally he's the one coming off the back of some of those great rucks, but for him to take the leadership and, you know, set platforms for other boys to have a crack is just great to see.
And Drummy, a legend of our game, obviously. He was recently voted the GOAT, the Red Rooster GOAT, in a poll done by the Australian Touch. Drummy came out successful and won himself a 6-pack of nuggets from Red Rooster.
Oh, well, there you go. You take a 6-pack every day. And from that second phase play, I think Cody's managed to find the wing there to add another score to the Indigenous men's tally.
7-3 we have now. Yeah, as we said, Drummy voted the GOAT of Australian Touch over 50 years, and he is the one that they all call the GOAT. So what a legend he's been, and I think he's 41 years old, still playing at the men's open national level and still carving them.
Just amazing.
And along with his wife, Lauren Dayberg-Niue, they've set up a club called the Misfits, and they are really going places. I think the club's only been around for 2 years, and they have a stack of teams down in the Gold Coast comp. They're starting to spread down to Palm Beach and also up to the newly formed Sunny Coast Dolphins comp. So putting all their experience back into the game, which is always a great thing. They've got 3 kids who are now playing touch, 4 kids, but 3 who are now playing touch. And they're putting all their knowledge back into the kids, and how lucky are those kids all throughout the Misfits Club to have guys like that helping them out.
100%, 100%.
Here we go. Can we narrow this score?
As Cody's driving in from
What's the
Deshaun.
left to right.
And he loves it. And has Mook got this ball away in time? He has, but unfortunately he just sailed forward.
And the crowd still watching this game. They've come to see some legends of the game after a great 2 days of the Strutties Australia Pasifika Touch Cup. It's been a great event, Ryan, for their first ever one. I think all the teams should be very proud of their efforts, as well as all the organisers of the event.
Oh, definitely, definitely. From the refs down to the supporters and to the people behind the scenes, I think everything's just run very smoothly. Had a bit of a hiccup with the communications and the music before with the wet weather and a bit of a delay, but everything seemed to
And you know who else
have
we shouldn't
picked up.
forget, Ryan? Those who were waving the flag.
Definitely.
They have been instrumental in this event.
100%.
Marlon Doak's very deceptive, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got some speed about him, and he's actually lightning fast, so you wouldn't think it. But his explosion off the mark
Give him a strike dump here. Let's see what he's got. Oh, went for the sinker, but no one really hit a hole there for him, did they?
He was waiting for that short hole to open up, and no one really hit it, and he wouldn't be too pleased with his off-the-ball runners there, but that can be an adjustment that they make in the box.
Okay, there's one guy I would like to mention, and this goes to the spirit of the game. If you look up here, Josh Smart here with the ball, playing for the Maoris, wearing an Indigenous cap, and that is due to his partner and his kids' heritage. So,
here we go again. Sorry to interrupt. And there's Jaden Love there cutting the defense through again. And did you see that explosion?
They've called the touch, but so great work from the winger. But yeah, back to Josh Smart. There he is, releasing that ball. Jaden getting out of half.
And just look at the explosion of speed there for him to cut through. No one's with him.
Well, he might have gone out in actual fact.
Yeah, and I think he has. But sorry, as you were saying, back to the hat that Josh Smart is wearing, the number 17.
So he's representing his partner.
Number 77. Sorry,
77. He's representing his partner and his kids there. So that's great to see that he's showing that he's proud of both tribes here.
Absolutely, and his
Prince, he needs a good strike dump here. Can someone put it, or he'll go for Cody and show him what left to right bomb he's got. They're just not hitting the holes, are they?
No, they're not.
Very hard for their ball players.
Yeah, again, they just missed the assignment there of that short hole ball runner.
Okay, so let's see if the Maoris can step it up and blow this game apart here. They've been a bit quiet for the last few minutes after getting a commanding lead. Here comes the man we spoke about earlier, Drummy. Wes takes him forward. He'll try and dish there yet, which he does. Just easy meters just with the offloads here for the... He's going to sweep here, Drummy.
And Drummy just go one-on-one.
Going to burn up short side here. They all got tangled up in their who they were marking here, and the great man crashes over for his second. And the Maori side leads 8-3 with just over 4 minutes left on the clock.
And what's happened here is they've just sweat their sweeper coming around so hard that they've pulled the extra corner, so it just allows that half to scoop and go short side. And then obviously finding Drummy, who was sweeping, and he did get away from his man because the momentum's just carrying him back in that direction.
So I just hope the Maori, the Indigenous side can finish this game off and maybe get a couple back here, show a bit of pride in the jersey. They have been pretty clinical here, the Maoris.
They have, and I also think that they've been clinical in defence as well. The Indigenous men have had a fair few cracks on the line, and it's been met with some great defence as well. As we see Huani there still commanding the troops, telling them what to do. Beautiful pass by Marlon Doak.
Very unlike Wes there to get caught that far in.
No, definitely unlike him. And that's one of the only times you probably see Wes caught in that far in.
Well, they did make the touch a long way over, in fairness to Wes.
But in also fairness to Wes, that was a very, very sharp pass there from Marlon, and the speed of that was...
And he has good
very
hair.
Fast.
He has very good hair.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he's got great hair. He looks good, and we'll probably see his footwork being featured in tonight's after party at the event at Fitzy's Hotel.
Yes, that should be good. Hopefully all the nations get there and have a good night enjoying what has been a very successful first ever tournament. Hopefully, a few drinks and a few stories shared. Here they go. Rip out the back to your man, Jaden Jardy. Oh, snap. Jardy did well to recover there. He's coming a long way in, but he does well.
And that is a good touch there. If you're caught off balance, it's a good touch just to stand that attacking player up. And there's Darnell there just looking on the inside, and he finds, is that Paul, number 13, I believe?
It is a great try, a bit of a ninja play there. And the man crashing over is, as you said, Ryan Paul. So he'll be happy to get himself a try there. See your 3 points. See your 3 points, Darnell?
Yeah, he definitely would be. He's been involved in a fair bit today, but he's just keeping the defense on their toes. He's so unpredictable.
And I think what we see here is that the game has turned into a lot of foot speed, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And whilst these Indigenous guys are full of experience, they've just struggled a bit to keep up with the young wheels.
Definitely. They have struggled, and a bit of frustration's creeping in when things not really going your way. As Marlon there takes off from half, I think he will get a 6 again.
It's that deception from him, isn't it?
Yeah, he's very deceptively fast.
Holds the ball out in 2 hands, keeps the defence guessing. A minute to go here. We'd like to see him put one on the board and give this scoreline a bit of credibility. Penalty here for rolling.
They've now got Cody on with Marlon. Let's see if they can connect for a bit of brilliance here.
Downtown Johnny Brown. Mook drives it in, finds Marlon. They're very close to the line.
Just
here,
a bit too close to the line you're running their play. I think they're lucky to jag.
They're lucky to jag this from the Maori's side. I thought he was going to give us a quick tap then.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did get the quick tap, and the touch was just made.
So 30 seconds until we wind down, Ryan, from the commentary box. It's been an excellent 2 days with you. Some good laughs. And hopefully we have brought a bit of knowledge to the people watching the game, mainly through our interviews with some of the countries and some of the great volunteers that we've managed to get up. We also had Aaron Jones up here on behalf of FIT telling us what's happening in the future, and we hope to see a lot of this young talent part of the World Cups next year.
Definitely, Gaz. It has been a pleasure to commentate for these 2 days as we wrap up this exhibition match between the Māoris and the Indigenous men's for the last game of this tournament. And yeah, it has been a fun day. It's the first time commentating. It has been fun. It's been a bit nerve-wracking at times, but good experience. Good to have the laughs, and hopefully, make it a bit entertaining for the viewers at home. That can't make it down here and that are live streaming.
Yeah, and hopefully next year we can learn a few more names and how to pronounce them, and even how to pronounce the countries' names properly. That none of that was being disrespectful. It's just a little hard to wrap our tongues around the language, and we really want to thank everyone. Touch football has been the winner here this weekend, Ryan, but the ones that are going to be crowned champions are the Cook Islands.
100%, Gaz. Well done to the Cook Island nation and everyone involved in their team. Very, very successful outing for them today. So it was good to see the Cook Islands showcase their skills like that, and as well as their people and their heritage.
We're going to head down to the presentation area. So once again, to all the viewers, thank you very much for listening in and watching and giving us the opportunity to showcase the great talent in the Pacific Island nations. From Ryan and myself, it's over and out.
Since 1975, Stratis has been getting the footy player ready for the game. Today, Stratis is evolving.
It's a new era.
It's a takeover. To athletes of all sports.
No matter what you play.
Basketball.
Rugby union.
Soccer.
Netball.
Rugby league.
AFL.
Cricket.
Touch football.
Strategies has you covered.
Gear developed by the player.
For the player.
Go crazy. See the world is yours. I'm here and I made it. I brought the vibe and here's where it's saying all night. Won't stop till we see the sunlight. Just like the future so bright. And I love the way I'm feeling right now. Yeah.